Hi everyone. Hello. Let me go ahead and get that timer good on going here. And let me go ahead and do a roll call here first. Let's start off on YouTube side of things. Hi, Sonic Edits. I believe you said you changed your name. It started with an H, but if you could remind me, please do us. I know it was a name change. I just don't remember what quite name change. And let me get the roll call over on YouTube. So let's see here. We have Rever Shark, welcome in the stream. We also have one here, Nima, hello, as well as Check, hi to you as well. And also Chapel, hi, Chapel, welcome in too. We also have Vanarcom, I believe that's how you say it. Please correct me if I'm wrong again. welcome in stream too. We also have one here, Fountainian Waters, Banafi, as well as Fennec. Welcome in all, welcome in. I hope your day has been well, or your week, or your something. Oh boy, just call me Van. That works out a lot better. Or Vank. That was pretty fun to say too. Thank you. Let me go ahead and read these messages here. Hello, Rever Shark. Hello, Nima. Hello. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and slide this guy over to make things easier to see or easier to read for me. If it allows me to do the thing. Can I read the thing a little bit easier? There we are. Much better. And hello, Eris-chan. That's a new one. And one of your streams are now my favorite wake-up stream alarms. Really? Is it a time zone thing, or you just wake up really late in the evening? But that's sweet to hear. I'm so happy to hear. Thank you. And thank you as well to Banafi for the resubscription of 6 months. Thank you as well. And hi, Rodrigo. Welcome in the stream. And hi, Alex. Welcome into you too. My goodness, a lot of familiar names in there. So some new ones here and there. Welcome in. Let me scroll down here. And hello, Fountainian Waters. And hello, Wink and Vink. And I was first in the YouTube stream on YouTube. Congratulations. And it's a time zone thing. It's 1 p.m. for me. That makes a lot more sense. Oh boy, and chill, that's too much laughing. Too late. That's most of what the streams are if I had to describe them. I think it's safe to say they're probably about 70% laughing. Which is fine. I enjoy laughing. I don't remember from where, but I heard that the more you smile, the longer you live, so I better get those reps in. Let's see here, and it's 7 p.m., 8 p.m.? Wow. Time zones are weird, I tell you. At one moment, it's like 3 a.m., the next moment it's like 7 p.m., and it's all over the place. It's wild how that works. And you still do drawing live streams? Yes, indeedy. Do you mean the draw togethers where we draw on a big board, or you just mean drawing pixel art in general? And ooh, that's why you're elegant and stuff. I get all my powers from a smile. Oh boy, let me scroll up here to make sure I didn't miss any messages here. Let's see. Stream, let's see, that there, and then that there in time zones. I see, and Super Doctor tells me to diet and exercise. Well, considering I always say, refer to a doctor or a lawyer for any health-related issues, I cannot confirm nor deny. I will not be held liable. Oh boy, and can confirm, smiling and being positive helps. My grandma's very positive, is over 92. Wow, I don't think, just like person-wise, I've met like many people in their like late 90s. That's early 90s, technically speaking, but just 90s in general. Wow, that's lovely to hear. And for me, it's 9:07 a.m. or p.m. And I did read that as well. Lovely. I'm excited for today. Not quite sure how it's going to go. I realized a little bit too late that the word I was using for was an issue on why I couldn't find many references, so I've been I say slowly, I've been rapidly, panically gathering things together. And hi, Pot! Welcome in the stream. Welcome in as well. And welcome back to you too. I hope you've had a lovely one so far. I was going to say day, but apparently time zones. And my grunkle's 86, still working on the farm and going strong. I've never seen that man without a smile. My theory rings true. And hi, that guy, Doru. Welcome in the stream as well. Welcome in. And congratulations on the 3-stream streak. Sea of Tranquility. Howdy, and welcome in. And I've been playing Black Rooms for 14 minutes or 1 hour. I don't quite get that one. And we need a heart rate display. Oh boy, I can't even imagine my regular heartbeat. Since that guy's up though, why don't we go ahead and get started? If I click on this button here, we go into this button here, make sure all the buttons are buttoning properly. It should be. Is the music low for you too? I don't really hear it. It's quite quiet. How yeah, it's pretty quiet. Hold on, let me just there we we are. Okay, now let's go into the other screen here. And today we are doing art. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed we are. Did I not? Hold on. Let me just double check. The YouTube message. Yeah, okay, we're good. I thought I didn't change the name, but I did. We're all good to go. Lovely, lovely. And 1 a.m. with ears and coffee. Guess I'll take that as a first win of the day. 1 a.m. Oh no. Hopefully the coffee doesn't hurt your sleep. Oh boy. Welcome into today's study. We will be drawing bows. Now, I realized a little bit too late that when you hear the word bow, what? Sleep? I realized when you hear the word bow, some people think of the weapon, other people think of the, bow and arrow. They think of the weapon and not the clothing item. And so I was Googling a lot for references, and I was typing in Pixelart bows, and either the weapon of bow came up or the something else came up entirely. And I didn't realize I had to type ribbon bow. And that would have been a lot simpler. We're drawing clothing, just in summary. Today's all about drawing pixel art clothing. Hopefully that helps. We'll do the pixel art of the day, talk about some resources, then we'll learn about pipe folds. Really, I realized as I was looking as well, pipe folds and drop folds. Those are the two folds we'll be looking at. Then we'll draw some ribbons, we'll draw some bows, and we'll see about drawing some knots too, and then do the community review. That is it in a nutshell. And let's see here, the bow, the action. I haven't heard the bow action. I think I've played backrooms. And I say, no worries at all, Sonic Edits. Thanks for stopping by. And, sleep is for the weak. Sleep is for the strong. I don't know what you mean. And let's see here. I'm lucky for the stream to be at 7 p.m., which is my time to relax. Oh, that's lovely to hear. And let's see here. Backrooms, and then verb first two, and that one weird bark of a dog. Oh, I see. Bow, 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 wow. I get it. Oh, boy, and clothing? Yeah. And do you realize you can exclude things from search, right? If you do minus weapon? Huh? Hold on now. I've never heard of that thing before, but I'm going to take a screenshot so I can remember. I barely know about the whole hack of putting things in like quotation marks. That way it specifically searches for the term. I haven't heard that one before. That's lovely. And welcome in again, Sea of Tranquility. And non-ribbon bows might be a good exercise for the future. We're definitely going to do another weapon exercise, or weapon study. That's definitely on the to-do list, and we made our part. Hi, Agape. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Or even exclude certain sites. Yeah, I have used the double quotes. I have never used the minus. That's an interesting one. Thank you for that one. Let me go ahead and bring you. I'm gonna grab water. I hope your water is so spontaneous water, so I would assume you had a little bit of water on you. Let's go ahead to Pixelart of the day. If I go ahead and make sure that I don't spoil anything for the beginning of stream, let's see that there. Then we're gonna move that guy to right about there, and let's click on this button right here. Here we are. This is the pixel of the day we'll be looking at. Funny enough, I found someone who drew a bow made of ribbons who's also wearing a lot of bows. Bowception. And hi, Double R. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And wait, if you draw a bow wearing a bow bowing to people, I think the Bowception chapel, and this has gotta be it. This has gotta be pretty close. Oh boy. And now your art explodes. Welcome into Pixelart of the day. It's a section I like to do at the beginning of stream where I find some art on either Twitter, Pinterest, Instagram, anywhere I can, and we look at some pixel art on the specific topic we do. We do these pixel art study streams at least once a week, every week, and yesterday we worked on drawing, what did we do? Ears! We drew ears! And today we'll be drawing bows, specifically clothing. I want to make sure it's very important to know. The idea is that in order to get better at something, you have to not only do the thing, but look at the thing. For example, if you want to become a better skateboarder, you gotta watch a lot of skateboard pros. Or if you want to become a game developer, you gotta play a lot of games. In our case, since we want to get better at pixel art, we gotta look at a lot of pixel art. And the idea is that you can't really make something that you don't know existed. Bobby is back. Hi, Lazy Love. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. And that bow's made with the same fabric as her bow. Yeah, isn't it pretty? I think it's interesting. And the idea behind it is that as we go along with these pixel of the days, we find things about art that about the art that we really enjoy, and then we can incorporate it into our own art. So it's kind of like you're slowly picking up different arts and different grabby bags and different tips until you have a big old box of tips and tricks, and then you shake it on up, and then that's your art. That's the idea behind it. And Bobby, stop it. No more nose. There was never nose picking to begin with. Thank you very much. Today I found art by ya boy, or Yilby. Yilby possibly, or Valhalla possibly. If you like their art, consider checking them out on Twitter, as we've covered their art before, looked at it before, and I tried my best to find different artists, but I came across this piece and I just thought, yes. Considering the confusion between bow and bow. And did you really just say ya boy? I thought, doesn't it look like it? If you just move the O to right there, ya boy. Oh boy, and we all know Princess Lisbon, not true at all, my goodness. Let's see. We'll slide this guy to about right here, and with that said, we have 8 minutes on the clock now. Alrighty then, to begin, I usually like taking a look at the colors and seeing how many colors there are in a piece. From what I found, I tend to enjoy Pixelart that has about 4 or less colors. There's people I've seen make it work with more, like rainbow colors, but usually 4 or less is your ballpark here. So what colors can we see? And sure, copium lies, I tell you. And hi, Ponix Pond, welcome back in the stream, welcome back in. And to become a better artist, I must draw millions of cylinders. I recommend against it. I have drawn at least 500 boxes. It was not a fun time. It was not. And hi, Jaxus, welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. And it is a pretty picture, do you agree? Oh boy, for the colors, and reading so bad she starts moving letters. Oh my, for the colors here, I see well, the thing is, this one's a little bit tricky because on one hand, you could say the color of pink and purple so close together, it could count as one thing. I would almost say it counts as one thing. I would say I see pink/purple as one color, so pink/purple, because of the color of the purple. So I'd say pink/purple, P-U-R-P-L-E, pink/purple. I also see black, and I also see brown, B-R-O-W-N, brown/yellow. Those are the colors I'd say I see in total for this entire piece. We have some blacks that dip into the purple. We have here yellow and brown, which I'd say it could go together under certain circumstances. And yow, and you wow. And I'm back. Why did the chat talk about nose picking? I don't know. People keep thinking it happens and it doesn't. They do it, not me, I assure you. And let's see here. And I see blue and purple as the same color, but when I say purple, I'm somehow the bad guy. And the bow outline is cool, isn't it? Hold on. Let me zoom in a little bit here and we can take a closer look. As once I look at colors, the next thing I look at are the outlines. And hi, Eris just came to say hi, so I have to go and touch grass. I see. Well, I hope you have fun, Jaxus. I hope you have a lot of fun. And I saw that redeem. I didn't realize how awkward the hand on the Bobby PNG looks. Look away. Oh boy. Look away. Let me zoom in a little bit here. Talking about the outline on the bow, if we zoom in here pretty thick, let's see. I'm seeing a black outline, a solid black outline. We don't usually see a lot of those. And congratulations on the 20 stream streak, Jaxus. Congratulations. And bye-bye. Thanks for stopping by as well. And camera, oh boy, let me scroll down here just to make sure I'm good on everything. Lovely. Looking at this, I'm seeing a solid black outline, which is a surprise. For the most part, when we take a look at this, they're usually colored outlines or they're usually shaded color outlines. Now, granted, I do see from time to time a little bit of shading going on in certain areas, but for the most part, this art piece is all black, which is it's a twist, and bye-bye. Oh boy, I thought it said something else. So I'll say mainly black outline, mainly B-L-A-C-K, that's not B-L-A-C-K, black O-U-T-L-I-N-E, mainly black outline, comma, with some H-I-G-H-L-I-G-H-T-S. With some highlights, if I had to describe it. And there's absolutely no speaking color guard here. The lies you tell. Oh boy. With that said, I do see, as I said before, there in certain areas where there's highlights going on, I see that the lines get broken up. So, if I had to describe it, yeah, mainly black with a little bit of highlights here and there. And, funky lady aside, I love how much personality the background has. Oh boy, I'd love to do more background studies and just more environment studies. Because, yeah, there's enough going on, but it's not enough to take away from the focus of her, which is lovely. And, I'm a little confused. Let's see. Move down here. Another thing I want to point out is that there is some anti-aliasing going along around here, and I think I see it in the entire of the piece. And what anti-aliasing is it's a method used in Pixelart to smooth out edges to make them not as rough. And if you scroll in here, you can kind of see that some of these pixels are not like the others. For you have this color, and then you have this color, and then you have these dots here, then some other dots here, and those dots have a very important role that I didn't realize until very recently. Well, I say recently, probably since the beginning of the year. Maybe a little bit before that, but if I scroll out, those dots, you don't really notice them as much, and those dots end up actually blending everything in together. Even if it doesn't make sense now, hopefully it will later, as we'll probably be doing some anti-aliasing. But with that idea of noticing dots in mind, you can probably now start to notice the different dots going on here. There's some going on here. There's also some going down on here. They're everywhere once you know where to look. But even if you can see them, I've noticed that it really doesn't ever take away from the pixel art, because it's one thing when you're zoomed in that the dots are super duper obvious, but when you zoom out, it looks smooth. You don't even see the pink dots anymore. It just looks pink and yellow. And I don't know why I think anti-aliasing pixel art is so satisfying. It is. The more I do it, the more I realize, you know what? I can understand why people do it. And now I find myself more often than not pulling out a little bit anti-aliasing here and there. And am I brainwashed too much, or do these colors look like Deltarune trees? I think the Deltarune trees are purple, and let me turn the music down just by a little bit here. I can see the purple. I don't remember what the trees look like in total, but I have seen that color before, the purples. And then again, it's one of my favorites. I don't know if you can see it by my by the necklace here I'm wearing, but not biased in any way or anything. Let me go ahead and put on here AA, and I will also say heavy AA, H-E-A-V-Y, heavy AA, in the sense of everywhere you look, there's anti-aliasing going on. I say, I was about to say, I say and then I zoom and then there's not, but everywhere I'm seeing a no bias. No. No, I say. Another thing I'd like to draw attention to is the fact that the ribbon shadows are not a black color. The ribbons come outwards, and then when they swirl inwards, it's still a purpley color, which helps it stay apart from, for example, the dress. You would think maybe, or maybe you wouldn't. I'm just thinking that. So I would think that you would do see-through colors, at least for some areas of the bow. That way it shows, and it does here a little bit, but it's interesting where they choose to have the ribbon come apart in certain areas. Excuse me. And the ribbon only comes apart in the center where it's being drawn. Everywhere else, it's entirely together, but that specific spot is not out. And I feel the AA everywhere, even in money's. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here. So I'll say, for the most part, the bow is tight, T-I-G-H-T, comma, E-X-E-C-P-T, except in center, which I find to be interesting. Center, there we are. And hi, Captain McFriendly. Welcome into stream. Welcome in, and thank you for the raid as well. Welcome in, all three of you. I hope you had a lovely stream. You caught us at a great time. We're looking over some pixel art and going over what we like about it. And we've got about 2 minutes left, but if you can list anything you like about the pixel art, do let me know and I can add it to the list. Hello, raiders, and if you have to raid around, I 100% fully understand too. One other note I'd like to bring up is how, in this highlight here, their use of yellow and pink, you would think they would either choose yellow or pink for the highlights, but they somehow make yellow and pink work. And I'm wondering if it's because of the way fire works, maybe. There's gotta be some sort of reflection going on. For example, here on the brooch, I think that's what it's called, yellow and pink as well. So yellow and pink are used as highlights. So I'll put that on there. Yellow/pink are highlights. H-I-G-H-L-I-G-H-T-S. There we are. And I saw ribbons were being made. I struggle hard, and I like it when hyperactive star people move pixels up and down. Left to right is okay, but up and down is preferred. Yeah. I say, well, you're in the right place then. And the shading's so good, isn't it? But what I'm wondering is, why is it so good? Because it's a thing of not only the dark colors in those areas, but the highlights. What causes a person to use the yellow instead? Maybe the center here, because it's yellow. Or I don't know, it might just be a thing of needing to look at more light and looking at light studies, because it's the selective choice of putting those highlights right here, and that's it. Everywhere else is not there, but it adds so much detail. It's a small spot. The little sparkles there, that highlighted point, it makes my eye draw to it. And the shading, I did read that, and a little winky. And makes me think of explosive. Yeah, I could see it being an explosive explosive, sparkly arrow. Yes, 100%. And it's so wild how different it is when zoomed in. 1,400 versus 1. Yeah, and that has to be some kind of reason. And something color theory. Yeah. And while I'm getting sleepy, no worries at all, Fountainian Waters. And I hope you enjoy your water. I hope it's lovely. And I agree. Yeah, I could see this being. You know what? Let's do that there. Explosive. EXPLOSIVE-ARROWS. Explosive arrows. I can definitely see that because of the energy ENERGY/CHARGED. Yep, I can see that. Explosive arrows, energy / charge. 100%. Alrighty then. Well, thank you for your observations. Shall we continue then? And let me go and I was about to move a different thing, but we need to go into a different thing. So let me click on this guy here. Let me click on this guy right here. We should be good to go. Lovely. You know, before I forget as well, let me also do /shout out and then do @ and then do Captain McFriendly. There we are. Thank you again for the raid. And all right, Mrs. Harris, I'm going to get foods and do some lurks. No worries at all. Thank you for lurking. But I'll have you up. Looking forward to seeing Eris creations today. Well, thank you. And I hope you have a lovely one in food. Very important. I hope it's nice and tasty as well. And I'm back. Got some munchies. Look at the time again. First time I've been in your stream earlier than an hour in. Well, welcome in. Where we go over the recap. Most of the time, most of it's right now just recap resources, things of that nature. And if you didn't know, if you haven't seen me before, or haven't caught me in a good second or two, hello, I am Eris Cesar. I'm a game developer who tries their best to specialize in all things game design, game development. So be it making video games, or be it making the music, or in our case today, making the art of games. I want to try to get better at all aspects. And the idea is that I like pixel art, so I'm putting pixel art in my game. But pixel art doesn't have to be used for video games. So the hope is that once a week we do these pixel art studies in hopes of getting better at different aspects of pixel art so we can put it in anywhere we want. And she's only ever productive for the first hour. Lies, I say. And perfect, it's food time, and thanks as usual. Thank you again. Or after she draws a silly face. Hold on now. If I do exclamation STUDY, you can also go to erisezra.com, and if you click on here, more, and then you go to resources, you'll save that there is a slew of resources if you so choose to use them. The idea is that this website was created on the many ideas here, is that when I was looking for different resources or different places to gather things, I was having a hard time, and I found myself making a Google document or like an Obsidian note sheet of different links to different things. And for example, here we're doing the bow study. That's what I linked you to. And I had playlists of different things I was watching, and I had websites pulled up. I had a whole list of things, and the hope is that, so you don't have to go through that. I already have them pulled up, and the hope is that now you can say, oh man, I want to learn how to do this thing, but I don't know where to get started. This can help you possibly have a jump start. And also, because another thing is that whenever I research a topic, I find myself over-researching it to the point that I actually never end up doing it, and I spend more time learning about it than doing it, so that hopefully will also help. And she's sharing her notes! I am indeed. You're right, she's not productive in the first hour either. I'm productive all the time, I'll let you know right now. Oh boy, as I was stating before, it was hard finding videos on bows. I wasn't able to find any videos on Pixelart bows specifically, and just bows in general. I couldn't even really find videos on like ribbon bows. The most I found were videos like these where it was painting. So the hope is that I can go back now that I know to put ribbon and then bow beside it to see if I can find more videos on it. But today the playlist of videos is very sparse. And the idea is that not only do we have playlists here, we also have articles. So if you're more of a reader and that's how you understand something, the hope is that at least one of these you'll be able to hopefully understand a little bit more. Or bow minus, yes, thank you as well. Hold on, Benaf, you know what? I'm going to Google that right now so I don't forget. Bow minus WAPON. Thank you again. And 3 trillion years old, but can't Google. No, I can't. What is the internet? And she's hoarding the digital media. I'm sharing it right here. So not only do we have a playlist here, we also have a few websites, and I like using this website here by Pedro. I don't know if it's Pedro or Pedro, but what they do is they have gifts here of different pixel art topics, and I like these because they're bite-sized information, so we'll also get their point across really quickly, and I can have them on my screen when I'm looking and I'm doing certain things related to pixel art. And you can see here, for example, even fire, or in our case, fabric. So if I'm drawing some pixel art clothing, I can have that guy on the side. That way I don't forget about how fabric moves, for example. And if I go ahead and click on here, a website that I often use, and a website that's definitely 100% helped me get better at pixel art, and I don't know where I'd be without it, is called the Spriter's Resource. And if I click on this guy here, you'll see it is a entire, what would it be called? A reservoir, maybe, possibly? A reservoir of different video games that people have come across and they've uploaded the files of to. And in our case, as pixel artists, what we can do is we can find our favorite pixel art games possibly on here. It's not a guarantee it'll be on here, but for example, I have a list of all pixel art games that I have currently in my list that have pixel art bows in them. And if we, for example, click on, let's do this one here, River City Girls, you'll see that if I click on this character here and I click on this guy here, we have the files. And why is it important that we have the files? Well, if we go back into our pixel art of the day here, so if I click on that guy and then it's a Trigun guy shoving pretzels, I have no idea what that means. I'm guessing it's with something on the cover page possibly, and I do that as well. Lovely. If I go back into here, say you wanted to draw a pixel art like this, where would you get started? Would you have to download the pixel art? And if you downloaded it, could you even zoom in and actually see what pixels? Do you have to count the pixels? Do you have to upscale it, downscale it? You could do it, most likely, maybe. But it's hard, and especially if you don't know anything about art or digital things and how to do minus weapon on Google. You might struggle a little bit, and so I offer you the solution of a website like the Sprite's resource where, for example here, say I wanted to draw a character like this, I can click on the download button, and then I can drag and drop her into my pixel art program of choice. In my case, I use Aseprite, and if I drag and drop her into here, and I drag you into Aseprite, and Iris, don't tell me you tried doing it with a spreadsheet! Defined, what you mean exactly? And hi, Hollow, welcome into stream. welcome in. Oh boy. If I zoom in here, I can now tell exactly that this character is 48 wide by 64 tall, which gives me a better good stop point. And I can also, for example, experiment with the character. For example, what if her bow were this color, or what if her bow were like a brighter blue? The idea is that it gives you a chance to have a sandbox in a more creative way. But the important thing is that you don't copy and paste. You're supposed to use this in your studies and use a lot of references. That way you end up with something that's yours and not a copy and paste. And counting the pixels, oh no, I just used that as an example. The thing is, before I found that website, I just eyeballed everything because I realized I'm either going to have to eyeball it or zoom in. That wasn't happening, so I'm eyeballing. That's why my pixel art improved by a lot. And Aseprite winning again? It is, but you can use it any pixel art program. Let me bring you back into this guy right here. And with that said, lastly, there is a website called itch.io. If you are a game developer, you probably know about this website here. Oh, never mind. Hold on. Let's try again. Yep, resend. Try again. I believe in you. There you are. If you're a game developer, you probably know about this website here. You can upload games, download games, also download assets to put into your games. How about, as a pixel artist, have you ever considered using the free assets you can find on here and using them to study? Like what you saw for, I was about to say River City Girls. Like what you saw for the Sprite's resource, what you can do is also download these and use them for referencing. And today, we'll be using a very special one here for no particular reason. There's this lovely character template pack right here, and we've got these two little adorable guys who are 100% adorable, no biases here. And the idea is that because they're free, you're able to download them and you can find either animations if you're trying to find how to make better animations, or you could use these guys for clothing or hair. In our case, we'll be using clothing. So we'll be putting some bows on these little cute guys. Not only do we have those though, I was able to find 2 other character templates or character packs that had bows on them. For example, here, there's this vampire one that has some lovely animations, and you can see that this character here has a bow, and another character, let's see it, there was a lady with a dress. She has some frills here as well. So the idea is that you can come across pixel art that you like here too and just download the files as well. And I found that downloading the files is, what's the word I'm looking for? Downloading the files has helped me get better faster than if I were eyeballing. Having exact answers for how big something is, as well as being able to modify it, has been a big old help. With that said, that should be resources and everything. So let me bring you back to the planning screen right about here. And with that said, if I go ahead and click on, let's see, that guy there, we should be good to go. If you'd like to participate in this study and you'd like to show off the bows you make later on the stream, consider joining the Discord. And 10 branded pain receipts, nerds sold separately. Hold on now, nerves aren't sold. He has no nerves, he can't feel anything. He's like a little guy of Play-Doh, so it's not a sad thing that he can't feel. And yep, thank you that guy, Doral. Or is it Doru, possibly? That guy. Thank you for linking the Discord. Oh, wonderful. And if you join the Discord, what you'll see is if I click that guy right there, you'll join here. And from there, what you'll do is you'll scroll down all the way here to stream, and you'll see that there, if I close this guy here, there Doru is fine. Lovely. Thank you. Oh boy. If I click on this, you'll be able to see that there are previous study topics we've done, and people have linked their different... Oh, I clicked this one before. How about this one? Let's click on this one. People have linked their different Pixelart before at the end of stream. And again, it's the idea of being able to see what other people and how other people interpret different things and thinking, ah, yes, I like the way this person did this thing. Let me put it into my art. And over time, you grab different things and put them into your own. So at the end of stream, should you happen to draw some bows you'd like to share, you can click on this guy right here. It should be the one that's linked or one that's pinned. And if you paste it in here, then we can take a look after. And that's an adorable name. That was bad, I say. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and click on close here. Lovely. That should be everything for the beginning. Now, I'm excited. I said pipe folds first. I think we might have a better time first starting off with ribbons. So we're gonna do it a little bit different. We're gonna do ribbons first and then look at folds. That would be easier to do, I think. And it has a couple really nice mannequins also to help with figures or moving parts when starting out. It was pretty awesome. Pun, if you wouldn't mind not linking them, I don't know if you're in the Discord, but if you do come across them, do feel free to share, as the more resources I can find, the better. As even if it doesn't work for me, there might be someone who really adores it. Let me bring you back into draw here. With that said, we're going to hopefully break down some ribbons, draw some ribbons, and see how far we can come across. You saw nothing. See how far we can come across with drawing ribbons. And if I open up this guy here, and I click on this guy here right over here, I can zoom out, and you should hopefully see we have a few things. I couldn't find many different bows or ribbons, but for our purposes, oh no, hold on. I had it, and then it lost itself. Let me just click on this guy here, drag and drop it from before. It disappeared on me, how no? Let's see. All right, I found it. There you go. Okay, drag and drop you right there. There we go. Ribbon. We're going to draw this ribbon right here. But before that, let me also get some lemonade, as it's getting hot in here already. Lemonade is tasty, I tell you though. I think I might have added too much lemon. Oh, my throat. And draws a sideways behold, a bow. That is one way to do a bow, technically speaking. I'm gonna go ahead and we will, shaking my head, those are ascots, not ribbons. Well, these are ascots. Yes, they are. I want to try going over ties as well, the bit here, but these are bows. These are bows. These are ascots. And then these are ties, or bows. They're also bows, aren't they? And then this is a ribbon. Oh boy. Let me go ahead, and what I want to do is, I thought I had a second photo. Let's see if I can find the one I was looking for specifically. If not, we'll use this one, but I was hoping to find the one I had earlier to hopefully explain how bows work. This one. I think it was this one. Lovely. Okay, so bows are an interesting thing. We're drawing bows specifically for a reason, and I always have a lot of fun at least looking at them. Drawing them's a different story. I don't usually ever draw them, and I think the reason why bows are tricky is just because of how reflective they are. There are highlighted areas and then shaded parts. So what we'll start off by doing for like, I think the next 30-ish minutes, maybe an hour, is drawing ribbons and drawing them folding back and forth in space. That'll be the hope of things. And shaking my head, I agree with that. Lovely. So if I go here and click on draw very quickly, what I wanted to try to do is first figure out the shape and the direction of the bow. I think that would be our best bet to start off with. So let's see. We start off by here, and then we go over, and then we seem to go around, and then we go back through. So see that there? Yep. Okay. And then we go over again. We go down and around, and then we go over. That is a lot of motion. That's a lot of folding. Alrighty then. That's the arrow I have drawn for the direction. Let me go and copy this guy, paste this guy right over here. And with all of that said, is there something specific we see in those areas? Oh, if it lets me. Is there something? Hold on. There we go. Is there something specific we see in those areas that we can connect to? What I've noticed is that sometimes turned often have, what's it called? The light on it. And if I, hold on, drag you over to here. There we go. Right click this guy and I click on draw again. What I'm noticing is that for the specific areas, for example, this guy here, where it's turning towards us or turning this way, there is a highlight here, there's a highlight here, and there's also a highlight here. 3 highlights I see in total. And you could maybe also say this guy right here is also a highlight. And hi, Ray. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. I feel as though I've seen that name, but maybe not. But welcome in all the same. I see highlights going on in those areas where it seems to be the case that the lighting, if I had to guess, the light's coming from somewhere over here, this direction here, and it seems to be reflecting in that area. And then what I'm also noticing is that in the same way, there also seems to possibly be like a second light or something of the sorts that's coming from, if I click on this guy and we do a different color, let's do yellow. There also seems to be a color here, a second color here, in these areas on the opposite side of the ribbon, which is interesting. So I want to see if we can draw this guy and how well that goes, as the hope is that by understanding how it reflects in the light, we'll be able to draw our bows better. And finally, I can watch your stream. Usually I'm already asleep. Well, I hope you're not pushing your sleep schedule, and that this is a good type of pushing past sleep, or not pushing past sleep, but just not sleeping. There we are. Let me go ahead and click onto draw here. Welcome in. Let's see. With that said, let me click on pure rough here. There we are. And let me go ahead and close this guy here. And if I go ahead and slide you to, let's see, we'll slide you about here, make you guys a little bit bigger. There we are, lovely. And then I'll go ahead and make you, move you over to about here and move you down right about there. And let me go ahead in the Discord and also link to the colors that we'll be using, possibly, or at least a good starting off point is what I like to use these colors for. So let's see. Yeah, you know what? We'll actually use a different color, a color sheet. I like this one better. So I'll link it into the Discord should you want to use it. And with that said, I'll also pull it up. So file, new, grab this guy. We'll be using this one here. This is a color palette I found while I was looking at Minecraft texture packs. Specifically, it's the Dandelion texture pack, but I upped the saturation and I quite like these colors here. So we'll look at this one. We'll keep to these since I think they're pretty similar to our ribbon, but close enough that we have a little bit of variety going on. So, and tomorrow's Sunday, so no problem. I see. Well then, lovely. I hope you like I hope you enjoy your, what's it called? I wouldn't call it a vacation, but just time off. There we are. Let me slide this guy up to here. Let's see, about up there. And then we'll slide this guy up to about here. There we are. And to begin, I think like a 32 by 32 might be our best shot at making it not too big, but also not too small. So I'll go ahead and make sure that this guy is pinned about here. Make sure you're smaller about there. Make sure your pin always on top, correct? And we'll make our color, possibly this color. Let's actually just drag this entire guy out here. Copy you here. We'll go into our study then. What's this one here? Yep. Okay. New layer here. Paste that into there. This will be our color. And I'm seeing kind of like a grayish blue. So you know what? Let's see if we can grab a grayish blue. Probably what we'll do is grab this one here. I think that's pretty close if I had to guess. So we'll also slide this guy here. So I stop clicking on it. And we'll also do that guy here. There we go. We'll call this layer our palette. So it'll be our pal. And we'll do a new layer. Oh boy, 2 layers. And then we'll move you down to about here. Okie dokie. So with that said, we'll start off by doing our area. And why I'm thinking 32 by 32 instead of 16 by 16 is because I think that'll make it easier at least to show the different sizes and length. Because if we do 16 by 16, it's gonna be a little bit tricky. We can definitely give it a try, but I think 32 is a good start for something like this that has a lot of different details in it. So we'll start off there. I'll make this guy a lower, there we go, lower opacity. And then I'll slide you guy back down here. Okay, with that said, let's see what we can do. To start off, oh, never mind. To start off, we'll start off with the basic color here. And let me do a new layer just to make sure we're on a good layer. Yep, okay. I'm thinking we make this color our main color here and then try to find the direction and figure that out. So with the reference here, and let me make this a little bit bigger as well. And I'm impressed with your public speaking skills. Thank you. Half the time it feels like I'm just rude vomiting, so I am grateful to hear that. Thank you. Oh boy, let me save this guy here and save this guy here. So we have the ribbon, and the ribbon's it starts off here initially, it seems like. And like with the arrows, it kind of goes here, and then it kind of goes, oh, hold on. I remember, I think it was Manafi that showed me this. It was either the contour tool, which I think is H. Is it V? Is it F? Is it, hold on, is it maybe J, K? Okay, I know that there's a tool here for something that's cool looking. I don't remember what it was. That's okay. I have a backup. And hi, the wildest cannon. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. I remembered welcome back as well in first try. Oh boy, hold on. Let's see here. And congratulations on the 20 stream streak as well, Jaxus. I know you're not here anymore, but make sure I remember to say that. Polygon D. It's D. Hold on, D. Okay, you click D, and then take a look at this. Isn't that neat? I don't know how we're going to use it, but it feels like it could be handy. For example, I'm thinking it'd be handy in the sense of kind of going up here and then you go down here, and then say for example you go here and here. Would that be how you use it? I know it looks like it would be a neat looking tool to do, but what if you do like this and then this and then this and then this? It's something, I know it's possible to do things with it. I don't know how to use it, but I know it looks like it's helpful. What is this technology? It's the contour tool, it's deep. Another thing in Aseprite, and I think this will be easier to use than the contour tool. Another thing you can do is if you click up here, brush type, and you click to this guy here, this gives you a special looking brush, and I don't know if it's automatically set to 45 degrees, but if we make our brush about 3 pixels, look at the skill issues. Look at that. It already creates the ribbon for us. So I think this will be easier than using the contour tool. But someday I'm going to dissect that contour tool and it's going to work. It'll work. It'll work well. Just not today. Oh boy. So instead of drawing it out, let's use technology, shall we? We're going to, let's see. We can start off with this guy here. And then we have this guy coming over, and then this guy seems to be going over through, and we know that this guy kind of loops around, and then he kind of double loops around, doesn't he? And then he kind of goes backwards, and then kind of goes forwards. Close enough! We'll go with that. From there, we'll go ahead and start erasing a little bit. So let's see. I'll grab our initial brush here, and already 90% there. Isn't that neat? Stream over. You can all go home now. Oh boy. Let me grab this guy here, grab this guy here, here, and here. There we are. And that does look like it cuts off. So I'd say we're good there. This guy kind of cuts off screen. So maybe we can have it kind of cut off there. And then I'll go ahead and copy this guy. Copy it. We'll save you then. And we'll drag it over just so we can have a reference. And man, looking at this, it already really does look like a ribbon. It's so neat. I'll go ahead and slide this guy down here so you can see things a little bit easier. And actually, let me also copy you here as well. This should be our background layer. Yep, and job done. Time for lake. Hold on now. Oh boy. This is going to be called the background so I don't get confused. And then this is going to be our ribbon. R-I-B-B-O-N. Ribbon. There we are. So our ribbon on here. And what I want to do is now I'm going to use 2 colors. I'm going to use the one darker color for wherever the darker areas are, and then we'll just separate the color slowly. And what tool did you use again? I used a brush. If I hide this guy here, what you'll see is if I click on B, up here there's like a little dot you can click on. If you click on that, there's a third dot, there's like a line button, and if you click on that, and hold on, let's see if it, there we are. If you click on that, make sure your pixel size is set larger than 1. It seems to be that it has to be set to 3 at least, and make sure it's 45 degrees. You can also do different degrees as well. Hold on, like you can do that guy, or you could lower it and do like this here. Oh, it's wild, I tell you, the technology we have nowadays. But for mine, I have it as 45 degrees, so I'm gonna set it back to 45. 45. There we are. And undo, undo, and undo. And the backslash. Is it backslash? Hold on. Oh, yeah, the backslash thing. I thought it was the button. Let me click on this guy here, and let me click on this guy here. Lovely. So I'm now going to separate this guy into 2 colors. Where are we seeing the light area? Where are we seeing the dark area? Not where are we seeing a little bit of light here, a little bit dark here. We're dividing it by 2. You upload video on a tree? Why YouTube never sent the notification to me? Well, that's unfortunate to hear. Yes, indeed, I have. We've done tree videos as well as tree studies too. I hope you do enjoy them. We'll go ahead and we'll grab this darker color here, as dark as we can get it. And let's just go through the area and start to add the darkness. And what I'm thinking here, what I'm imagining is, if I paste on this guy, just to show you what I'm thinking of, when I'm looking at this, I'm seeing if I click on draw here, and we grab a red, there we are, red, thank you very much. The areas I think that deserve having darkness on them is I think darkness would go here, so I'm going to add darkness here. I think I'd see darkness about here, so I'm going to add darkness here. I see darkness possibly here as well, in this area here. I'm also seeing darkness in, let's see, this area here. I'm also seeing darkness in that area here. I'm also seeing it in this area here. And let's see, where else do I see darkness at? It's any place that doesn't seem to be getting direct light. You could even say this part is also darkness, but I think because there's a fold there and that area is darker, we keep this guy in lightness. This could be like a medium color, but we're just keeping the 2 colors right now. And I think that guy would be darkness. So, going back to our art, slide that guy back over here. Those are the places I see it turning. So, let's go ahead and add that to ours, shall we? I'll go ahead and I will just start slowly, hopefully, seeing if we can add a little bit more dimension to this guy. To begin, hold on, if I go this here, all right, let's see. So, we have this guy here. You're a little bit wider than I first thought. So, actually, let's have you go down a little bit possibly. Does that look like it at all looks like it's divided with that cut guy? Let's see. Let's do that there, I think is fine to do. We then kind of have this guy going upwards, so we'll hopefully see if we can add that upward bit here. And this is where it gets tricky because it's the idea of making sure we're looking over here so that we're not too focused on the detail of, is this pixel or this pixel? We don't want a pixel push. We talked about that yesterday, and I think it just needs repeating because that's a thing. Oh boy, is that a thing. I'm also noticing that this shape is a lot bigger than my shape. So you know what? Let's add more to the shape area. About here, I'd say. If anything, I think we can go inwards a little bit too, but it's all right for now. Let's just make this guy go in, and I think this would be more of a straight line. So I'm going to have that guy kind of go in, and if anything, it seems like this is an entirely straight line. So you know what? Let's possibly that, but I do like the way this looks, so we're keeping that there. The next guy we have here, it looks like all of that line is getting added, so we'll add all of that there. And then it seems to be the case that it kind of comes over here. So we'll add this guy here, and then it goes downward. So we can actually get rid of that guy here, and also get rid of a little bit of this guy here, since it's turning and folding towards us. So something like that, I think. And then if we paste this guy in here, I think we could also have this guy curve in a little bit more, possibly also curve up a little bit more. Let's see, about here-ish maybe. Hold on. Either curve down or curve inwards. Choose one. You can't have both of them. Let's see. Possibly there's what we can do. After that, we can have it coming back inward. So this guy's folding down, just giving us that thin line. So I'm thinking maybe we can do a thin line about here-ish and then see about making it look like a thin line. Though this is where it gets a little bit tricky because the thing of, do we want to add this detail or do we want to simplify it? What do we want to do? I'll make this guy, I think, go down a little bit more, and I'm just trying to make it look like it's slowly twisting to that side. So let's see, maybe there, possibly there, I think can go there, maybe up here a little bit. And then if we maybe make it even thinner here, here, and here, and here, possibly? No, I think keeping it at least in this area is important. So we'll keep it in that area, about there-ish, as it's kind of curving around. I think there, this guy here. So I'm gonna move this guy down, I think, would be the easiest way to do it. And then we have this darker guy here. So we're gonna add that in about there. And I think you'd go in, let's see, you kind of go in and wrap around. So I have that wrap around because that was our wrap around, wasn't it? So something there, I think, and then having this guy filled in. So you'll be filled in, though. What I'm noticing is that it doesn't give the impression I thought it was going to give for it being darker. So I'm actually going to remove it because right now, what it looks like, and hi, Reedy, welcome to the stream.
Roddy3 just redeemed hydrate.
I can certainly hydrate. Thank you for the redeem. Tasty, and thank you. The thing is, I don't think this would be considered darkness because when I look at this guy, the direction I'm getting just by looking at it is instead of the arrow direction we're getting here, and instead I'm saying this, if I right click this guy, go for draw here, I think it looks like it's going up like this, up this way. It doesn't look like it's wrapping around. If anything, it looks like that's an entirely straight bit. So to try to make sure I get that point across, I'm not going to make that area dark, since the hope is to make it feel like it's still the same area. And where's the light coming from? Top right? I think it's coming from top right. It does look like it because there's highlights going on here. So if I had to guess, I'd say, yeah, somewhere in this area, I think is where the light's coming from. Somewhere here, maybe, or here. Definitely not this side. So somewhere in this area, if I had to guess, just because where these highlights are and the fact that these bits aren't getting added into darkness. Maybe even not top. Maybe it's kind of coming from below too. So maybe it's more so bottom right, possibly? Because if it was coming from the top, wouldn't this guy be shaded? You would see a little bit of him. So maybe bottom, or about this area here. Maybe more so middle. I'll go and slide back over here. We'll save this guy here. And then I think we'll add in this guy here. So we have this bit here. It kind of goes down a little bit, so we can kind of squeeze you in a little bit there and have you move inwards. So let's see. Have you go here, have this guy get a little bit thicker because you are thicker. Add a little bit more of that guy there. Add a little bit more of that guy here. I'm thinking possibly here. I do like the way that looks. It's looking pretty good. We have this guy here. It's a little bit flat, so possibly we can have it go upwards a little bit here, go up a little bit there. And then I see another area that kind of wraps around. So this part might be a little bit tricky. Let's slide this guy down by a little bit over here. I think would be a little bit nicer. So we'll slide you down. You're also pretty thick too, so we can kind of add a little bit more to those areas as well. So let's see, something here I think would be easier to see. And then we have this area for our darker spot. So I'm gonna add that darker spot. And darker color and ribbon always gives me a feel it's in the back. Yeah, it's either in the back or it's going away from us. So if it's moving closer to us, then we get this here. If it's moving away, then usually it's darker. Yeah, I would agree. Let's see. We'll add this guy in here and here then. That gives that guy. If anything, it looks like this guy's going upwards, so maybe we can have it going upwards as well. Something about here and here. Have this guy going downwards more since it seems to go downward more in the actual photo. So possibly something like that, though I think it should be sharper. So possibly something like this instead could work out. I do think that works. And then we can have this guy kind of come in a little bit more, possibly about there-ish, and have this guy go in. And this is where do we add a dark spot here? I don't think so, just for clarity's sake. So we're not going to at the moment. And then let's see. We have this dark area here, which kind of has that line there. Yep, it's about the same. If anything, we can possibly move this in a little bit more. So I'm gonna do so. I'm gonna move this in just like a little, oh, hold on. Grab you there, thank ya. And then we're gonna drag you in by a little bit. So possibly there and there, down and over a little bit there, I think would be nicer to do. And then we can also remove maybe that guy there, remove that guy there. But something does seem a little bit off here. But I think it's okay for now. We can always fix it a little bit later. So we shall. Let's see. Maybe there and there could work out a little bit nicer. And then this guy here, it looks like it would go straight. So you'd even see something like that there and that there. And then the loop might go about there-ish, I think. Yeah. Okay. And then for this guy here, you would remove that because it's coming around. And then this guy here is going to be thicker because it's going halfway. And then we get this line about here. And adds already, my goodness. Let's see. We have this guy, and then this is where we see the extra dark bits. So now it's a matter of saying, okay, if the dark bits are about there, I'd say, and then I'd say they go about probably here-ish. So we can also fill this guy in about, hold on, fill that guy in there. There we go. There we are. Okay. And then let's see. If I zoom in just a little bit here to make things a little bit easier to see and save this guy here, we have our bit in the back. And this actually goes behind, but I'm not going to add it just yet because the lights or the colors are too similar. And I always see weird things on my art. Turns out it's just my perfectionism. No, that's the thing too, is I've tried my best to go or make my perfectionism go down, as if I think or if I try to spend too much time making it perfect, it never gets done. So either I try to make it perfect or I just accept that it's not going to be perfect, and then I don't have to spend time on things that aren't important, because most people who are looking at this aren't going to see it from this distance. They're probably going to see it from this distance. As long as it looks nice here, or rather, as long as it looks nice here, since this is a zoomed out spot, it's fine. It can live. It's okay. Should we get to the end, finish it, and want to go back and add up to it, that's fine. And the preview window is so nice. Yes, indeedy. If it's one thing I can say, just by making it so that my eyes are watching the preview window more, I feel as though I have had an easier time finishing things, which I am super duper happy about. Let's see. We'll add this guy here. It seems to go here. And then we kind of go back a little bit more. So possibly there-ish, we can say. The thing is, this guy too is also on kind of like a table, and we don't have that table look going on here. So it's going to look a little off possibly, but that's okay. It's fine to look a little off. It's all right. The idea is just we're trying to get the idea across. So it's okay. We'll move this guy, I think, about here. And I'd say this is about as well as it's going to look for two colors. So we'll save this guy, copy you here, and then we will continue after the ad break, and we'll add our medium color. So the color that can kind of hopefully break this up into 3 different sections. So we'll have the ad breaks run, since they are about to run. I'll get some lemonade, and then we will continue once we're back. So let's see here. Lemonade and... Lemonade's always so tasty, I tell you, it's lovely. With that said, you know what I could also do is, while we are stretching, let me see if I can also find some more ribbon photos, since I found some, but I do like the idea of finding as many as I can. If I just type in ribbon here, there we are. To begin some neck exercises, though, why don't we go ahead and start off to the left, going slowly. If you break anything, I should not be held liable. Call a doctor, call a lawyer, don't call me. Do your own transgression. Slowly easing into it, just barely. Let's then go to the right here slowly, and then my art looks good than I thought, and I admitted it, but my perfectionist is always screaming, yeah. It feels like that one meme where it's the this is fine and the fire and the dog. That's what it looks like. That's what it feels like to me. Right here. Let's then go to the back here a little bit. Oh, slowly that emote redeemed for good or bad? I hope for good. Oh boy. Let's then go to the left here and nope for bad. How could you? Oh boy. Let's go to the right here a little bit. And you can hold this one for about a minute, but you can go down and they don't call an ad break for no reason, huh? And here I am sticking my neck out here for you. Oh boy. Let's go down here a little bit. And then let's go ahead and go to the other side too. So we'll go to the right here a little bit. And then you can also go down here a little bit. For an all in all stretch that should hopefully not break anything, and if it does, it's your fault. in a sense of, well, yeah, it's your fault, but make better. No, that also sounds bad. Deal with your consequences. There we are. That one sounds okay. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and scroll down here. And then let's see. Another ribbon. I know I saw another one in first try. And wow, hair study. Hi, Crystal. Welcome, Ministry. Welcome in. But funny enough, I don't remember who said it yesterday, but someone was comparing hair to ribbon. So I can see it. I can certainly see it. And welcome in as well. Welcome in and welcome back. I do think this bow is quite a nice looking bow, so I'll add it to the bow collection up here. If I slide this guy back over, I'm going to take you, good sir, and you are going to go in the collection. Thank you. Okay, and then let me slide back over here to this area. Lovely. So we'll go ahead and save that guy. I'll get a little bit more lemonade, and welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back in. How many time? And then we get back to things. Okay, I am now properly hydrated. Now that we have our lightest, darker colors, let's go ahead and do our medium. So we have this color, and then we have this color. So let's say possibly this color is going to be the closest one. And hair can be compared to many things, depends on the folk and the time it hasn't been washed. That's a fair point as well. That is a fair point. Let me go ahead and save this guy here. And with that said, I 100% know right off the bat, I want to make this guy here our darker color, or our medium color rather. That feels like it would be the medium color because this guy is the guy that's coming outwards. And if anything, I'm noticing as well as I zoom into here that that section is actually pretty bright in that area. So let's see if we can fix that. We're gonna grab this guy here, make sure that you kind of come out where you need to, about up here, I'd say. And it also is wrapped around a little, it's got a little bit of curve to it. It's a little bit of curve. We'll grab you about there, I'd say. And then maybe, if anything, maybe we can add another guy about like here and here, possibly. But nah, I do quite like this. I think this is fine. If anything, we would probably grab this guy here and make it curve out a little bit more. But I'm also noticing that it's a big diagonal, so we'll probably also remove that guy there and there. That could also help too. Though, what I'm seeing is it kind of comes towards us. Mine doesn't really come towards us the way I would want it to. So let's see if we can open this guy up a bit. They'll open up your heart. Let's see. Have that guy come outwards. And that way this guy then drops down. So let's see if we have you dropping down a little bit here. Probably about there, I'd say. We can then erase this guy here, erase this guy here. Have this guy coming out, I think, about here-ish. Have it come out a little bit more here. Yeah, that feels a lot better. I can 100% say that. If anything, it almost feels as though it would come out there. And it looks like it's also still diagonal. So let's see if we can add that some diagonal bits there and there. Possibly like that, but yeah, I don't quite like that. So we'll just add that guy there. I do like that. I think that helps. I think that does indeedy. Okay. So this guy then goes here. It goes in the back, so we can possibly grab this here, that bit there, and let's see, bring that guy, and it comes behind, so we can possibly see about making it come down about here-ish. Erase that there. You come over about here and here, and the hope is that now that we have darker color, so I do quite like it looking separated. I do feel as though that helps a little bit, so maybe we do keep it just a smidge on the separated side, but we can bring this guy down a little bit more. Possibly like that, and since we have this kind of curve going inwards, let's see if we can have it go a little bit at a diagonal. Since this guy's going at a diagonal, so I'm gonna save this guy here, then click on this guy here, and with that said, I see a darker bit here, so I'd say this is probably medium color, and hold on, medium color, and then darker bit. If I slide back over here, yeah, I'd say this is more so medium, and then this guy here would be darker, and then this guy would be medium. So let's grab, or not medium, lighter. I would say lighter. So I'm gonna grab these guys here, move you to there and there. And then we can also see about making this guy less, so have you come in outwards more, and you also seem to go down a little bit more, so possibly we can erase you up here as well, and then this guy can come up here since you seem to live up there, possibly have you come all the way up here, possibly. That could work, that could definitely work, I could see that being the case, so I'm gonna save that guy there, and then we can also see about moving this guy possibly over by like 1, and that way we can add more of this guy here as it's going in the diagonal space. So possibly we could have it go over there. That's not too bad, I'd say. Maybe over by like one a little bit more, and then have you kind of slide up there. I could see that working out possibly. So we'll keep it. We will certainly keep it. It's a-okay to do. So we have this area here, then comes around here, and we have that light area about there. If anything, it almost feels as though that the light area has to come out a little bit more, but that's okay. We can modify that a little bit later. We don't have the areas separated quite well yet, so I'm gonna keep it like that for now. Next up, we have this bit that kind of goes up a little bit more, and if anything, it also looks like this guy gets cut off, so I'm going to cut that guy off, and looking like a little ribbon, thank you, that's the help. So as long as it looks like a ribbon, even if it ends up not looking like a good ribbon, as long as it looks like a ribbon, I will count that as a success. So thank you for that one. Let's see. We'll grab this guy here, go over here a little bit, I think, to have this guy go up a smidge. I do quite like that. This guy here has a lot more depth going on, so I might see about adding this guy here. And now let's try adding this guy down a little bit more as it's kind of curving around. If anything, it seems like this guy's coming outwards from this bit and it's kind of almost covering it. So let's see if we have this guy curve around a little bit more, and then we have you now, this kind of bend here. This is going to be our lighter bend, so I'd say probably have this guy come outwards here, and then fill you in there. Probably like that if I had to guess. So let's see, this guy here has a little bit of darkness going on. So how can we make that area look like this area? For starters, I definitely think that this guy here can be thinner. A lot thinner, actually. So let's move and remove that area there. Next up, we can smooth out this area just a little bit here, I'd say. Probably like that there, if I had to take a guess. And then we can have this guy looping around a lot more. So probably do something a little bit more like this in that area here. So possibly about that there. And that way, this guy can have more diagonals going on. And then you can also have a little bit of a diagonal going along that area. And then we can go ahead and see about either getting rid of you or moving you over a little bit. And my box of stuff I conveniently internally borrowed from random places proves to be useful once again. Oh boy, it's one thing. I do think drawing out a ribbon would be super helpful for me to understand the ribbon. That's why I have some videos on the, or not videos, but I linked to some, what is it called? Some articles I could find on how to draw ribbons, but I don't have any ribbon on me, unfortunately, so I can't attempt to draw or use a ribbon and try it that way. But I would have loved to have tried folding, or not folding, but yeah, folding, I guess. Folding, making a ribbon, making a bow to get a good feel, because if I can feel the thing, usually it's easier for me to understand. I have to actually feel it. Let's see. Move that guy up here, move that guy up and over a little bit here. Maybe erase that guy here and have this guy can go upward. And somehow watching you help me resist the perfectionism. Lovely, lovely. That is good to hear. Again, oh boy. I'd say as well, if perfectionism is also still a huge issue for you, try doing challenges where you time yourself with a timer. And once that timer's up, you can no longer modify the thingamajiggy, no matter how much you wanna. Oh boy, that has also helped with doing timed things. I'm gonna move this guy over, I think, to here, possibly. Let's see. Yeah, I think this guy works out a little bit better here. And then we'll move you up to here. And yeah, that wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. I'm really happy to hear it. That's always super nice, is the sense of, while it may feel bad right now, hopefully one of these days it's going to feel great. And then let's see. We have you there. This is where it gets the thin area. I'm okay with keeping it like that. We know that this area here does have a medium color. If I had to guess, I'd say I would put that medium color about here, but it also has a little bit of a diagonal going on, so possibly a diagonal like that there, and it also looks like it's only going that area. So I might add that diagonal about there. And hi, Brunchless, welcome into stream, welcome in, welcome back. And though I don't struggle with perfectionism, you helped me overcome the paralysis before starting. That is lovely to hear too. Yeah, so think of when some people have trouble, getting started, where they have this entire art book or journal they buy, and then they see the white page, and then they don't know where to put things on the white page. So to do that, or to get rid of that feeling, I usually just skip the first few pages in the notebook and then come back to it, but I actually never come back to it since I never know what to put there. But just skipping the first few pages even has helped me get started on something, since it will have to be the first thing seen, since it'll be a few pages afterwards. And you're not gonna believe this, but I got rid of so much of it yesterday before I was stretching. I see, and if only the real live stream challenge where people draw silly stuff under a timer coming up. Indeed. You know, technically speaking, we are working towards that a little bit, the birthday stream, since the bows have presents, or presents have bows, don't they? So I thought it fitting to do a bow study. That way, we are all prepared for drawing bows. Let's see. Let me go here. Let me add that guy. Oh, actually, no, we'll not do that guy yet. We'll keep it as simple as possible, as simple as we can make it. I think this guy would actually come around down a little bit more, and I think this guy would go over a little bit here. So either this guy, this guy would actually go over, it seems like. Possibly here, as this guy's coming outwards a little bit, possibly outwards and down like that there. Maybe we can have you come, let's see. If anything, possibly, maybe it would get cut off a little bit more. Maybe about there-ish could be cut off. Could be a fine cutoff to do. Maybe we can have this guy come around a little bit more to look a little bit more circular. I do quite like that. I do think that looks nice. Okay, and then after that, again, this area here, I'm not too happy with, but that's okay. We can always modify it a little bit later, should we wanna. And now we only need a star study. We have done a planet study, but I don't think you know what, we really should do a star study. You draw big stars, small stars, but there's only so many ways you can draw stars is the thing. You can do big stars, but that's the smallest possible pixel art star. That's the thing, because the smallest star could be a thing of, hold on, I think it has to be a little bit bigger than this. I think this is the smallest looking star in pixel art, and then it only gets bigger from there, but something that feels like a star. Let's see, let me erase this guy here, save it. And then we have this guy. I then see this bit kind of going around, and it is a man! It can be a man if you believe enough. He can be a real bully. Let's see, we'll slide this guy up, I think about here, up about there, yeah, and then make you move over here a little bit more, about here and here. I do like that. And then the little derp is adorable. We'll have this guy go around, I think, and have you go back a little bit more, so possibly, let's see, we have this guy here, and it's actually pretty thick. So we're gonna add a few more of you here as you're kind of coming over, and then you come around and down, so you kind of wrap around. That does make sense here and there. So you come around, and you could extend the topic to light effects or something. Ah, that's a fair point, that's a fair point. And it's the imperfections that make something beautiful. That's what makes it different and unique from everything else, Bob Ross. I can believe he said that. And usually he's using sparkles as alternative to stars because they're smaller. Yeah, that's a fair point too. It's the small star sparkle. I can't agree to that. Yeah, that's what whenever I'm doing something space related, I do tend to just use the sparkles. I can't agree to that. We'll save that guy there. We have this bit here, and then this guy kind of goes downwards a little bit. If anything, it almost looks like it goes down there, but I don't think that's the case at the moment. So we won't do that at the moment. We'll just have this guy go downward, and then I think this guy has, let's see, you're pretty thick in that area, and then you have this guy, you're kind of swerving around. You can go up a little bit here, I think, and then you can possibly go up here a little bit. So you're swerving around. We get to this area here, so possibly we need you to come out a little bit more. There we are, and then we can have this guy curve in because you do look rounder in that area on top, but that doesn't quite look right. I definitely think this is better. Maybe we just need to move it over, like, yeah, there we are, like that. Yeah, I think that works out a lot nicer. Okay, I'm okay with this. This is satisfactory. Let's go ahead and copy this guy, save it, and slide him on over and keep on going, and let me get some lemonade. Tasty. Okay, let's zoom back in here. Now that we have our light, our medium, and our dark, we can hopefully now add some, like, for example, secondaries or super duper darks, or go off of that. I think our best place to start would be going for the really dark areas where there's a lot of shadow going on. I think that's going to help out a lot. So I'm going to grab this color here, and hi, Celestial, or maybe Celsola Droma, possibly. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow, and please correct me if I'm wrong in the name. Welcome into Ribbons and Bows. Let's see here. So I'm going to grab this color, and let's do a little bit of hue shifting. If I grab him here, and we slide over to our cooler grades, then we also go down here a little bit to the right, we now have a darker color added to our right here, that color. I think that's dark enough. Maybe we can lower down the saturation a little bit. Possibly, I think that's a better color. That one looks nicer, I think. So we'll use that color. And with that said, let's see. And I think maybe the top part should be even thinner because it still looks like the ribbon's hanging down rather than lying on something. Yeah, the thing is, I'm hoping these shadows or some areas of it are going to help a little bit of it. But I get what you mean. I think, are you talking about this area here or a different area? I just realized the chat box is Minecraft style. It isn't Dee Dee. I've been trying out a few different methods, and hold on, let me also do that there. Like that, do you mean? And yeah, you're making pixel art into references. That's nice. Well, thank you. We're trying our best to study and see what we can understand about this pixel art, as it's a little tricky. I haven't drawn ribbons before, or bows, so I'm excited to learn. And I think starting off by learning how to draw ribbons is the easiest way to do it. In that area, I see. And with a few pixels, it's hard to do perspective. Yeah, that's the tricky part. This 32 by 32 has been a little tricky, but I'm enjoying it by a lot. I think the shadow could come about here, something like this, or truth be told, I think that looks like a nicer shadow, just that solid area. After that, I definitely think we're in need of a shadow in this area about here to show the shadows kind of coming underneath, and then maybe we can have this guy go downward a little bit more. This is definitely a tricky area. You know what? I'm starting to think maybe, possibly, I chose a little bit of a harder bow to draw, possibly. You know, I don't know if you think so or anything, and but I think we could definitely move this guy up a little bit here for starters. I also think you could maybe go a little bit more narrow if I could bring you up to here a little bit there. I think that's a little bit nicer. Yeah. And then I think having this guy either come inwards more and then having this guy go outwards more up in this area here. And another thing is too is that if something doesn't feel right along the edges, one way to make it feel smoother is to keep in mind that step up or step down rule, in the sense of if you have 3 pixels here, you're either going to want to go up 1 pixel or down 1 pixel, in the sense of 3, and then you would do 2, or you would do 1. Or you could do 3 then, for example, or you could do 4 then. But it's not a hard rule. Sometimes you can get a little crazy if you really want to and go 5, and then you could go 2, and then you could go 1. It depends. But for something like this here, keeping that rule in mind might help us. So use your own, what's the word I'm looking for? Do what you feel think's nice. And my first pixel art is in Minecraft when I was a child 11 years ago. Wait, no, I'm already Oh, I know that feeling, all right. Oh boy. Let's go ahead then and see about that number idea. For example, here we have a lot of 1 going on, so 1, 1, 1, 1, and then we have a 2, and then we have a 2, and then we have a 3, and then we have a 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not too bad. And then let's see, because the shading actually is over here, interestingly enough. And then we'll make this guy go over here, I think would look out a lot nicer, and then we can kind of have that guy over here and over here. I think that works to what's actually going on. So let's make this a little bit of a trapezoid. I think that works out a little bit nicer, and weaponize it as you want. That's a good way of saying it. A weapon for good, though. It doesn't actually cause any harm. Oh boy. I think then we need to push this area out more, because this area does not look like that area right about there. There's a lot of space down there. So one of these things is not like the other. I'm going to copy this just to be on the safe side, should I want to change things. So I'm going to copy our ribbon here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to move things around a little bit. For starters, I'm going to grab all of these guys here in this area, and I'm going to slide you over by a good chunk, about like over here, I think is a better area. Or actually, bump you up a little bit more, bump you up and over, I think might be our best bet. Bump you up and over in this area here. I think that's a little bit better. I'm seeing a lot of empty space between this area, so that's why I'm thinking adding more space in those parts will be easier. And then I'll go ahead and erase this guy here, or rather, I could probably just get away with moving you down by like 1 here. There you go. And now I can erase you. There we are, something like that. And real life ribbon's so much gradient, so I never can see pixel ribbons in real life version as the same object. That's a fair enough point too. What I think is going to help us is doing some anti-aliasing, so we'll see how well that helps. So I definitely do think it will. Right now we're just putting down the hard colors first so we can get a good idea. And then after that, we can see if the anti-aliasing has failed us or not. Oh boy, and I like how you do things, so thank you. I'm glad you think, or I'm glad you think so. It's always a thing of, I've never done this before, so it's a lot of winging it and just trial and error, so it's always nice to hear when it does seem to work out. Oh boy, I think then this guy drops down lower, so it's actually going to curve out more along this area here, and then it goes back up. So we're gonna go over here then, and then have this guy come out where it's a little bit more about there. And then we're gonna have our trapezoid go down here, I think, and then there. Something like that, I think, looks nicer. Maybe we can have this guy kind of go up there, and then we'll have you come here, maybe. Possibly there. There seems to be a darker bit, not kind of behind it, so we won't have that go behind. So maybe we could do this guy here. Now, we can have it kind of look like that circle, or that, not circle, but like it's wrapping around a little bit more, hopefully, in the sense of we have a straight line and then we're kind of wrapping around. And also a little thing when I'm trying to figure out the shading for something is grabbing the darkest color that will be on the picture, then turning the opacity down and drawing so you don't have to switch the colors constantly. Oh, do you mean like lowering this guy here and then grabbing the opacity? Something like that? And ribbon will be on my great training object list beside the crystals. I definitely want to do more crystal drawings. We've done it before and I'd love to do it again. Crystals, light, playing with lights and color theories, that's some of my favorite things to do. So 100% we will be doing a crystal study again. I meant the opacity of the brush. Oh, that is an interesting one. I wouldn't have thought that at all. Let's see. Drag you there, and then drag you up to here. I think that would be that guy there. And then this bit here, it still doesn't look quite round in the areas I want it to be. So I'm going to just say, okay, well, you're not round how I want you to be, and that's okay. You don't have to be everything. You can just be you sometimes. Let's see if we can round this guy outwards. I just want to try to get that curve. So it would be a line if I go to a new layer here and draw it out. I want to make it look like a nice C. So something like this. That's the line I'm looking for. And I'm back with a beautiful lace. Thank you, Pop. Thank you. And crystal is shiny and reflective. I love it. I do too. It's lovely. This is what I'm going for. I am just wondering why no work? It could just be a thing if we'll have to add, what is it called? Anti-aliasing into those areas. But for now, I just want to get a good general feel for it. I definitely do think this is the feel. This is definitely the play here. So I'm going underneath it and adding to those areas where I think it would be handy. Possibly we can also remove that area there and that area there. And hi, Ame. Welcome back into stream. Welcome back in. Okay, and if we hide this guy, I think that looks a little bit rounder. Something like that there. I can definitely see it. And how's the ribbon going? A little tricky, but all in all, I'm enjoying myself by quite a good margin. I hope you've been well, Ame. And welcome in as well. Let's see. Many wells, apparently. Handing them out like candy. Let's see. Have that guy go up here. And if anything, actually, I don't think you're going to get a dark guy. Yeah. Okay. And then we have this guy kind of coming down. And you get up more a little bit, probably up here. And then this guy here, you're also going downwards a little bit more. So possibly we get a little something more so like this, and this here. But you look like you're going flat. And again, I think I am overthinking this. And I just might have to keep going. So we're going to keep going. So that's that area done. I'm not touching it anymore until later. Oh boy. Let's see. I see a really dark area right over here. So let's tackle that area over here. I'm doing great. Lovely. Hi, Claymore Dev. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Ribbon. Indeed, ribbons. We're covering ribbons and bows today. And you help us that by learning how to draw a ribbon, we will be able to draw the bows. Let's see. Add that guy there, I think. And then we'll have you kind of go trapezoid time about there and there. It's interesting how it almost looks like it's folding over in that specific area, isn't it? Though I'm also seeing a light bit, so I'm gonna add that light bit right about there, I think, and then see if we can make this guy look like it's kind of wrapping over. I think that does make it look like it's wrapping over. We then have this area here. It's fading over, and then it goes around and downtown, and then we get this dark area here. We seem to have a really dark spot here, so I will add that dark spot right about there, I'd say. Though, looking at this, I think our dark spot might be a little bit too dark, possibly. Maybe. What if we lower it down a little bit less? So I'm gonna slide over our green here, go down a little bit less here. So we're gonna go for something of that color instead. And if we fill that guy in, it's not as dark. I think that might help. at least in some areas where it's super duper dark. And you know, if ribbon dye is called a ribbon, that's bad. That was very bad, Ral. Is it right? No, it's Ray. Ray. That looks like an L from my side of things. I think it's right though. Bad, I say. Bad. Horrible even. Oh boy. And let me go ahead and save this guy here and there. Oh boy, oh boy. We'll do that guy there, I think, and have this guy come out a little bit more. So we'll grab that color there, grab that color there, have it come out a little bit more like that there. We'll then add to our dark area all the way around here, since this seems to be an area where the color is getting darker at. And then let's see. That guy also, it doesn't have to be that bit there. You can kind of even see about maybe making that guy here all the dark colors. It's kind of wrapping around, possibly, but I do like it kind of cutting off instead. So we'll do this guy here, I think is easier to do. Something about there-ish. So let's see, anywhere else. I see a really dark spot there. I see a really dark spot here. So we'll add a dark spot here and here and here. Oh, that be a dark spot. This spot here is not as dark. Super dark here, super dark here. We also have a little bit of super darkness going on here. So let's see if we can add a little bit of super dark around that area there. Though we're still having a little bit of trouble of understanding that super dark, which is a-okay as well. We'll figure it out along the way, hopefully. I make no promises though. We're gonna go ahead and drag this guy down here, I think. And then let's see, have you go down here. And then I think you would also come about here and here. So possibly something like that. And then you would go down here for your super dark. Maybe. Okay, and then we'll have you go down here. And then there also looks like there's more super dark going on, but that's a little confusing to see from far away. So I'm gonna just try to keep it as this, as much as I can. I then see a little bit of super dark going on in this area here too. So we'll add that little bit of super dark as well. And I think that's most of our super dark bits. If anything, what I'm also noticing is that it seems to be the case of anywhere that there's a shiny bit, usually there's a super duper dark spot right next to it. And I call my sleep position a present ribbon elbows. I think I get it. And if I do, bad again. Horrible even. Let's see, copy this guy, save this guy here. With all of that said and done, let's see if we can blend this out a little bit with anti-aliasing to see if we can make it not feel as harsh, hopefully, because I kind of see a lot of blobs going on, so let's see if we can smooth out the lines a little bit. And then once we look at this guy, we'll take a look at the silvery guy. We won't do this entire ribbon as... oh boy, maybe we could get away with like doing like 2 pixels width, possibly. We'll see, but either do a 2 pixel width with this guy, or we'll do a section of it. I think would be easier to accomplish. So we'll go back over to here, and now my hope is that we can add some anti-aliasing to smooth out the edges just a smidge. For example, I'm going to grab this color. We're going to go about to 50% here. And I'm, oh, hold on, 50% about here. And I'm looking to try and smooth out the bits here. Hold on. If I also grab our ribbon here, I'm going to slide all of you guys over. That way we can kind of see it before and after as I'm working on it. And we'll grab you here. Thank you as well. There we go. Okay. And can you try how it would look with a slight outline along the sides? Oh, that is a great point, Mima. I think that is what we're missing. I think we're missing an outline. Oh, that's a wonderful point. Yes, yes. Okay, so let's do an outline along the top of the ribbon. I think that's a great idea. Okay, so if we're doing an outline of the top of the ribbon, truth be told, it's actually going to be about here-ish, and we'll remove the anti-aliasing for now as well. I think an outline would help 100%. Okay. Let's do here then, and I think that'll be the top of the ribbon, and then this guy here is coming outwards, so we'll also add a line about here, here, and here, and we'll go along the edge around the very top where the ribbon has done things yet, and then we'll have it come out here, here, and here. We'll then have this guy come around town, and we can actually see about making this even smoother around this area by trying out that step idea, by having it come down maybe 3 instead, and then we can also have this guy kind of coming inwards that way. It doesn't seem as rough. So we have the 3 here, then we'd have like a 2 here, and then we can see about slowly having it curve around, and this guy might have to have a more decreased curve as it's trying to go inwards. So maybe we can have it go here, here, and here, and here, and here. And then after that, this line here can possibly be where it has that fold at. So I might actually see about just removing that area there, possibly see if we can do that there, and then have you come inwards as you're doing that wrap around. So possibly to see something like that there, and then this is where I think it's going to be helpful. This is why I think the outline is a wonderful idea. We'll also have this guy going down here and here, and ribbon, hi Eska, welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Indeed, today's all about ribbons. We'll add this guy here. We'll then add this guy here. Add this guy here. Add also that guy about there, I think. Though, truth be told, I think we can go a little bit less on that area there and still have it look like it's coming outwards. Something there-ish possibly, and then we have this guy kind of curving inwards, I think, about there and there. Maybe even have this kind of curving inwards here. Possibly, though I don't like the way of that looks quite well, so we're gonna go possibly down here, I think, instead. And we'll have this guy maybe coming outwards instead, or backwards rather is the better way to describe it. Something here-ish, and then we'll have you come out a little bit, and then out a little bit here. There we go. I think that might work a little bit better. Something there. Nope, I don't like the way it looks over there. It was nicer the other way. So we'll keep it the nice bit here. I want to add a soft curve here. And I missed most of the process. How did you do your ribbon start? I started off, Ame, by using the trick I was taught in the fact that in Aseprite, if you click on your brush, there's an option up here. This kind of line tool is like a backslash. If you click it, make sure your width is set to about 3, and you can set the angle of the degrees. Mine's set to 45, but I just use, hold on, it's a little bit hard to see. I use this brush to make I was about to say angle, to make a ribbon idea, and then we've just slowly been refining it. So we started here, and then we slowly have been adding in colors. That way we don't get confused with the start of the form. I never expected to come across Giffany and Gravity Falls. Oh boy, I do remember Giffany. I remember when I made fan art of her. I think it was one of the times I tried Pixelart since she was a Pixelart gal. Yes, the line trick clutching up. Was it you, Ame, who told me about it? I can't remember if it was you or Bana. I know it had to have been one of you. Your names feel similar. I don't know why they do, but they do. And let's see, where's the fan art? I don't remember where I put it. I would have shown you if I remembered, but I don't. Oh boy. We'll save this guy then, and then we'll have this guy go, let's see, backwards a little bit more, and I'm being grouped with evilness. Evil. Oh boy. We'll have this guy, I think, you have to come downwards. I think that's our issue. This guy has to come in and outwards, something like here-ish, right? So something downward here, and then this guy here. If anything, we might have to make it go up a little bit more. Yeah, you fit right. Hold on now. Ame isn't evil, and Banafi's not evil either. Oh, make sure I say that too. I don't think anyone here is evil. You all just have specific taste. That's all. And you know, there's nothing. There might be a little bit something wrong with that, but that's okay. You know, it's what makes you. Oh, that face. Oh boy. Let's maybe make this guy go out a little bit more here. I do like that a lot. You know, there's layers to this. Oh boy. Let's make this guy go in a little bit here and here. I think I like this better as this kind of curve here. And then we'll have this guy kind of go downwards. And this is where I think I might need to extend it over again. So we'll grab this guy here with our lasso tool. And then we'll also slide you over by like 2. And that way we can hopefully really get the look of it. And an angel grows a pair of wings whenever somebody draws curse. But that's not true at all. Oh boy. We'll have this guy. Let's see. I want it to kind of come downward. So we'll have you kind of wrap around, I think. Here-ish looks like a nice wrap around, if anything. Or we could try the step idea again, where we have this guy going in by 2. So we have a 1, 2, 2 idea here, and that guy's set to 3 though. So maybe you would want to do that, for example. But looking up, it's pretty pointy, so let's remove that. I do like the way this looks, the 1, 2, 3 idea here. And then maybe we can have this guy now. Let's see if we can connect them. This guy here. And that outline, yeah, the outline, oh boy, thank you for that suggestion. Here I was trying to do it with no outline. Oh boy, I was making that a lot harder than it needed to be. My goodness. And then we have this guy here, it's going up and over. We can kind of have this curve here. And then we can make it go now to that outline area as it's slowly kind of folding over. Now we have that 2. We could do it like maybe 1 here, or let's see. It's 2, 2, 1. I do quite like that. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And then we can maybe have this guy here, possibly. And now we have this guy here filling in that area as it's slowly coming around. Something there, I think, though. I do believe we can make this guy go back a little bit more, possibly even by a lot more, truth be told. So something like maybe that could work. I could definitely see that working. Hold on. Maybe we can also remove this guy here, remove that guy here. Remove this guy. Ooh, we do need that corner bit. We do need it. I think that's good. And you started with drawing the main shape, but whenever I see someone draw ribbons, you usually start with the 2 edges, so the structure is clearer. Do you mean, no, I have drawn a ribbon, what is it called? I've drawn a ribbon before in like Clip Studio Paint, and the method for drawing ribbon there was to do something like this here, where you take a top and then you take a bottom. So you would do something like this here, and then you would connect the 2 up. So you would connect that guy there and connect that guy there, and then you would figure out, okay, this is where the highlight goes here, for example, and this is where the darkness goes. Is that what you mean, Nemo, or is it something else? Hold on, you can't even see it too much, but is this what you mean, or are you talking about something else? And now that's shade, and yeah, that's how usually people draw it. That is what I've seen before. I haven't done it in Pixelart, so I wasn't sure how to go about it, but yeah, I've seen that before, and that works better. Yeah, I'm wondering if it works better for, well, I'm guessing it only, well, I say it only, it probably works best for pixel art that's bigger, because when you're working at such a small size, it's so hard to get the outline. But for something like this, I didn't even think to do outline. That's funny. Yesterday, I started off with an outline, and today I started off with a shape. Oh boy. We'll go ahead then and fill this guy in here, fill that guy in there, and then now we have this guy as our top, so we'll also start just slowly adding in. Oh, yes, I completely forgot. We gotta also add in our top about here. So let's see, remove that. Oh, that's big. Okay, remove that there, remove that there, remove that there. Yeah, like that. I quite like that. And oh, look at that. Our line, or our rather, our what's it, I'm supposed to say shading, our color here. Yeah, you're gonna have to be a little bit more diagonal, aren't you? That's okay. You know, you're allowed to be different if you wanna. You know, you don't have to conform to society. We'll have you go up here, I think. And do we go up a little bit more, possibly like that? I think that's too much. I think if anything, you just need to know that you're yeah. Oh boy, let's go ahead and have you go about here and here and then some of that there. You know, half the time I don't even know what I'm saying. Words of wisdom. Apatikata. Hapapa. Oh boy. Let's see. We have this side as our top here, and then the top goes up a little bit here and here, and then we have it curling outwards, and then Mana. Oh boy, let's go and then here, and this guy seems to have it wrap around. You kind of curve outwards though, so if anything, I feel as though either you have to come around here. She's speaking the tongue. Oh boy. Well, then have this guy go inwards here, and you should come in, I think, here possibly, though I don't quite like that. I think, yeah, okay. We'll have you go in then here, possibly, and have you go up. Oh, hold on. Nope, that's not a good idea. Okay, back it up by like 15 feet. Like that, I think. And old ones, I assume. I speak by the dog of wisdom tongue. Let's see, we'll save this guy here. And then this guy seems dodgy. I don't know where you came from, but are you sure you're from around these parts? We'll have this guy go around here, save that there. And then let's go ahead and have you go, let's see, you here. And then we'll have you go by 2. And this, truth be told, if you're struggling as well to get better at if you're struggling with line art and pixel art, I'd say also that maybe ribbons could be a fun exercise, because I'm having to worry about a lot of where my curves are, what they look like, especially from a distance, making sure that they feel accurate. So if you're struggling with that, I can 100%. I'm struggling with that as well right now. Oh boy, and I definitely think that would be a good use of time, since this definitely tackles that pain point by a lot. Oh boy, let's see. We'll have this guy now go down, I think. I don't like the way you're up by so much, so we'll kind of see about maybe moving you. We either need to move you up and over, or we just have to cut that area off. You know what? I don't know. You were never there to begin with. Who are you really? We'll slide this guy up and then up and then up and oh, where do you go? No one knows. We'll then slide you over about here and here, and then up there. Well, actually, truth be told, I could probably put you back. Yeah. I take it back. You do exist. Let's see. What color did I use? I used that color. And then we'll go ahead and just do that line here and this line here. about for that area there. There seems to be a little bit of shading in this area here. So I'll add in, I think, 2 lines here. Then there's a darker color here. We do have a darker color here. Kind of like a little lightning pattern. And then we'll do also a lighter lightning pattern for the really top guy up there. Possibly like that there. A bigger lighting pattern. Yeah, that highlight helped out so much. And looking at the reference, did you switch which edge you're outlining twice? But I don't know. Did you do that intentionally? From my understanding. Oh, do you mean this area here at the very front? If that's the case, yeah, I see what you mean. Aside from that, if we're taking this edge here that we have, and we finally get to see Bobby's tentacles, oh yeah, it could technically be a good tentacle study too. This guy goes up here, it's following this line up here. We then go from up here to down here, so this gets tucked underneath. Oh, hold on. You're correct. I got confused. Oh my goodness, okay. In that case, let's just do the other edge, because I think that's... yeah. Oh man, ribbons are a lot harder than I thought this was going to be hard, but I didn't think it was going to be hard in this way. That's super interesting. Okay, hold on. Let's go ahead and copy you here and do it again, or at least do a little bit of it again. Let's tweak it a little bit. I definitely want some of the, well, the thing is, it's like, you know what? I have a compromise. We could always just do both edges of the thing, can't we? And then we can color it later and then say, look at that, it was always meant to be like this. Don't you see it? Oh boy. Let's do this guy here, this guy here, this guy here, that guy there, and then we'll add in the lines here and here, I think, about there. Yeah, that's pretty good. We'll then set you to here, and then you would go here, possibly, though I want to kind of bring you back a little bit, but I don't think I can bring you back, so we'll keep you where you are. I definitely think now we can kind of have this just as a line to show the darker part, and then have that line kind of undo itself in the lighter areas. And truth be told, you'd probably also be a little less shaded as you're coming outward, so you can kind of go there. And then after that, you're 32 by 32, aren't you? Do I obey the rules or do I break them? We could technically always just maybe we can get away with sliding this guy over by like 1, and then let's see, you could go over here and then go by like yeah, there you go. We have space. Would you look at that? I do think as well we could probably compress it about here to get that top guy. So if I go back over here again, just slide you back down like 1 here. There we go. So this guy lacks an outline now, but that's okay. That's a-okay and all right. We'll be fine. Let's go ahead and add this guy here, and then let's add this guy here, here, and here. I think that would work out wonderfully. And then we can go ahead and add this line here. And hi, is it like Toro possibly? Welcome to stream. Welcome in. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Welcome in. Oh boy. Well, then go diagonal here and then say about other things. Oh boy. We'll go like around here, I think, and we'll go have it go down. This looks like I'm so funny. Oh boy. We'll have this guy go down a little bit, and thank you for the follow, and welcome in. Let's see. We'll have this guy, I wanted to kind of round out a little bit. Dog barking, cat. Oh boy, that's not even cat noises. Oh my, let's see, have this guy go up again and have this guy kind of curve inwards with that darker tone there. We have that bit, and do you have something to tell us? What part of that was dog noise and cat noise? Do you have something to tell us possibly? Oh boy, I'm thinking we can either do this guy now down here. The issue is now that we're in this space, we're running into that, I forget what it's called. We've talked about it before, but it's the thing that happens when 2 edges touch each other. So that edge, for example, and then this edge here, or yeah, something like that there. That doesn't really feel nice in art, but for example, if instead it were something like this, and then it were something like this usually ends up feeling nicer because of the readability. I just forget what it's called. But even if I don't remember the name of it, and can I show you the full, can you show the full, oh, hold on, I can do you one better. I can copy this guy and paste him into the Discord. There you go. There you are. There you go. And let me drag this back into here. I forget what it's called, but it's the idea of how this edge here is touching that edge. And if I wanted to, for example, because that outline is, even if we made that outline a different color, so for example, if we made it like a super dark color and that was that color, it would still feel a little off because they're right beside each other. So in this case, I would either want to move the line up or down, or move it somewhere where it doesn't look like it's directly touching. So more like it's crossing instead. So if I go ahead and remove this guy here, and bottom left I think should be like a diagonal line because it does a little curvy. Bottom left, hold on. Do you mean, let's see. And this line here, do you mean? Or what do you mean exactly? No worries at all. Oh, let's see. I'm going to then, with that being the case, slide this guy up here and slide it away and see if we can get away with less them not touching. We don't want them to touch. And no, a bit to the right, I see left, right. Do you mean this guy here should be curvier? Most likely, or what I would have wanted to do was make this guy like one more thicker, because it does feel like it needs to be wider. Or, this here, that there. Is that what you mean? Or the outline, I see. Hold on, let me fix this, because that guy there, I noticed you, and you're going to be removed now. Let's see, remove you there, kind of have you slide up here, slide up. Probably there will look a little bit nicer. And give me a sec, this is so hard to describe, no worries at all. Let's see, have you go up there, like that. Like that. That looks a lot more like the ribbon. And with that said, and yeah, the thickness is quite the issue for me. Do you mean this bit here? I will be changing the color of the outline, so I'm hoping that'll make it feel nicer. Because yeah, right now, I can 100% understand the thickness being an issue. What I'm hoping is that the thickness will make it look like there's shadows there. And see what happens when she notices she removes you permanently! You never said that! We're talking about lines here. And I said to Discord, I sure can. Let's see, slide this guy over here, slide this guy over here. And if I click on this guy, drag it over to here, this is what Nima is referring to. If I click on that guy here, so you're saying, and are you gonna shade the outline? Yep, I'm gonna shade it. Hopefully that'll help things not feel as angry. And hi, Barry Bands. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And I don't think the bend and the loop should be outlined. The bend, do you mean this bit here, the bend, or a different bend? And let's see, send you the Discord, and you're saying, the outline. What about the outline? Should be more of a diagonal line. I see. This bit, you're saying this bit should be a diagonal line, if I'm understanding correctly then. So you're saying it should possibly be like that instead, like a diagonal line in that sense? Let me go and save this guy here. Let's finish up this bit at the very top, and these guys are touching, and I don't like it. So we were moving you up here, and then we're gonna move you up to here, I think, and just slowly slide you out about here and here, and then we'll have you go up here. There we are. Okay, and you know what? Just to make things simpler for us, I'm also going to get rid of that, and then we'll just have this guy kind of go close. Or rather, let's just have you keep open. You're going off screen. We never even knew you to begin with. There you go. Okay, and then slide you over about there and there. I think that can work, though. It kind of does look a little off now, doesn't it? Slide this guy up a little bit more. The issue is it's getting thinner. And I mean, it should have an outline because it's an edge of the ribbon. And the reference switches sides, but you're on your thingy, it looks like it's on the same side. I see. Do you mean this here? Oh, hold on. I get what you mean. I get it. I understand. You mean adding an outline here because it's folding. I get it. Oh boy, it took a second, but I think I understand what you're saying. In the second loop, the left part connects to the edge of the ribbon, goes over. First loop, second loop. Do you mean this bit here? Let's see. Let me move this guy here, and then that guy goes there, and that guy goes there. There we are. Okay. And then we'll have you kind of come down here a little bit like that, and then we'll slide you down here a little bit more, and then possibly we'll also slide you down here a little bit more, even possibly down here a little bit more, but I don't quite like that. Ribbons are usually quite straight, even if they're round a little bit. So I think that works out nicer, even with the darkness too. And finally, I hate explaining. Oh boy, thank you for taking the time, Nima. And let's see, second loop, the left part connects to the edge as the ribbon goes over. I'm wondering, are you talking about this area? You said left loop, right? Oh, no, second loop. First loop, second loop, or are you talking about this loop possibly? Let me save this guy here. And, oh, I missed this edge here. And the left part goes over. So let's see. This bit here, and then this bit here, and this bit here possibly. And then I think probably here. If anything, I would want to see about making this guy look like it's rounding outwards. So possibly we can see about making it look like it's rounder here. If we maybe do this guy here, that guy there, that guy there. That's not too bad. Hold on. And then we add this here and add this up there a little bit more, possibly. Okay. And then if maybe we add that guy up there and maybe make this guy go in a little bit more. Possibly, but you look like you would need to go down by like 2. So like, let's see. You, I think, would need to go down, and then I think you would have to come down a little bit more, so possibly there. And then I think you would have to come down a little bit too, probably about there-ish, if I had to guess, would look a little bit nicer. So something like that, I think. Looks better, though I don't know. We'll save this guy here, just in case we need an extra buffer. And let's slide him over. Okay, so what I wanted to do, even before now, anti-aliasing, let's see if we can make the outline a little bit clearer. In the higher loop, if you look at it kind of diamond shape, it would be the top left spot. Hard to explain? No worries at all. Let's see, top left, or no, let's see. Diamond shape, top left. Ah, this guy here. Do you mean this guy? This guy should be pushed in a little bit more, possibly? We could definitely see. I do think this guy is a little bit too big, but what we can do, at least to begin, is I can push this guy in, but I think like 1 would help a little bit, maybe even by 2. No, I think that's pretty good. And then we have this guy come in a little bit more, about here-ish, maybe even a little bit more here and here. Have you come in like there and there and there, and then have you come in there, possibly. Let's see. Have you go inwards, outwards. I think maybe something like that can help out. Okay, with that said now, the hope is we can grab an even darker color for that area, and now we go for the darker bits at the bottom. So what I'm thinking is, since this guy is the furthest away, this guy is going to be our darkest bit, so I'm going to actually make you darker about there. So anywhere it's darker, so this guy is in the light, so this guy would be our darker guy here. If anything, I do think maybe this guy would also be all dark, though I don't think so. I think we could probably just get away with that being the darkest bit. This is the darkest bit at the bottom, so you can get a bottom dark here. And yeah, hard to explain. No worries at all, and thank you as well. Thank you for trying to explain it. Thank you for the compliment. Let's see here. You are our bottom, so you get that guy there. And then this guy here is also the bottom, so we can kind of maybe make you look like that there because it's the bottom. This guy is also the bottom, so let's see. If I bring you, you're our top guy. So actually, no, you go over. You're more dominant. So you go there. You're the bottom. You're the side here, and not the all big bottoms. It's hard to look at it, isn't it? Let's see. Move you there, and then move you back there, I'd say. And this guy here, this guy would be the bottom bit. So let's see. You go there, and then this loop here, that loop here. Oh, are you talking about this loop? Hard to explain, but let's see. The high loop. If you look, it kind of looks like a diamond shape. Okay, this guy here. Are you talking about the diamond bit in this spot here? If so, we could definitely push this guy over a little bit more. Oh, do you mean extending it possibly? Like maybe making it move out more a smidge? Like, let's see. Moving you up by like a little bit more up and out, and also having you come up a little bit more, but that means you're going to have to come up more, aren't you? Okay, hold on. Let's see. Move you up a smidge more about here-ish. Have you slide over a little bit more here. Maybe a little bit more up there. Hide you over there. And then this guy here, you can get extended up a little bit more, about up here possibly. And then you can have your guy kind of swooping around here. And then we can have you kind of going down a little bit more. So possibly like that more. And then we remove you here, kind of remove you there, hold on. Add you here, you're our dark guy. So you can kind of go here and there. And then you go there and there, and remove that there. And then we have you kind of coming across here. And then we move you to here and move that to there. And then maybe we move that over a smidge here. But you look a little bit too tall now. So let's shrink you just by like a smidge. I think maybe making you go down a little bit here. Let's see. Okay. You definitely can go up like that. Oh, it's not too bad. Okay, hold on. You can go there possibly. And then you need to come outwards now. So you can kind of come around here a smidge like that. Though it kind of does still feel a little bit off right there exactly. So let's see. It's tricky. Okay, let's try. In that part you lasso. I see. Thank you for pointing it out. Yeah, something does feel a little off, doesn't it? One of these things is not like the other. Let's see. If I move you here, we know that the ribbons usually like to keep straight lines. So we're going to try to do that there. I don't like that though. So let's try moving you maybe up a little bit more here. Have you come across as a straighter bit there and there. Though, looking at this line, it kind of comes out more, doesn't it? So something on the more diagonal side. So if anything, I think it would be more so like, let's see, diagonal. So it kind of come upwards here, and then it would go up and up. Something about there-ish, and then you go up a little bit more, and this would be the back guy here. So let's see. And I think you could have removed a small piece of the outline to show a different disappearing curve. Oh, that's a fair point too. Right now I'm outlining everything, but removing outlines definitely can help show the differences and everything. I do agree. Let's see. Add that guy there. That's the bottom bit though, so we can actually add you there. Let's add you here. You're going in diagonally. So possibly you can go like that there, and then we have you kind of come up here and up here. And then let's see. You're actually, yeah, you're our shading. So bottom, and then we come around, you're the bottom, and then this guy here is going over, though it doesn't feel like it's going over, does it? Which is a little bit off, but it's okay. Let's see. Let's have this guy go here and then here, I'm thinking. And then let's see about having you come up a little bit more. No. You probably need to go over like 2 every time. So probably that 2, that 2, that 2, and then have you have that loop. So now we could possibly see about having that loop come out a little bit more. So possibly we could do that loop there, you there, you there, you there, and then remove you here and here. Remove a little bit more here. Yeah, okay. And then have this guy kind of come out a little bit more. Probably have you come down a smidge here. Possibly like that a bit, though it does feel a little bit odd. Something still feels a little off. So let's see. I'll mess around with it for a little bit more, but I don't want to work on it too hard. And the good news is that I can mess around with this as much as I want because we have backups. So if need be, I can always just go back and redo it. Let's see. I actually think I might have to, as well as I know something's off. I see it, but I'm not quite sure how to fix it. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back a little bit in time, and let's grab that loop again. And let's see, it's 2:53 right now, so we'll mess around with this for another 7-ish minutes, or at least until we get the ad break thingamajiggy for the second time, and then we'll try again from there. So if I grab this guy here, we then slide you all the way up to this area here. This is where it was originally at. So let's see, move you here, move you here, move you here, move you here, and then see about doing You're definitely a longer lasso, so maybe we just extend you up. Maybe that's our issue. So I will grab this guy here about there and see about just going up by like 1 more up and over. About like there, I'd say. Yeah, about up and over. And then we maybe have you go here, and then have you come here, maybe have you come over here, maybe go there, and then you kind of go down, it seems like. So maybe you go down about there, and then we have you here and here, and then you here and here and here, and then you here, something like that. That's not too bad, truth be told. I think we could just probably get away with moving that guy there, and then maybe we can have that guy. This is, I think, the problem we ran into earlier. So you know what? Maybe we keep it. Or another thing you could do as well is you could just thicken the line to maybe show shadow. I've done that before, and it's not too bad. I think we'll keep it. And there it is. I knew it was coming soon. I don't quite like the idea of this being the highlight. So do we keep it or do we not? That's the tricky part there. We can, at the very least, maybe fix this line here because now it needs to curve out a little bit more. So possibly we can get away with moving this guy out a little bit more. It looks good though. Thank you. And lovely art. Thank you as well. Thank you. You're all so sweet. Let's see. Slide this over here. Have it come out a little bit more. Out a little bit more, and then maybe this is where we get that diagonal bit there, about there and there and there and there-ish. Yeah, how about that? I wanna try doing maybe this guy here. Does it look like it's connecting? Not quite. I think we can get away with that. I think we're okay on that regard. So let's just have that guy slide over. There we are. Okay. Yep. Sure. We'll slide this guy over, I think, and I do like the idea of it kind of going below it instead. I think that feels nicer. So we'll do that. We'll have this guy going here and here and here, and possibly this will look good. I don't know yet. We'll see. We'll have you go here, and since you're in our darkness bit there. But the issue is I think it looks off because this is the bottom, and then the bottom becomes the top. So if anything, what I think should happen is, because this is reaching the highlight of the bright areas, I think it would actually do something like this, because there's a highlight going on here. So I'm going to remove that highlight. That is a dark area, but I don't think you get a dark area. So I think you go there instead. And I think then instead that this guy here would get our dark attention. And thank you, City Starman, and welcome into stream as well. Welcome in, and welcome back. I think it would look more so like this instead. And let's just drag you here. You get your diagonal, more like a trapezoid. So we'll add you into there and there and there and there. I think that works out a little bit better. And then we have you here, so we can definitely do that guy there. Hold on, never mind. You get there. That guy's a little bit off there. I don't quite like the way that looks, but it's okay. Not everything can be fixed. So maybe we just keep it and we accept it for its faults. With that said, we know that this guy here is in the back for sure. So we'll also add that here for the back. And then that's also the back here. We know that this is also the back right about here. So we'll do that there and there and there. And this here is also a back. So you can get a back because you are also in shadows. Something like that there I think can work. Okay, with all of that said, now we can possibly get into anti-aliasing. Another thing I would do here is I would think about adding in the highlight for the outline in the outline area. So I would think to do something like either grabbing this color and upping it up a little bit and sliding it over and choosing its own color. But since we already have the screen, what I'm thinking is we add an outline to the edges where this shiny bit is. And we'll just use the same color that we already have. So we can grab this color, for example, grab that color and move it about here and here because it's in that area. And then let's see how that looks. And the only issue is that if the color ends up aligning with other colors we have, it won't look as nice. So I'm hoping that it'll be all right. We'll see. We can slide this guy there over then as it's kind of sliding over to this bit here. Actually, I'm wondering if we want to bring you in, yeah, that color there. I think that color will work out a little bit nicer. Have you, oh, actually, hold on. You're entirely that side. I take it back then. Yeah, okay. Hold on. You get all of that then, because you're all that highlight, it seems like. Interesting. Okay, you're also diagonal a lot more than I'm seeing here, so let me diagonal you there. There you are. Okay, and then those are all of our highlight areas, so we will stop with the highlights there. We'll erase this guy here. Lastly, just seeing about smoothing everything around. I do like this though. It's a little silly looking, and I'm okay with that. And I be out mowing grass and it's hot. Oh boy, I bet, Fetus. My goodness. Let me go ahead and set the ad break. And then when we come back, we'll do the anti-aliasing, and then we will try drawing a bow, and then we'll take a look at some pixel art bows. So it's a struggle, but it's okay. I'm almost hoping that if we have time at the end of stream, we try to come back to this and do it again once we have a better understanding. That could be a lot of fun to do so as well. This is our first attempt, at least in especially not looking at pixel art. I wasn't able to find a lot of pixel art ribbons, but I did find a lot of pixel art bows, so we'll see how this goes. With that said, let me get a little bit of lemonade here, shall I? Tasty. Usually I have tea, but I ran out of tea, unfortunately. I drank all of it. Oh boy, I think I've been drinking 2x tea recently. 2 things of tea a day. Let's see. Yes, two cups of tea, 2 cups of coffee, and then maybe a lemonade or 2 in there. So it's already like 6 drinks, and then also some water as well. At the very least, I'm staying very hydrated. Only 2? And I've also been drinking way too much tea. So because the issue is the tea bags. You eventually run out of tea bags, and the tea bags are a thing of yeah. Maybe I have to start getting 2 tea bags. And I drink like 7 cups. 7 cups of tea? Oh! I don't think I've seen that. I don't think I've seen that severity before. 2 cups of tea. You can't make me. Terrible. I think what you mean to say is terrific. Maybe that'll help with your tea addiction, Dima. Oh boy, and tea satisfaction. Oh boy, I think it's all the tea. That's the thing. All the tea, and then sitting here and listening to all of your terrible puns. You did this. Oh boy, tea satisfaction. Oh my, let me get some water now and not look at the chat. I remembered from last time. Okay, we're all good. Now I look at chat, and are you sure it was tea? Yes. Well, this isn't tea I'm drinking at the moment. I don't have any tea on me because I ran out of tea. And I'm glad you're out of tea. No, Abe, how could you? Welcome back from the ad break. Shall we continue? Tea. membership, Barry. Oh boy. Now that the ad breaks are over, let's go ahead and finish this. Oh, hold on. I can hear myself. That's not good. Double. Nope. Can only be one. Let's slide this guy over then. And let's just see if adding a little bit of anti-aliasing. The thing is, I do still feel like this ribbon is off, but for the first time ever drawing a ribbon, I will take it happily. Oh boy, will I take it. Let's see. So for anti-aliasing, what we do is just grab the 50% of whatever color we want to mix. In this case, you can see it's very faint, so I'm not even sure if it's worth it for certain areas where it's super duper faint, but it can still make a difference overall. So you know what, let's give it a try. I'm just going to go through and first start off by adding those two areas here. Yeah, so you don't really see it, but maybe you can see it. No, I can't even see it, hold on. Okay, maybe what we do then is don't go about 50%. What if we take it down to about 75%? That's not as intense, but tricky indeed. In that case, do we maybe change this color here and make it go lighter or darker? Possibly, maybe. I don't know, because these guys are pretty similar already. Okay, in that case, let's change the color of this guy here. Yeah, I think that's what I'm thinking. Right now, the contrast is pretty similar. And, to those of you who are wondering what this is the plugin I'm using for Aseprite. But what I'm doing, why I'm toggling it on and off, is I'm trying to look at the contrast, what Pot brought up. And they highlight in your references pure white. Yeah, oh, that's true as well. I see. I like the way you think, Pot. Yeah, we can definitely mess around with those. What I did is I clicked on sprite here, clicked on color mode, and you can click on grayscale, and it'll give you the same effect as what I'm doing with the what is it called? With the plugin toggle on and off. Just be careful when you do it through this method, as it's destructive. For example, if I close this, now this entire layer is in black and white forever. The plugin allows you to have a layer and toggle it on and off with the hotkey, which saves a lot of time. And hi, Cyan, welcome into stream, and welcome in, and thank you for the raid as well. What were you up to? Hold on, let me go ahead and do an @ or no, it's a slash shout out. There we are, @ shout out, and then add, and then let's see side. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Hello, and if you have to read and run, I wholeheartedly understand as well. But welcome in all, and welcome readers as well. Today we're trying something a little new. Well, little new. I've never drawn bows before with ribbons, so we're trying to draw ribbons. And what was just mentioned is that this ribbon might feel a little off because there's not a lot of contrast going on. And we've also been creating some Pixelart. Oh ho! What type of Pixelart, may I question? Let me slide this over to here. I'm thinking, yeah, the contrast, especially for this area here, how it's so similar, especially if you zoom out, I think we can change the contrast a little bit. So to change the contrast of this guy, what I'm going to do is if I click on here in File Adjustments, you can click on Contrast, and we can up the contrast, for example. That's definitely a thing, and I do enjoy messing with these guys, especially when I have the grayscale layer on, and I do this well, lovely. And if I now use that contrast layer, we can see left and right is before and after. So if we up this guy here, that can definitely modify it a little bit here. If we lower the brightness, up the brightness a little bit here, I definitely think that's more contrast. And we're animating an animation for a pet in our game, Office and Cold. Hold on here, let me grab it and yoink it. Let's see here. Ah, how adorable! You know, funny enough, I was just looking at that meme the other day. Hold on, let me see if I can. I don't think, hold on, let me, hold on. Okay, copy link there, and then let's see if I do that button there, and then I do very quickly grab that guy there. I do want to show this off, this is adorable. Buddy, I'm telling you, I looked at that meme very recently. Oh boy, it won't convert, that is unfortunate. Okay, we'll do something else instead then. 10 out of 10, did you see it, check? Hold on, let's see. I know it's probably going to say, you can't see it because you gotta log in, but maybe, possibly it will let me see it at least a little bit here. Let me then click on this guy here. Let me click on this guy here. Take a look at this. Isn't this adorable? It's the little cat guy. You made him into a little creature here. Oh, that's super duper cute. That's super duper cute. Well, thank you for sharing us. Yeah. Oh boy. That thing right there. The fact that it has a little body too. How silly. And you said office game? Yeah, a pet for your occult office? Oh, a little shadow cat, I have to wonder. And thank you for the follow as well. Thank you too. My goodness, I'm telling you, that creature right there. I have been studying him very carefully recently. Let me click on this guy here. With our adjustments now, we have, oh, Yeah, I'm seeing it. I like this a lot more, and it's a desktop. Oh, I do love desktop companion games. Do you have a Steam page for it? If so, feel free to link it, or like an itch or something, as I'm a collector, it seems, of desktop idle games, so feel free to share it my way as well. I do like this. I do think this helps a lot. Another thing you can do too is, if I copy this guy here, thank you, hold on, and lo-fi rituals. Oh, that's even better. Oh, how wonderful. Thank you for sharing. Yeah. Oh boy. Now I'm excited. I like witchy stuff too. I'm currently working on a game where you play as a necromancer in a cafe, so this is right up my alley. Let me slide this guy over here. Another way we can modify this guy without changing too much for the contrast is something I've been trying to get better at doing, where if I double click on this guy, we go back into the grayscale. You can also go here, and if you click on edit, you go into adjustments and click on color curve. This is something I've been messing around with, and sounds awesome. I like cats and necromancer. Well then, I can go ahead and do exclamation NECROTYPE. Oh, hold on. TYP, NECT. There we go. My goodness, I know how to spell. Oh boy. What this guy does, I don't use it often. I do think it's nifty though. The idea is that on this side, we have all of our light colors, or no, all of our dark colors. This is the dark side, all of the dark colors. This is the light side, all of the light colors. And if you bring this guy up, it's going to bring all the dark colors and make them lighter. Or for example here, if I bring this guy down, it's going to make all our light colors darker. So what we can do here is make colors that are close to being in light. We can make them lighter, and then we can make colors that are darker closer to dark. And that's another way you can change the contrast by changing this graph around, for example, which I think is a neat thing where you don't modify everything. Like you can see how the dark colors are over there, but this is another way, a quick way to modify it without messing around with things too much. So I could possibly, for example, do something like this here. Maybe then we can also make this guy go down a little bit more for our darker colors here to also give it a bit of contrast, and we can get something like that. I love the Cthulhu guy. Oh boy, now I'm even more excited to look at things. So we have two different ways to approach the same problem. And now I'm curious to see if I turn off the grayscale here. Yeah, isn't that interesting? And then you can kind of modify it from there depending on your choice. But I think I like this. I like this quite well. So now that we have a modified version of it, I'm going to move these two guys and I'm going to shimmy shuffle them all the way back over to here, like so. And then we're going to save you here. So copy you. And I thought we were going to get to the silver ribbon, but truth be told, I thought to myself, yes, there's no way we can do ribbons for a total of 4 hours. Surely, we'll spend not enough time on it. I think we're behind schedule, truth be told. And we got a couple of fun things. Oh boy. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm a little bit of a fan of the occult stuff as well. Nudge. Let's see. Going back over to here, what I'm going to do now is if we go 50%, does it at all make a difference? I definitely say it makes a bigger difference than it did before, so I'm going to grab this guy, our other ribbon here, slide him on down so we have our steps in case we do ever want to go back, and let's modify it a little bit more. So I'm going to copy this guy here, move you over to here, then I'm going to grab this guy here, and to begin, I'm going to make this guy, whoa, you're way too saturated. I didn't think I'd ever say that. Let's just also grab this guy here, lower down the saturation a little bit. So just a little bit. You don't have to go all the way, but one of these things is not like the other. I go back up here a little bit more. Are you still to the left? No, you're still to the left. Okay, that's all right. In that case, we will do a little bit different. I'll grab this color here. We will slide you up and over by a smidge here, and then we'll see about changing you to be the entire area. There we go. Okay, and now we'll go down, and then we'll go over, as I don't really usually like going in that other area of saturation. Sometimes there's a little bit too much. Let's see. Slide that guy over here. I think I like that a little bit more. We can definitely go darker, but just not so saturated. The way it was super duper dark. So maybe we go over here, for example. Go over here. Something like that. I think looks a lot nicer than the black feel. So we'll keep that. After that, what we'll do is I'm thinking we can go ahead now, and if we grab our mixture color here, let's see about modifying it. So mixing them together, or if anything, truth be told, we can see about making this guy darker now, since he should be a little bit darker. So let's again slide you over because I think you're too saturated. Slide you over to about here, I'd say. Oh, actually, you're super duper dark. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, well, let's do a different approach. First off, all of you guys need to slide over by like a little bit. I don't know who told you it was okay to go over there, but you need to come back. Go over a little bit, just a smidge. I'm not asking a lot. Let's see, and you can go over too. You can slide on over there. Okay, save this guy here. And with that said, we're going to grab this color, go a little bit darker, slide it over a smidge over here, maybe a little bit darker still, and that'll be this color here. So we have our medium color, or our bright color, we have our medium color, and then we have our darker color. So it's going to be this guy over here, slide you over, and that'll be that color. I see. And now we're gonna need an even darker color for the outer outline. So this color here, there we go. There we are. Oh my, it took a second, but I definitely think it was worth it. And slide you down a little bit more. And now we can make our darker color darker. There we go. We can even make you now a little bit more darker. Like, okay, that's a little bit too dark. That right there. I think that is a good compromise. Okay. That said, now for this green color. It's a little off, and it's liney, or not liney, but yellowy feel. So let's slide it up a little bit. Go up a smidge more up here, possibly even up like maybe a peel over here, something like that there. It might be a little bit too bright. Slide you over about here and here. No, that's definitely not bright anymore. Okay, let's see. Slide you up, and it was mentioned earlier that because it was a white, you can maybe go up here to up here, but that definitely feels a little bit too off. So let's see. Slide you up more to our yellows, because yellows are definitely warm. I'm thinking definitely up the contrast here, and I think this could work. I think that could certainly work. And then if I slide this guy up a little bit more, slide you up a little bit more to our yellows and areas here. Now we can add, oh, not that. Let's see, that there. And so on my end, it got really late, but glad I could send you some Pixelart fans over. Keep the stream and have a lovely weekend. Thank you. I don't remember. Cyan, thank you. And everyone else, as you as well. I hope you have a lovely weekend. And I do wish you a good one. And thank you again for the raid as well. I'm wondering here, this guy's got to get a little bit brighter, isn't that the case? So now we slide you up and go up here, and it's going to be this color, but that color is so similar to the other color that it did just, Okay, you there. Yeah, you're way too similar. You need to be darker. Yep, you just need to be. Either you need to go darker, or this guy needs to go darker. Choose one. You cannot be both. I'm going to grab this color here onto you. We're going to grab this color, and then I'm thinking we can do this here, possibly, but that feels way too bright. I definitely think this color fits it better. That definitely. And now it's just a matter of that outline bit. So maybe we can go up by a smidge only and slide you over a little bit here and do, let's see, up by a little bit more. I say a little bit more. Let's see. You there. Is that a fair color? No, not really. What if we slide you up a little bit more and go over to the warmer colors here? The colors are still, it seems like, too close together. Maybe that's just because it's in the yellow, or not yellow area, but what is it called? The greens. The greens still feel a little bit too close. So I'm wondering, do we wanna change this color maybe a little bit? So I'm thinking we can go over here a little bit, slide you over a smidge here. Oh yeah, maybe we can even go a little bit more yellow, something over there. And then, let's see, over yellow a bit more, like over here instead. It's starting to look more like a scarf. So that's a little bit too much. Let's then slide you up, slide you over to here, about here, over there, put you about there, I think. And then now this color here, let's go ahead and go up a bit here, slide you over to about here. And now, are you too similar? You're still too similar. Okay, this is fine. I'll slide you down a little bit and just keep messing with the colors a smidge to see if we can figure out why it's not working quite well. Slide you over a little bit here, go darker a little bit here too. Is our contrast still good? It's still pretty good, I'd say. So we'll save it here. And then this guy here, we need you to fill a specific role that you are not trying to be employed for. It's okay. It'll be fine. I'm wondering, this definitely feels like it fits in more. The question is, how can we make it not look like it's the same color? Because right now the values are so similar is our issue. Let's see. Okay, maybe we can definitely do this color. It fits. So let's see. We'll first just select all of that area and then go from there, and then we can modify it. That way, we don't have to worry about too much of everything. So select all of that there, select all of that there. And then let's see about filling in with a different color. One option is definitely that we could just go up more over here and slide it over, and then that's the outline there. That definitely doesn't feel nice though, so we won't be doing that. Another idea is that we can go and take this color here. Maybe if we up it a little bit here possibly and go up there, maybe that could work. So we start at this color here, then we slide on down, and then we slide on down again about here and here, maybe possibly about there. So that gets slid down a little bit, but that's super duper. Well, I mean, these guys are pretty different. So, you know, maybe that's okay. Then we slide down again, slide over again to a little bit darker. That gives us this color. So, you know what? Let's go a little bit darker. Oh, hold on. A little bit darker there. And then let's go darker, darker. That way there's you can definitely tell there's a lot going on here. Okay, something like that possibly. And now if we grab this color and we go up a little bit more, about up and over here, up and over here. How do you look now? Hold on, that's the same exact color. Oh boy, let's see. Okay, if I slide you up and go over about here-ish then, how about that color? That's not the same as this color. Hold on, that's that color. Yeah, okay. Grab you here. Maybe if we go up and over like that there, that's still about the similar color. So slide you over a little bit more here. Yeah, it's this color here. When I make the outline, it looks so similar to it that it doesn't look quite well. That's okay. I think I'm thinking about this a little bit too much. So, you know what? Let's just stop there and see if we can blend it in. And since it seems to be the case, or actually, never mind. I was going to say I will keep it what it is, but that over there looks wrong. That over there looks very broken, if anything, truth be told. Then again, I don't remember who said it, but someone was talking about how outlines could be different things for different areas. So you could say, like, maybe that guy can go there for the different outline. That's not too bad, truth be told. I am not opposed to that at all, really. Interesting. Okay, hold on. What if we take this guy up like one more, and then bring this guy up by like a little bit here, and then we were to grab this guy here and have you slide in over a little bit more here, and then we have you go up and a little bit more here, and then we have you also curve down a little bit more like here, here, and here, and then have you go down a little bit more about there. I think that can work, and then have you come down a little bit more there and there. That can definitely work. Have you slide down a smidge here. Yeah, okay. And then you can kind of maybe come inwards about here, possibly. About there. Definitely can work. I definitely think it can. This guy would have to slide in because you're curving around. That's definitely okay. You would have to kind of slide in there. That's definitely okay. You can kind of slide in there. Maybe then you slide in here and here. But it looks like a really big turn. So you know what? Won't worry about it too much. In that case, we'll go up. So let's see. If I then slide you up to here, grab this color here, and this is where I'm looking over here to make sure it feels nice in the whole picture itself. And this bump isn't too bad. So you know what? I say we can keep the bump. The bump's not too bad anymore. And this is where, okay, yeah, that versus this. I definitely think that feels nicer, so we keep that. And with that, now, with that done, oh boy, let's see. Let's now try blending everything. So I'll copy you here. And then, let's see, so copy you here. Ooh, I did like the way those screens did feel, though. I can definitely say that much. I did enjoy them for well, how long they lasted. Okay, so, with that said, we know for certain that this guy does get a little bit darker, so I can also go back and add a little bit of darkness here-ish, if it allows me to. Will you? Yeah, okay, lovely. So we can add a little bit of darkness here, since this is also the curve about here. And then, let's see. So this is a dark area. This is a light bit. This is a dark bit. This is a light bit. This is going to be a darker bit about here because it's also moving that other way here. And this ribbon sure has come a long way. Thank you, Nima. Yeah, I agree. And then it's always the worry of maybe we spend a little bit too much time on it. But truth be told, the goal of this is to learn. So even if I spend a lot of time on it, as long as it's trying to understand something, it doesn't feel like I'm just pushing pixels here and nothing's getting done. I'm more than happy to, truth be told, work on this the entire time. But I have goals and big goals, I say, and I got things to do and plans. I really want to get to ribbon, so I'm excited to see how this turns out. I'm wondering if this goes here and that can go there, but I don't quite like that. So I'm wondering, maybe we can just, again, go a little bit darker here to show that the ribbon kind of comes inwards a little bit. Something like that there and that there, I think can work out a little bit better to show, hey, this is darkness. We're going somewhere with this. Goodbye. Like that could go there possibly to show that it is going backwards. Maybe could be a thing to show something like that there. I think that could work out. That way you don't have to see too much of it and it's going back in space still. And after that, what I'm thinking is, let's see. We have light and then dark and then light and we have dark and then we have dark here. We have a little bit of dark going on here. And hi, Muck. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. I haven't seen you in like 5 years, nerd. Where's the nerd at, huh? Who you calling nerd? Welcome in and welcome back. And hi, welcome back, Sonic Edits. Welcome back in. Let's see here. If I go ahead and do you here, I want to grab a darker color, like this color here. Just this one here, and I rest my case. Oh boy. Let's see. We'll have this guy kind of come outwards here, and this here, I did want to fix this, but I don't know if I was able to. Well, I definitely wasn't able to if I'm trying to fix it again. But maybe now I have evolved. What if we bring you up here a little bit, and then kind of bring you up there, and then we remove you here, remove that there. Maybe. Okay, then erase you here, then have you go here. That's not too bad, truth be told. I don't know how well I feel about it, but it's not too bad. Let's see. Move you up here, move you up to here and here. Possibly, maybe if we move you up to here and here. Not bad. And what are you drawing? Right now we're drawing ribbons. We're still on ribbons for a little bit longer, and then we'll get into drawing bows. As the hope is because a bow is just a ribbon tied. By working on first the thing that the bow is made of, we can get a better idea for the challenges ahead. And I've realized there are challenges ahead. Oh boy, but I'm excited for them. We have this guy here, and I think then this guy could kind of maybe be a more diagonal shape. Possibly we'll have you come around here and here a little bit, and then we can have you go around here a little bit more about there, I'm thinking. Then we have this area. We then have this guy here who's a little bit darker. So possibly we can go again with a small transition in lines where we have a little bit of dark area here, and you'd have a little bit here. And this isn't even anti-aliasing. This is just trying to add some sort of a smidge of a gradient look to it. And then this guy here too, because it's going back in space, would also get a little bit of gradient. And actually, I'm gonna make you go straight about there. There you go. About there, I'd say. And cool drawing. Well, thank you indeedy. Okay, now that we're here, we can now do anti-aliasing. I think we'll be good to go. And what imagine is to imagine thick lace at the top, so the pixel is always brighter. Thick lace? Could you elaborate what you mean on that one, Pot? I am quite curious. I'll go ahead and save this guy here. And now, anti-aliasing. So what I do, and actually, hold on, I'm going to remove you as well. I think we already have you. If not, I'm just going to leave you. Yeah, I think you're you. You look exactly the same. So I'll slide you into here, copy you here, and then save you here. And then, now let's see. If I go ahead and change it to be about here-ish, I'd say. Let's see. I'll now go in here. I'll go for about the 50% color. And yes, I can see a difference now. Lovely. Okay. So we can move this guy here, possibly do one there. And I'm looking for where this specific green, these two greens touch. And imagine it is a piece of wood. Okay, yeah, piece of wood. Let me move you here, I think about there, and add you about here, I'm seeing, and then possibly here for our gradient there. And I would want to add possibly like another one there too, just to make sure it feels smoother. And then we have, let's see, I'm looking for when these two colors touch. So the darker one and the lighter one. So it would be, I think about, let's see, you there and you there. You're not our two colors. Where'd you come from, huh? Where'd you come from? You're not that color. Oh, never mind, you are that color. Really? No. Hold on, you're that color. But then there's this color. Oh, hold on. Okay, grab that color here. And then go for this color here. There we go. There we are. That's a lot better. Okay. And then now we go for our mixed color for our anti-aliasing about there. Yeah, okay. And now we can grab kind of that color there. And then we can go ahead and go for this color here since they are being merged together up there. And anywhere else, we have this color, which goes for our brighter color here. Truth be told, there is a bright bit there, but I'm wondering if it needs to be super duper dark right there. I'm wondering if we can just go there. Yeah, I do think I like that a lot better. And then, let's see, possibly do darker color here in this area here. So we can go darker bit there. There we are. Okay, and after that, because there is a light bit going on there, this dark bit here, I'm wondering, can we then add like a dark bit here, possibly? I do think that looks quite nice. So you know what, let's keep it, let's keep it. I do agree to keeping it. Let's see, we have these two colors. I believe they have been blended. Oh, hold on. There's a blending that needs to happen about here. So let's grab that color there. Hold on. Oh, hold on. You actually need to be that color. There we are. Good to go. And hard to explain? No worries at all, Pat. Oh boy, no worries at all. If it's one thing I've learned out of all of this is that it's very hard to explain things using text. So just the thought alone that you wanted to, I do appreciate it, truly. Let's see here. Now, if I grab our lighter green with our darker green, what I'm wondering is, maybe this is another case where that guy goes there instead. Yeah, what do you think? Let's see. There's this color we could go for. We could go for this one here because it's not super duper dark. I think this is okay. And my pack of Oreo situation will eat super meal. Who do I think I am? I don't remember from where I heard it, but it was a song. It was a, I can't eat a family meal, I just eat it slowly. Oh boy, let me view you. Let's see, you're not that guy there, actually, so you're fine there. And I used it in my entry. Maybe it can be explained later. Thank you, Pot. I shall look forward to it then and see, and hopefully I can pick up what you're putting down. We'll then grab this guy here, and who said that? Oh boy, we'll grab you here. And this will be our 50% guy here. And honestly, trying to explain things with text is hard, but it helps you understand something a lot better, and describing what you mean is a skill in itself. Yeah, understanding and also being able to give the information. I 100% agree. The idea of being able to do both examples and also understanding, comprehension skills. This is straight in itself. And hi, is it Alamango? Possibly? Alamango, maybe. Welcome to the stream, and please correct me if I'm wrong. I feel as though I butchered it, but I had fun saying it. And there's a little thing on the package. Oh boy, we'll then add a little guy here, and then we'll add a little guy here. I think that works well. Possibly remove that guy there. And then we're looking for when these two colors touch. So for example, here, I don't see them touching. It's two colors. Yeah, that color there is not that color. No, yeah, hold on. Yep, you are not that color, correct? Correct, you are not that color. All right, I see this dark color. So truth be told, I think it would actually be here that color would go there. Maybe, no, I could see it being that color, that's fine. And then we have these two colors here, that's where they're touching. So I can grab you like here, I think, and here could possibly be a good case to have them at. And then let's see, possibly have you come down a little bit here, have you go here, and then possibly go about up here for the two differences. If anything, yeah, I like that there. I was trying to explain it a way to get the rest sold without me destroying the experience. For the experience. Let me get some lemonade here. Tasty. So let's see, and I know, JK. Oh boy, and there's I did read that as well. Lovely. Okay, and I think lastly is the bit that comes across the edge here for the two mixture of colors. No, there's still this mixture here. Have we done that mixture of this mixture and this mixture? This darker color mixed with the lighter color? I don't think so. So again, let's grab that 50% color here, about that color there. And you know what? Haven't we seen that color before? If I had to guess, I could easily see it being that color, being our 50%. So I'm just gonna grab that color there and add it instead of making a new color. So we'll put that color there. We're having that dark color meet our medium-ish color there. And I think that's the only place it appears, truth be told. We can also just add that color there because it's being added in the corner. Yep, I think that's good to go. Okay, well then, lastly, I think is going to be this bright color mixed with our darker color. So I'm going to, again, 50% it, and then let's add it here. I think probably you would add it there maybe, and then grab that color there to have it kind of go around. And then I'm thinking, let's see, it's this color and this color. Well, definitely that's not that there. But you can add it, let's see, about here, grab that color here, put it in these areas here for the diagonal bit there. I don't know how I feel about that exactly. I think we might have to modify it a smidge and grab that color there and then do that there. I think I like that a little bit more, and then possibly we can even add that line there. I think that works out a lot better. Lovely, okay. Then, and hi, is it B-Boss, or it looks like a boss, or maybe BB Suit, or maybe BB Soy. welcome into stream, welcome in, and please correct me on the name. One of those, possibly, maybe one of those were correct, so I take it if so, but welcome in, and hi, and hi, Skillix as well. Welcome into stream. Hello, Pixel friends. Hello, and welcome in. Welcome into Ribbons and Bows. We haven't gotten to the bows yet, but I assure you, we're getting there someday. Oh boy, I do like this. So we keep this here. We'll go then 50% again, and we get this color here. Have we seen this color? I don't think so. I don't think we've seen this color before. Are you that color? Nah, are you that color? You're pretty close, truth be told. So maybe we can just grab that color there. It's only friends today. Indeed, it's lovely. We'll grab that color here, and that color here. I'm thinking for the kind of shiny look. And hello, accept a coffee. I do enjoy coffee. And well, it's probably not Bingus Boy. I usually just let people say what's easiest. I see. Bingus Boy, that's a new one. That is certainly a new one. We'll add that guy here. Hold on. I think that there. Hold on, that there, possibly there. And then maybe we can have that guy kind of curve in there. I do think that works. Okay, and then let's see. I want to do a mixture of these two in that area specifically. There, that looks like this color. Yep, that's exactly that color. So we'll just grab those guys and have them come around there. And then what I'm thinking is, what we can have, oh, hold on, there's this mixture here, 50%, 50%. Grab you here. Have we seen that color before somewhere? Something similar? You're pretty similar. Hi, similar. Oh, hello, similar. You can go there. You can go there. Right over there. I think we have, oh, hold on. There's this mixture here. Have we seen those two colors before? Yep. We can go ahead and just maybe make that guy go there, for example. So I do like the idea of it kind of going here, possibly even doing that there. I like that a lot better. And I heard you learned about Spriter's resource today? No, I have not. I learned about it a good at least year ago, I think now. I was just talking about how when I first discovered it, it was a game changer, but 100% not new. It's just a matter of when I first found out about it, it changed my entire world. And ever since then, I think I might use the website every other day at this point since I do a lot of pixel art. Let's see. I think we want to add some or some curving, or not curving, but bits of anti-aliasing along the outlines, but I'm just doing a quick check to see this area here. Yep, those areas are blended. This is not really blended, so let's see if we can modify it there. You would go there, I think, and then let's see. You would possibly go, I see. We kind of ran into an issue there, unfortunately, but it's okay. Let's go ahead then and have this guy go up a bit, possibly here, which maybe can make you go up there a bit there. That's not too bad. And then we can have you go here, possibly, maybe. Nope, that's pretty bad. That's actually really bad. We'll just do that then. We'll keep it like that. And what about Pixel Logic, the tutorial book? Indeed, I can agree to that one as well. It has also been a game changer. That's where I learned about some pixeling as. I didn't know it was a thing. And that's like, oh man, it's like a must-have for pixel art. Let's see here. If I go ahead and save you here, we have you there, blend you here. There's not a blending of these guys here, so we can definitely add one there. No, maybe it was a referring to Traveler's Rest. Oh, yes. Oh, right. I forgot. That's a Pixelart Journey, right? That's a different name, same person, right? I see. Yes, Traveler's Rest. I've played that game a lot, and I didn't know that there was a Spriter's resource page for it. And yes, that's me. I see. Well, welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And yeah, okay. That makes a lot more sense. That does 100%. Let's see. Slide you over here. I'm so confused for a second. Oh boy. We have you guys here. Then you swirl around here, and then that there, and the legend journey. Indeedy. Let's see. I think lastly, what I would want to do is I would want to grab a color mixture here and see about possibly adding it to the edges, but I don't know. I don't know how well I feel about that one. That might be a little bit overboard, but I do think it adds a little bit of flavor to some life. So I don't mind it at all. We can kind of slide this guy over here, maybe make you extend that way. That goes there. And then this guy here, where are we getting edges where it feels like it could be mixed? For example, I see an edge here that's a little bit too sharp for my liking. Let's smooth it out by adding that dot there. Though, that does not help. I'll be honest, I just think you need to go down. There's nothing I can do to help you. There is no saving that. Oh boy, let's see. I'm wondering, maybe you can go up a little bit there and over a little bit here. How about that? No, that's not gonna work either. Yeah, you just might be beyond saving. Let's see, if I grab you here, go back here-ish, about there, and then there, possibly. Let's see, maybe if I move you here, and then move you over here, and then I move you over here by like one, and then you also go down here by like one, just one singular one, and then yep, there we go. Okay, you work. I can deal with that. That's okay. I think that, is it okay? It will be okay. Oh boy, and the legend, I do read that. And anyone who's been playing Vampire Crawlers, it's on my to-do list. The issue is right now I'm playing Satisfactory, so my hands are tied. Let me slide you over to here. We'll grab that mixture for those two guys there. And then let's see, anywhere else it shows up, I'd say probably this guy here, that guy would go, let's see, that there. And then let's see. For this guy here, might grab that color there to mix it together. And then for this guy here, you're blended. This guy's not blended, so let's blend it super duper quickly here. Grab that guy there, and you'll go there, and there to make it hopefully curve. We have that curving. This guy here doesn't have one. That could be a little bit of a tricky issue. So if we just go, again, 50%, it would be about that color there if we wanted to add it. Though, it might be added. And ooh, it started raining. Oh, that sounds lovely. Nice cup of tea too. I see why you drink it. Oh boy, let's add it. I think there would be that other color that would go in that spot. Or hold on, let me just double check. And I also finished Blasphemous. I haven't heard of that one before. I'm playing Nothing these days. I want to finish Clone Drone and Danger Zone. I haven't heard of those two before. Interesting one. And hydration, I
the
sure can do.
underscore Whitechapel just redeemed hydrate.
Get some lemonade then. Tasty. Thank you. Hydration has been done. Let's see. Anywhere else I'm feeling like it's a little bit funky. And you never played Blasphemous 1 or 2? They're fantastic. Hold on, I will save it to the browser. BLAS. Yeah, you know what? I have technology. I just double click it and copy and paste. There we are. Easy peasy. I will save that to have a look at it later. There we are. And I'll move you back to here. And funky, huh? And come back to some cool ribbons and cool rat. Where's the rat at, huh? Oh boy. Let's see. Move you there, and then slide you over to here, and you there. There we go. Okay. So I'm thinking you will get a dot there. You'll get a dot there, possibly. And then let's see. You get a dot there, and don't worry about it. I don't like the way that sounds. Oh boy. That doesn't sound good in the slightest. Oh my. Let's see. This edge here, I think, has been properly smoothed. I think this guy could do with some smoothing around those edges. That would be this guy here, that guy there, and that guy there. And do you ever game on stream? I play Pixelart games. It's the thing. Someone asked, I think, yesterday about doing, what is it? League. Well, that does sound fun. The hope is that everything I do is based around pixel art or game development. So while playing a game, definitely. Since playing a pixel art game on stream allows us to dissect the pixel art. So it's a thing of only pixel art games are played on stream. Let's see. I think that's rounded. I see rounded here. I see rounded here. Hold on. That could definitely be rounded. Let's see if we add that guy there. How does that feel? Yeah, you know what? I like that a lot better. So we'll just actually grab that color since that's the same color here. Rounded. Okay, now my last pièce de résistance is sliding up here, sliding over here, and then about there we go. A little bit of here, go about up there and there. Hold on, about there, and then go a little bit up here. There you go, about up there. There you go. How about that? And she's hiding the toxicity? I assure you I'm the least toxic player you'll ever meet. Oh boy, let's see. Slide you over to here, and then slide you over to here. And I'm thinking either that could work too, but I think that works out quite well. And then we can grab our 50% for here. 50%, grab that guy here, and then do 50%, 50%, and then do 50%, 50%, 50%, 50% for the edges. There we are! And did you play League? Not on stream, but I do play it, and that's what they always tell you. And I heard Satisfactory. Have you played Factorio? The thing is, I don't like the look of it, unfortunately. I've heard of it, but I couldn't get behind the look of it, so I haven't given it a try. Here's my ribbon. What do you think? Definitely a far cry from our earlier attempt. I think what made a big difference was adding the outline, and wow! To the ribbon or the Factorio? And didn't you play a non-pixel art pixel typing game? That was for research, for pixel art games. That's different. Playing a game or playing a stream entirely of that game versus researching for the game. And playing League will automatically make you a toxic player? Nah, JK. Oh boy, alrighty then. Well, we have drawn successfully, I'd say, a ribbon. So, let's move on to drawing a bow. And once we draw a bow, what we will then do is, really, I think Factorio looks lovely, especially Gabella. That place is so cool. The thing is, it's like, I don't know if you could tell a little bit, but I have a certain preference when it comes to colors. And when I look at Factorio, it feels very dreary. Not only that, but it's like a lot of machinery, and I'm not really a big fan of machines. I'm more of a like fantasy person. So the fact that he even tried Satisfactory was a surprise to me. And let's see. I think for our bow, what bow looks nice? We've done green. I think, technically speaking, a red would be a nice addition. Green on red, they go pretty well together. We could also do maybe like a yellow. Ooh. You know what? Maybe this is the one we do. Possibly. We could also do this green here, and well, look, hold on. I will also copy this guy here, and I'll save it for later to take a look at. F-A-C-T-O-R-I-O, F-A-C-T-O-R-I-O, Factorio. I will save that. And so you've played Dwarf Fortress? Haven't heard of that one. Oh no, I have heard of that one. I don't think I've ever looked into that one. Let's see here. Sliding you over. I don't know why I have so many, what is it called? Green bows. Let's do a red bow. I like the idea of a red bow. Let's do this one here. It depends what you look, because it has many different zones, but it's colorful. I can take a look at it and double-click it in. Oh boy, let's see. Grab this guy here. We'll grab you. We'll do this bow, and I'll also post it into the Discord should you want to draw it. And oh, funny enough, this thing is blocking the spoiler, so I didn't even see it. Oh, that's lovely. I'll put the bow in stream discussion. So if you want the bow on your screen, there you go. That bow there. So now that we have drawn a ribbon, the thing is, this is more like a felt texture than a ribbon. And no, never get out. Depends. Oh boy. This isn't a, what's it called? This isn't a, yeah, it feels more like a felt texture, not as shiny. I'd say shiny is considered satin, right? These would be more shiny satin compared to the different ones. And Dwarf, the real tower time, I have heard of Dwarf. I think I looked into it and it didn't look like the look of the game really is important to me, but there's some times where I try to look past it, but I don't think Dwarf. Let me grab a satin red bow. That'll be easier to look at. S-A-T-I-N-R-E-D-B-O-W. And hi, Ed. Welcome, Ministry. Welcome in. I'm still in time for the longbow study. Put the medieval longbow on the table. What wonderful timing. Let's see here. Pinterest. I want to grab a satin bow specifically. So recruit closely players to play games on stream. I think if I did play other games outside of like the regular ones, it would have to be, what is it called? It'd have to be like on a different day of streaming, like off the regular days. I'm gonna go for this one instead. I think this one might be an easier one to draw. So we'll do this one here. It has a lot more highlights and darker areas, so I think it might work out better. And exactly. Oh boy, let's go ahead and save this guy here. Zoom into here, and then we have this guy here. Alrighty then. And yes, please, the streams be great. And only took a 2-hour nap to recover. Yeah, I could definitely see like doing out of the blue leg stream. Could definitely be, but it wouldn't be like Friday to Sunday. It'd have to be out of stream or maybe post stream. That could be it too. I'm glad to be here. But anyways, so far we have just finished drawing a ribbon, and now we're moving on to drawing a bow. And then once we draw a bow, we'll take a look at some Pixelart bows. So it only took a 2-hour nap. Whew. Oh, I hope the nap was well received. I hope it was lovely. If she ever played games on the weekend, Necrotech would never come out. Yeah, the thing is that it wouldn't be able to cut into the regular stream times. I will grab some of these red colors here and copy it, and then we will save it to our palette layer here. Let's go ahead, and I would like to draw a bow on Tem here. Let's give Tem a little bow. And you lied to me! And this is not a longbow study. I very specifically wrote ribbon bow for this very occasion to make sure it wasn't just bow study, it was specifically ribbon bow. There's a clear difference, so it seems. Let's copy you here, and let's give him a little bow. A little bow. Hold on. Do we want to go in the front or in the back? Maybe we do it from the back. That might be easier. I'll copy you over and just call playing games a study. I do, that's the thing. If it's Pixelart games, technically speaking, it is a study. Technically speaking, I don't know what there is to learn from Link, though. Oh boy, the fine print. Oh boy, I thought this through. We'll slide this guy over to here. Hold on, grab you if it lets me. Grab you, slide you over to here. Then we'll go up to here and slide you down to here. And we'll save you, and then this is our ribbon here. This is, what layer, what are you exactly? You are our, oh, I see our trace over. I will call you trace over. Trace over, there you go. And then we'll hide you there. That's our grayscale, that's our palette, that's our layer, that's the, what are you? Ah, I see, plates, P-L-A-T-E-S. There we are, and then you are going to be our bow. So new layer, and we're going to call you our bow, B-O-W. And well, I literally studied crosscode while playing. Lovely game. I have heard of crosscode. I think I even might have some crosscode references that we'll take a look at. And it's for study purposes. That's what I keep telling myself when I play old Guilty Gear games. Is there a way? Study can be whatever you want it to be. And how do you draw that bow sheep? What an interesting one! Or is that more of a grr? I think, by drawing the, what is it called? The outline, or not the outline, the shape of the bow. I think that might be laughing at my coloring. I would never. Ah, Bobby, you're back. He is indeed. Let's start off by I want to give him a little, like what is it called? A ribbon on, like, I think right above here. Somewhere here, I want the ribbon to be. And okay, this one is a straight. Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead. Definitely haven't heard of that one. That one sounds dark and grim already, which isn't a bad thing. The thing is I definitely am more of a, well, I say that, but then I play League. It depends. It truly does depend. I'd have to take a look at the game to start off, and then depending on the look, say if I want to continue looking into it. Looking into the look. Oh boy, we'll save this guy here. I think this is a good start to have it kind of come diagonally across, that way you'd be able to see it from the back. And would you consider inscription? A little bit. Some areas. I think it would be enough, especially if we did like a card study of like making Pixelart cards. That could be a lot of fun to do. Inscription though, the thing is, this is a horror game, and I tried playing Amori, and it was a horror game, and it was too painful to continue. It was a little too frightening for me. We'll copy this guy over, we'll drag you over to here, and now that we have the general start of our guy, let's see where this takes us. And it's not horror though. Inscription is, I'd say it's not scary, more than it's like a puzzle game. It's like a scary puzzle game with more puzzle than scary. It's got a dark, grim feel to it. Let me see this guy here. I'll then grab our red here. And the issue is, this red is clearly not this red. This is more of a yellowy red. This is more of a purpley red. And fair play, the thing is, I'm not a fan of puzzle games, but I will watch people do puzzle games. I am almost tempted to change the colors of these guys because it does not resemble this. We're gonna get like a very different looking bow. But you know what? Let's stick with it. Let's see. So we'll do that guy here. To start off, I think it's going to be a thing of making sure we have a centerpiece for wherever this bit it goes. So we have that guy there, and the signals, it's not really signal, I tried, signals, that's what it looks like. The main game is pixelated 3D, but some things are pure pixel art. I shall also move that to that guy there. There we go. I shall see. Let's see. That guy there. I'm thinking if we keep the bow and we do shading on the outlines for the bits that go down, and signalis, possibly? Did I get even close? Oh boy. Let's see. Add you there, drop you down to there, there, and there. We'll then grab this color here and lovely, lovely. Okay, that's good to hear. At least one time is the pronunciation did go out well. I'm glad to hear it. I'm thinking we can make the bits at the bottom darker to show, hey, we're dropping in downwards. And that's why I want to keep this guy apart, but I'm not too sure if I want to have it apart. Maybe we don't. Maybe we allow the shading to do the talking. And that's 3 syllables. Yes, but is it nah or nah? There's so many options. Is it Liz? Is it Lilia? Owlboy and Eastward? Eastward is on my list. I have not heard of Owlboy before, though. The thing with Eastward is that the style, or not the style, it's kind of like a, what is it called? I don't remember specifically, but the certain era it's not my forte. And Signalis and Dwarm, I have heard of Dwarm, I believe, before. Let's see, you there. I'm thinking this is what the bow can look like. It's got some pointy bits, so I will keep the pointy bits here. We'll then fill this guy in. It seems to kind of also bend towards and down. So I'm thinking maybe if we do something like that there, though, he looks like he's got a little, not a tutu, but he looks like he has one of those, what was it? You would get like a, okay, hold on. There were these things you would get for Halloween. If you wanted to be a fairy, you would get it, and then you would wear like a backpack, and then it would look like little fairy wings. That's what this is reminding me of. He's wearing fairy wings for a costume. Let's see, grab you here, and wings. Not that specific wings, though. The costume type of wings. That's what I was trying to say. I'm thinking maybe we move this guy downward a little bit here. Oh, actually, yeah. It goes down. It goes up and it also goes down. So let's see here. And hi, Cats on Keyboard. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Hi, I hope everyone's having a great day. And if you're not, please reconsider. And Owlboy leans very heavily on texturing. Hold on, I can definitely copy that guy there and save it for later. Copy you here and paste it into there. There we go. Okay, let me click on this guy back to here. So let's see. You here? And I was looking so hard, I forgot to say hi. Well, welcome in, and hello, and hydration sure can do. And in my album, but I know the visuals are crazy good. Oh, I look forward to looking into it then. Not very good. So very good. Tasty. Okie dokie. I think our biggest thing is going to be to do something that goes outwards on both angles. So what I'm wondering is maybe we can do something down here and then something down in the other area. So maybe something there, and then there needs to be some sort of curve. So something like this here, I think would look best. The issue is just it's a very big bow, which I have no problem with, truth be told. I like the big ones. So you know what? Yeah, let's keep it. Let's give him a big, adorable bow. There you go. Okay, let's slide the bow over then. Save this guy here, and let's keep going. From here, now we need to pay attention a little bit to where the shading goes and where the highlights are. Especially because in this image, at least, the shading's coming from one area, one side. So it might be a little bit tricky, but I am up for the challenge. So I'll grab this color here, grab this color here. This would be the lighter color. So where are we seeing the lighting at? I'm seeing it in this area here, kind of, even if I would even say this corner more so. And maybe we can even kind of curve it down there. That's not too bad. It's not too bad. Maybe we can even curve it down there and there. And I'm using the study as an escape to study my favorite two Bloodborne characters, Adal and Maria from the Clock Tower. I have heard of Bloodborne before, but it's always fun when you get to use your favorite characters as references. I can 100% agree to that one there. Let's see. I'm wondering, do we maybe have this guy kind of go up there that way? Or do we have it go downwards? I do think it's okay to bring it upwards like that there. I think that works out well. This is... You know what? I'm doing highlights when usually I do shading first. So let's keep this how it usually is. Usually it's highlights and not highlights. It's usually color, then shadows. So let's do that instead. I think that would be easier. All right, with that said, we have shading going on, I'd say, about in this area here for where the bow, what's it called? Not intercepts, but goes in together, that area there. So I would say possibly you would add shading in this area right here. But it looks a little bit off. So maybe we can fix it a little bit here as I'm not quite too sure. Okay, so for starters, we know that this guy's probably going to come up. That guy's probably going to come up a little bit more. And what are highlights if not shadows of the bright? That's a lovely way to look at it. Let's see. I'm thinking if we make this the shading underneath, it'll make it look like the shadow of the bow kind of comes outwards, or at least that's what I'm hoping, is that, look, this is clearly a shadow because it's coming from underneath. How obvious. Why didn't I see that before? So we'll do that there. And then we have this guy here as well. And then these guys pull in and make it darker. So I'm wondering, maybe we can do like a rounding bit there. I do quite like that. And that definitely works. But then we're going to have to make the bow bigger. Truth be told, we must expand, zoom, enhance. Hold on, you're getting an even bigger bow now. Let's see. Because I want to make this guy go upwards and then downwards a little bit more about down here. And then I want to do, let's see, you should be coming down a little bit, if anything, like that there, I think. And then this would be maybe the shading would go there then possibly, but that doesn't quite look, I mean, it doesn't look wrong. It just looks, it looks, that's the issue here. And there's nothing wrong with your looks. I think you look beautiful. Let's see. I'm wondering, do we kind of have it go down here and down here? I think that can work. Something like this here. And it truly feels like I started looking at this guy and then entirely changed the plan. Oh boy, I'm thinking maybe we can bring this guy down here, possibly. And we're gonna need a bigger bow. Boat. I have heard of that one before from Jaws. Oh boy. Have this guy go up a little bit more so we can keep it either this way or that way. I kind of like how bouncy it is. So you know what? Maybe we keep that in there. What about a long bow? This is a wide bow, but oh boy. Let's see. We have that guy there's the darker bit. I think we're good on that. Okay, so this seems to be the darkest of our shading. So now I'm going to see about going up here a little bit and adding in the darker portions here. So for example, I'm seeing a highlight in just that area there. So that's the part I'm trying to pay attention to, but I don't know how well that comes across if we were to add, for example, a bit here. What I'm noticing as well is that there does seem to be a line down there to show the, what is it called? The shadow of the bow. And now it was a cross blow. And go to your room, where's my spray? Oh boy, let's see. I'm wondering, maybe if we do something like this here and then have it kind of come upwards. So maybe something like that there can show the highlight of the bow. And then we can have this guy here, since this is going to be the darker bits. We can have that guy go in here. This will be the highlights. So we'll have that guy, the highlights there. That goes darker. That has a little bit of highlight going on top. So we'll also give that the liberty of going a little bit brighter there, I'm thinking. Possibly. We can definitely modify this a little bit later. I'm just putting things down so that we have something to come to, or come back to rather. So let's see. You would be the highlight. Definitely it looks like it's a highlight, which is good. That's step one. And then after that, I'm wondering, let's see. You'll go there, and there. Okay, so you would be here, it seems like, in this area up here, and then up here, and up here. There we go. Like that there, I think, possibly. But the issue is it doesn't really, this doesn't feel like bow. If I were to do it, not look at the reference, I want to do something different. It doesn't, it definitely looks like a bow, but it doesn't read as clear as I would have hoped it would. What I would want to do is I would want to have this guy fill it in, definitely make it symmetrical. So do something here and here. Go back to what we had initially with this idea here. And then I would want to do, let's see, I would want to grab this darker color, so like a color here, and then make this guy kind of wrap around a little bit, have it kind of go around and make it look like it's doing a, what's it called, the loop of the bow, so something like that. And then I would also want to see about maybe making this darker, or possibly, let's see, maybe adding in that corner there, maybe making this guy a little bit darker so it doesn't look like it blends in. So something like that, and ads already, my goodness. And with that said, I would then add in a highlight about here, so possibly we'd see like a highlight, like a little highlight here, something like that. And then maybe it would go up. This is where I would want to add like a more of like an orangey yellow highlight, so maybe like that there, but the highlight looks a little off, so it's okay. We'll do that there. We'll then see about adding in that guy here. And it's like a Christmas bow versus the one you would wear. Interesting. The thing is, we do have some options for the ones you will wear to look at in a little bit. So that could be helpful to see the differences. I see as well this, I wanted to do like a little lightning guy here. There we are. That's what I wanted to do here. And then after that, I wanted to see about doing a little bit of a darker color, sliding this guy over, and then going back and doing everywhere that's super duper dark. So for example, here and here is super duper dark. So you're dark because you're in the bottom area. So you would be about there. And then this guy here, because you're in the very bottom, you would come out about here, I'd say. And if anything, you'd also probably be about darker there. And then this guy would probably not be as dark, probably go out there. And okay, ads, fine, go, shoo, I say, shoo. Oh my, okay, we'll do some lemonade then, and we'll do some stretches while we're waiting. And yeah, Saroba from Yellow has a huge bow like that. I'm glad you mentioned Saroba, as she is in the examples. Let me get some lemonade here. Tasty, tasty, lovely, lovely. Let me sit up a little bit, and then, oh no, I just remembered, I'm out of tissue, aren't I? Oh no, hold on, let me see if I can find some. Give me 1 second here, oh no. Acquired, we are all good to go. Okay, I am out of lemonade, unfortunately, but the good news is I have water always, so we shall drink some water. Tasty, and you know what I'm hoping? For the next hour we draw these bows, maybe we won't have to look at references. Maybe we'll be able to, depending on the resources, or not resources, references we look at of Pixelart, maybe we'll just be able to draw some on the fly or interpret them. And for example, take a look at this red color of a bow and think, ah, yeah, I'm not gonna do this bow specifically, but I'm gonna make something that feels a little similar to it. I think that could work out a lot better than the approach I initially thought of, as this is a specific angle, and my hope is to learn how to draw not just bows, but bows that fit on people. And this feels like it'd be not even on people, but fit on sprites. I want to draw sprites or bows on sprites. That'll be a very important thing I need to learn how to do. So I want to make sure we have some symmetrical looking bows, and I don't think there's ever going to be a case where the bow would be symmetrical unless the lighting is everywhere. And I'm wondering, yeah, for example here, the lighting is lighter on this side than this side, which are lovely lighting studies, and lighting studies, definitely lovely lighting studies, but for some areas like here, maybe you could say the lighting's similar, but even here, along this edge, there is some brightness coming because the light's coming from that area. Let me go ahead and slide the sky back over. We will modify the sky a little bit more and then see, and just don't be a bozo about it. What do you mean, bozo?
Cat sat on keyboard, just redeemed hydrate.
Bad! Very bad, I say! I didn't like it one bit! Oh boy, let me get some water here. Thank you for that redeem, cats on keyboard. Thank ya. Oh boy, I got it a little bit too late and now I regret it all, I tell you. Oh boy, I was about to say we have like 30 seconds left. Nope, ad breaks are over. Welcome back from the ad breaks. Shall we continue? I think we shall. If that said, what I'm thinking is, I want to add this highlight here. It doesn't and
Quelm underscore nos
I
just
sure can,
redeemed
and
glasses
welcome in the stream
toggle.
as well, Quelm. Welcome in. Let me go ahead and get our clock out. And let me get the timer out as well. Let's see, 10 minutes. Big brain has been activated. Thank you for that one to the both of you. So, with that said, I don't quite like the lighting on the sky. I want to go up a little bit more. So I'm going to slide up a little bit, and it's the same color. I see where they got their lighting from. Never mind. Maybe they were onto something, and no problem. I got you. Thank you. Maybe we slide over now, up a little bit here, a little bit more over to here, and would do the lighting possibly here then, I'm guessing? Would be there then, and maybe you could do an up, and every time I come here, you're smiling and laughing at some nonsense. Sounds like the usual, and hi to Jack. Welcome into stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. And Nerd Alert is going crazy. And how am I supposed to, Bertie, like my hero, Batman? I'm Batman. I am darkness. Oh boy, let's see. What I wonder is maybe if we add like an outline here, or brute. How am I supposed to brute? I see. I wonder if we add like a, oh, that's good. That's pretty good. I don't know about you, but I think that, oh, okay. Hold on, and then maybe if we add like a dark bit there. Yeah, what do you think? Hold on. Maybe if we then take that darker color here, go there, hold on, go like that. Yeah, okay, hold on. Okay, and then maybe, I think that's good. I do like that. No, this is Patrick. Oh boy, I do like that. I think that's pretty. The only issue is, I think for here, we bring it up, we make it into a highlight since it's coming towards us. The only issue is going to be to make it look like a highlight. Like maybe if we do this guy here, no, I take it back. We're going to need a different color that's brighter, but not too bright. Close, but not too close. Nah, definitely not you. Maybe we grab this color here. Oh yeah, okay, hold on. You can definitely be that color. And then maybe now we can grab this color. It's too bright. But we can definitely use that color there and then grab this color here, okay? And then grab you here for the center bit here. Possibly, that doesn't still feel nice. It doesn't feel quite good. Maybe we do that there. Definitely not. On to something there. You know what? I like it as it is. You're beautiful. We'll save you. Maybe add more to the bow bit here. Ooh, hold on. And then maybe lastly, we add you. I like that a lot. Okay, anything else to add? I don't quite think so. I would want to add maybe like another highlight along the edge of the bow, but for making a bow for the first time, actually, no, I take it back. I have made a bow before. I put a knife on a bow, I believe. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. When we did a Valentine's Day, someone requested a knife for Valentine's, and we added a little bow to it. I think that was the only time I ever did a bow, and I should be able to find it easily enough since it should be in the Valentine's Day folder here. Do I have the Valentine's Day folder? There we go. V. There we go. There we are. And then it's going to be Valentine's Day U. Found ya. Bow. That was the first bow I did, and it was a little bit of a diagonal looking bow. Pff, that's an insane person's request. Was it you, Chick? Possibly. Oh boy, let me go and close this guy here and close. Oh no, we can keep that guy open. I'll save that guy, and I'll copy it. Now, with all of that said and done, we can finally get to looking at some references. And the thing is, I always think I don't have enough references, but then it's moments like these where we're already 3 hours into stream and we haven't even looked at them that I wonder, maybe I spent too much time gathering them as we so much focus, right? look like just take a. What am I supposed to do with all of this in an hour? On one hand, the good news is that we can do another study again, and I'll have all the resources I need. I have them for the next 10 years, truly. We have some bows that specifically look like bows here. Not enough, and maybe someone should use with that. Do you mean help then? Oh boy, we specifically have bows over here. We have I don't know what you call these, like thin bows, tiny thin bows over here. We also have some ties that we definitely won't be able to get to today, but ties. And what I like about the extra, or the section I guess best to say, is that for Fields of Mystery specifically, their sprites are something I want to aim for in terms of level of detail. And what you'll notice is that they have a lot of bows. And not only that, not only do they have a lot of bows and clothing, but the smaller sprites sometimes have the detail of what that bow would look like at that small size. So if I had to give a recommendation for what to look at, or if you're trying to get into drawing pixel art clothing, I think Fields of Mystria is oh boy, if not Fields of Mystria, then I think it would have to be, hold on, where are we at? If not Fields of Mystria, probably Pokemon would be your best bet. And looking at anime bows and bandanas, there's so much to bows. Oh yeah, I have some bandanas on here too as well. With that said though, we're looking specifically at bows. So that's all this area over here, this entire, oh no, I was going to say, if not Fields of Mystria, then doing Ragnarok Online. They also had a lot of bows. A lot of bows, I tell you. And bringing some chocolatey seeds all reference just gathering. Yeah, that's the thing as well, is that I don't regret it. It's just a matter of I could have done it like half and half. But I am glad because I did get my observation skills off and Ragnarok. Oh boy, with that said, let's start off with this game because I do like the way their bows look. And their bows specifically, I'm looking for bows, this one here. Let's grab this one. How big is it compared to our bow? If I do a new layer here, go back up to here, it's a lot bigger, that's for sure. It didn't even look bigger until I dragged and dropped it. And that's another reason why I like this writer's resource, because on paper, this looks the same size as my bow. But then I drag it and move it beside my bow and, you don't say! Oh boy, we have this frilly bow here. There's also this bow here we can grab. So let's go ahead and paste it into this area here. We then also have, let's see, a bow that's directly facing towards us. There's this one with the hat on bow. So we'll move you over to here. And then let's see. That guy there, that guy there. These are little tiny bows. That's a bow bent over. We have bow there, bow there. That bow's kind of off to the side. So I think that's all the Ragnarok. I try my best to also section these into different areas of different games. Not only of style, but also games. Since it's a thing of trying to get them into one spot. So I think those are all of the bows that are most similar to ours. We can always, as I said before, there's so many we could do a lot of studies, and I would not mind one bit. I think bows are fun. And a thing that helps is having the item you're trying to draw in real life and looking, yeah, that's the thing, Nima. I can certainly say what I did when I was looking up references and resources is, if I go back to here, I was saying before how I learn best when I can see the thing and also do the thing. So for the bow study, for example, I have some how-tos. So should you have an ability to be able to tie your own bows, I think it would help you understand how the bow is constructed. I don't have a bow on me, but having it, being able to look at it, yeah, getting your hands on it, I think is a lovely way to understand something. That's why I have a little skull on my desk. Let's see here. I move you back to here. It helped a lot with the skull study. I can definitely say that in the sense of beforehand, I could see the grooves, I could feel the grooves, all of those things. It made it really easy. So let me go ahead and slide you back over to here. So, with our Ragnarok one, what is different about you? And instructions uncleared, I'm tied up and I can't move my hands! Error 404. I'm sure you'll be fine, and Rousey spotted. Oh yeah, I found some lovely Deltarune sprites as well. We got a little bit of Deltarune on here as well as, hold on, look at these. We would definitely have to come back to these. Yeah, there's a lot of different types of bows I didn't even realize. And it's one thing to be able to draw fabric, but being able to draw bows and ties is, it doesn't have to be a frilly dress. It could be something like this, like a cool looking bandana for like a cowboy. There's a lot of different layers to this that I didn't even realize until I got into this, or until I started looking. What I expected today was that I was only going to find bows like these. And then I found out there's this entire other section of bows I didn't even think about. let me go ahead and click on this guy here and click on save. So with all of that said, let's go ahead and try to upgrade our bow. This is our reference here, so I'm going to call you our reference layer here, reference. We'll then slide you up to here, and truth be told, I do want to modify the colors just a little bit here, and kind of loving this. I'm glad to hear it, friends. Listen, a hat with bows. Oh, I didn't even see that. My apologies. I'm looking at anime bows and hat with bows. Yeah, aren't these lovely? There's so many different styles. That's another thing too, is that being able to gather all of the game sprites in one spot really allows you to appreciate just the differences between bow, and then you have here a little teeny tiny bow that's only 2 colors. Oh my, let's see. Let me grab back to here. Save this guy, and then let's copy you, and let's modify you a little. Never mind. Copy you here, and then let's modify you a little bit. There we are. Save you there. And did you get Elsa sprites from Rag, the maid monster? I would not be able to tell you truthfully, Pot. Do you mean this maid monster here? That's not a maid monster. It's like maybe like a puppet. Possibly not. The thing is, I briefly try to find sprites, but sometimes I can't go into each different sprite and see if they, oh, no more big brain. There we are. We're all done with that there. But if this isn't the monster, I think that's the only monster I spotted. Unless there's a monster over here, which I don't think there is. Yeah, this is the monster I spotted for that one there. Let me go back to here. So, with that said, let's move our reference up to here. And thank you again for that redeem, Claude. Slide you upwards a little bit here. And then let's see. So, for their bows, they do it a little bit differently. Granted, their bows are bigger, and hydration sure can do as well.
Sat on keyboard just redeemed hydrate.
Hydration has been done. Thank you. It's interesting to note, for their bows, they don't have the thing at what is it called? At the very top. So, just to see if we can understand their fashion, let's go ahead and modify our bow. So we'll slide this guy over, and and the thing is as well is that these are 2 different style bows. So 100% it's a thing of, it might look different just because it's a different thing. It's like comparing a sweatshirt to a t-shirt. They're different things entirely. What I'm also noticing, and what I also like the look of, is the fact that this bit here is very tall. I don't know if ours had a tall spot if I look at it again. No, it was more of a box, but I'm wondering, I didn't even consider that. What would it look like if it were a little bit taller? Like if we, let's see. If I were to extend, I think we would have to grab about you here, possibly, and extend you about up here, and then grab you about up here, and then, never mind, wrong layer. This guy right here, bow. Yep, there you go. Never mind. Ribbon. No, yours about, what layer are you? Hold on now. You go down. Okay, are we good? Everyone accounted for? And hold on, let me slide this guy up since you are cut off. Where can I move you to? I can move you back a little bit since we don't really need you as much anymore. And also, I didn't see Rousey in a suit in your reference. His suit, are you talking about the... I think I know which one you're talking about. When he, oh yeah, his cute little suit when the birdmen were screaming. I don't think I did I don't think I did see it when I was skimming, but definitely I'm going to have to add it. Fair point, Nima. Fair point indeed. I do think he has a little bow in that one. I'm going to extend this guy up by 1 because I like the idea of having that extra bit on the side here. And I have the link of the maid. I think it would be a distractor even more. Well, Pot, you just saying the name, I can go ahead and, what is it called? I can add it to the thing once stream's over. Or you can also say it, I think you're in the Discord. I can also, if you link it there in the stream discussion section, I can also add it there afterwards. The thing is, we're probably going to be coming back to this. So the goodness is that anytime I want to do bows, I already have all the resources and references ready and good to go. Look at that. Wow. Interesting. You know, I almost even think that dark spot there is a, whoo. Oh, wow. My, that's an improvement if I've ever seen an improvement. Interesting. It did so much by doing so little. He does have a tiny little pink bow, I see. Oh, I'm excited to take a look at it. This is nice. It was one change, just making it longer, because I saw that this one had the middle guy. I definitely like it a lot more. It feels rounder. Yeah, because we made it longer, but it feels bouncy is what I meant to say. Oh boy. If I go ahead and copy you here and we slide our bow on over, what other modifications can we do? Copy you here, and this definitely seems as well as one of those, what is it called? One of those cases where you'd have to just trial and error your way through, especially because it's such a small sprite. And why can't I grab you? What layer are you? You should be this layer, yeah? I want to copy you, I want to paste you and slide you. Oh. How did I get down there? Okay, well, let's just remove you there. Yeah, okay, delete you here. Yep, okay, and then we'll delete, there we go. All right, well, it definitely does help to zoom out sometimes, doesn't it? I'll save this guy, copy you now, and you should be able to slide on over. Lovely. Okay, another change I want to do is I want to make the bow bits go inwards a little bit more than they were before. I think that would be handy. So what I'm going to do is we're going to have these guys go inwards more. So I'll slide this guy over here, slide this guy over here. And then what we'll do is we will have this bit kind of cut inwards more so. So what I'm thinking is if we just make this guy come outwards about here, I think would be a good place to put it at. And then we were to do our diagonal lines about here and here, and then we have them kind of come upwards possibly. And the very edges are also highlighted, which is interesting. So possibly something there. So I don't quite like that, I'll be honest. Maybe if we were to do something here and here and here and here, that's not too bad. It's not good, it's not bad. You know, there's options, there's always options. That's always good. Maybe if we move you here, okay. You would have to be that. It could also just be because it's so small. No, I take it back. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I take it all back. That's pretty good. I do like that. Yeah. The thing is, this feels like a smaller, thinner bow. This feels like a bow with a capital B. I like it a lot. We'll slide this guy up here. Okay. I'm seeing the vision now. I understand what they're trying to do. Okay. With that said, we'll have this guy now come out a little bit, and it seems to be the case that the very tips are also kind of folding outwards, so we'll do that as well, have this kind of move backwards as the light's coming out. And you know what, truth be told as well, is that the highlight, I wanted to add a highlight before, but I didn't get a chance to, so let's do that now. I wanted to add a highlight about here-ish for the very tip of the bow, so possibly that there, but I think that works out a lot better, having that tip right there. And then what I would also want to do is grab this color here and only save it for the very deepest, darkest part of the area. So I would move it to about there-ish, because that's where our darker colors are. And if anything, I would also see about adding that darker color there and there, or just here, truth be told. And with that said, what's another alteration we can make based off of these sprites? What I'm saying is that their shading is a lot different than mine. So let's try to follow their shading along compared to what I was doing. So if we were to, and actually, let me move you down there. That might make things a little bit easier. If we were to remove the shading of our bow by as much as we can, we'll keep the bottom of it since it's already there. And then what we'll do is that there seems to be the case, or it seems to be the case rather, it's a little bit easier to say. It seems to be the case that our bow has a bit in the center that's darker. So to rectify that, what if we slide this guy up by 1 to give us a center line? So if I were to do something like this here, give us a taller bow, that way we'd have a little bit more choice. And you know what? Not only can we make that guy, the outer guys, taller, we can make this guy still our 3, which might also help it feel like it's going downwards more. Possibly, I think. Let's see if it works. So what I'm gonna do, let's see, that goes there, hold on. Why are you angry? You have to go down entirely about here. There we are. Save it then, and then have this guy come out a little bit more, have you go around a little bit more here. And after that, we're going to have you come inwards about here, I think, and there. Maybe, but I don't quite like that, truth be told. I think I like, yeah, this doesn't really feel nice anymore. So maybe if we move this in here and here, and possibly there, that can work. That can definitely work. Maybe if we move you down here. Yeah, okay, I'm okay with that. That's an okay outline. Yep, I'm okay with that. And from there, what we can have happen is this guy would be the outline there, and that guy would also be an outline since this would be the deeper part of the bow. And after that, let's see, this would also be the deeper part since it's on the inside and that other part sticking out. So we would also have this bit for the bow to come outwards too. But the thing is, I wanted a brighter color here just because of the way the bow is popping out towards us, but I wasn't sure if I could get that color, but maybe we can now. But the issue is just, does it mix too much? But I think it's okay. I think it's a-okay to do it like this. This seems just to be fine. And I'm wondering as well, how much of this do we want to do? I do kind of like it looking like this, so maybe we could just go all the way. Maybe if we commit entirely. Yeah, I like the commitment. I think that looks lovely. So we'll grab this guy here, go down a little bit more and have that for the side, and this will be for the bottom. I like that variation a lot more. from there, what we'll do is it seems to be the, oh, hold on. Are we gonna have to up it by one more again? Because I was looking to have a middle line here. I don't see my middle line. I got rid of it again. Oh boy, okay, hold on. What if I don't extend the top? What if I extend the bottom, huh? And then, hold on. I don't think I can extend the bottom. Maybe I can, possibly. Okay, hold on. If I grab you here and we do a little bit of surgery, collect there, and then we go up here a little bit, and then go up here, and then grab you here, add you on to our spot there if you let me, add you on there, slide you up by like one there, okay, possibly. And then we go back to here, and before we make any changes, let me copy so that we don't have a mistake here. There we go, move you over to there, slide you over back to where you were, slide you over to here and up here just in case, and then paste it where you were. Okay, and then we'll go back to this guy here. What I'm thinking is we have this come inwards that way. We still have our 3, so something there. And then we have this guy come down, and that would go down here. Oh, that does feel a little bit off, which is okay. That means we can just extend this guy out by like 1 and have it come down a little bit more to hopefully make it feel like it gets shape again compared to what it was before. And I think it's fine. I definitely do think we're still on a bow. And I do like how these do look like bows. This is the closest I've ever gotten to drawing bows before. So I'm having a lot of fun with this. This is fun. Let me slide this over a little bit more too. Hopefully it doesn't get in the way too much. I know my head's a little bit of covering it, but hopefully it's clear enough that it doesn't make too much of a pain. I'll go ahead and save this guy here then. And with that said, now that we have a center line, I wanted to add a little dot like right there because this guy also has a bit of a dot. So maybe if we do lines like this here, possibly. And then what if we were, instead of this darker color, maybe if we made it the lighter color, like that there, and then that guy there. And then if we had like a medium color possibly come inwards, does it feel like the bow's kind of having its own highlight of the day? I do think it works. And then what we could say is we could have then the very tips of the bow would be our highlights. So it seems to be the case that the highlights go about here-ish for the tips, possibly there-ish. Yeah, the very tips here. Well, actually, how it's working is the tips are highlighted about here, and you should probably use that guy there as the, what's it called? Yeah, move that there, and then you are there. And then you also come out, it seems like. So possibly we have you come out there and there. Maybe we can have you kind of curve around there. And then we have our highlights, and we use our highlights very sparingly. That's the issue I wasn't doing before. It wasn't done sparingly, something like that. And then it seems to be the case that we have darker bits on the inside again. So I'm wondering, maybe we go now in these areas here, have them darker. Oh, well, that's good. That's pretty good. I won't lie. Nope, not at all. Interesting. Wow. Huh. It makes such a difference. I didn't even think it would. Let's see. You there, you there. My only question now is this bit here. It's not really the separation. I don't quite like how it's not very clear. So I would hope that I could add, like, for example, here, add the dots here for the very outline bit here. That does feel nicer. That does. I can definitely say that much. So maybe we go all the way with it, and then we can make up with it by going in here with that color. I do think that works better. I do like that a lot more. And just to be on the safe side too, let's go ahead and save it again because we have all the space we could ever need. So I'll go ahead and save this guy here, and then I'll go ahead and undo you here, and then we can compare and contrast. So there's this guy here, redo there. And I can slide you over again since we have all the bows at our disposal. And then that there. Yeah, I definitely like the contrast on the left one a lot more. And now the hope is that possibly we can add a little bit of highlight to this area. So maybe if we grab this color here, go up a little bit, slide up a little bit more. We could grab this color, for example, and then since this is highlight here is for the top of it, maybe we can add highlights in that area there to show, hey, look, this color here, yeah, it's a brighter color. I would want to do it here too, but it's not dark enough for that outer area. So I think we keep it like that. I'm quite okay with this already. Compared to my before, they're both lovely. I do like both of them still, but what is it called? Let me save this guy here. This would be pre-reference. So if I copy you here, pre-reference, and then this bow would be post-reference after looking at the Ragnarok bows. And I can certainly say, this feels like it would be more of a delicate, smaller bow like we saw before. And truth be told, I actually want to move you there and move you there. There you go. Yeah, like that. I think that works out a lot nicer. And if that's the case, I'm also going to do you over here. And there we go. There we go. There you go. You look beautiful. I think they would be used for different occasions. The right one feels like what you would put on the front of a dress, and the other one feels like you put it in your hair. Like a little hair. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I know how to do this. We'll go ahead now and we will hold on. Let's see. I'm going to grab little Timmy here. There you go, Timmy. Come over here, Timmy. And will go there? And then we'll also grab Tem here. Tem, you are being removed. Do not resist. You go here. There we go. Okay. And if I grab you here, and we grab a little bow here, maybe we can do, oh, look at that. Hold on, there you go. There you are. And then you, there you go. Oh, okay, beautiful. Yep, nothing wrong with that. Oh boy, it's lovely. Alrighty then, with that said, let's do another bow from another game, shall we, and convert it. I think in this case, let's try a little bit of a smaller bow. And how cute. I agree. Oh boy, if we go back to this here, and the thing was, I thought we would be able to get to bigger sprites, as it seems to be the case we have to do, or not have to, but we either have the choice of doing bigger sprites as a main study or smaller sprites. Since we are working towards making bigger sprites in total, like what you see here for Fields of Mystria or for Stardew Valley. Do I even have Stardew Valley, like Stardew Valley? I would want to focus on bigger sprites, but at the same time, I do think the smaller ones have their place, especially when, for example, you use them as hair pieces or you use them as other pieces. So, with that said, let us now try out a smaller bow from a different game and maybe a different perspective too. That's the issue. That's why we couldn't do. Oh, you know what? Let's take a look at that bow. Let's look at some Deltarune bows. I think that would be a lovely idea. So I'll go ahead and copy you here. Copy. And then we'll go ahead and save you here. And then we'll go ahead and do our reference. Never mind. We are not on the layer of Deltarune, are we? Nope, we aren't. Copy you here. Is this even Deltarune or is this Undertale? No, this is Deltarune. Okay, let's see. Add you there. Save you there. We'll then paste this reference right about here. And then we'll grab this. Nope, you're not a reference. Where'd you come from? We'll grab this guy here for this bow from Asgore. Thank you very much. And then let's see. I think we can get another back bow, if I'm not mistaken. There is this front bow in here, and truth be told, you know what? I think we could use it. I'm just gonna borrow that, don't mind me. Yep, we're gonna grab that too. And the thing was, I wasn't sure whether to categorize this as the chef tie or as a bow, because the chef tie, it doesn't quite look like a chef tie as much. Oh, no, never mind. That does look like a chef tie, the bit at the side. I was going to say it didn't because there was no dot there, but when he moves, it definitely looks like a chef tie because they go down here. Hopefully it makes a little bit more sense. Nope, these are two tiny baby chef ties. I know I have another chef over here. Is it over in these areas possibly, or did I not group all of the chefs together? If so, oh, here we are. This type of tie. That's what he's actually wearing, but it doesn't feel like that. And Bomberman, indeed, hold on. Bomberman, is it, oh, I know I know what I can do. Hold on. Bomberman, yeah, would the Bomberman please stand up? Aha. Yes, indeed. I did find some Bomberman art as well. There we go. Save that guy there too. Okay, with that said, let's see about converting our bow. Oh, let me just double check. Any other smaller bows here from Deltarune or Undertale? I don't believe so. I think these are all in the one spot. So we'll go ahead and save it here. And with that said, let's go ahead and grab our bow again and let's strike them down. So if I copy you here and we slide you on down to our arena, let's go ahead and do, oh, hold on, undo. Yep, I just want to grab you, copy you, and then oh, never mind. Oh, no, we're good. Okay, lovely. Here you go. Here he goes right there. I'll zoom about there, I think should be fine. We'll then save it here. And now, let's copy this. So, the first thing that makes a Deltarune bow is the fact that there are very, very, very few colors. There's really, some of them are black, some of them are not. It depends. We'll keep the red outline, but we'll remove everything that it doesn't need to be. So what I'm thinking is, we'll keep the brightness, since the brightness does seem to play a factor. So we'll remove everything else. This, that, there, that, there, that, there. This guy here, it looks like it would just be a darker color. So I'm going to grab our darker outline here. There we go. I think that's a Deltarune bow. If anything, we could make it a little bit fluffier, but the style of Deltarune really, or Deltarune just in general, Toby Fox's 2 games, Deltarune and Undertale, they have that feel of just 2 colors, it seems like. If anything, we could definitely make it maybe a little bit thicker like that one there. Maybe a little bit cuter is what we can aim for. So I'll grab you here, slide you on over to here. Let's try and make you a little bit tinier. Can we go smaller? Let's see. I zoom in a little bit here. Go to about up here. That's not visible. Hold on. Let me drag you over. Slide to the left if you wouldn't mind. And now, let's see. Slide you over to here. There you go. You should be able to see it, which means we can get started. What I want to do is I want to make this guy a little bit rounder. What I notice is that, oh, I didn't even notice that. Now that I'm noticing it, I know my eyes. There's one line, so it's symmetrical, but it hurts. That definitely does make sense. But boy, what that does, there we go. It would be a little bit more on that line there. There's the center there that I'm seeing. Oh my, this one definitely has like the 2 side by side, but this one here even doesn't have it has the center bit. Wow, I was not expecting that. What I'm wondering then is maybe we just do this guy here, and then if I slide over to here, do that there. We can then also make this guy go out a little bit more. And right now it looks like you're looking at it from the back, if that makes sense, because the bottom bits are in front and they're usually, oh, you know what? I didn't even think of that. You make a very fair point. Are my bottom bits visible here too? Interesting, huh? What do you mean looking, oh, is it, no, you would put a bow on from the back. Do you mean, for example, here, it would be a thing of, what's it called? Doing this here, like that, and then you would do this here, hold on, and that would go there, and then that would go here, and here possibly, no, that would go there. Like that, do you mean, Nima? That's an interesting one I didn't even think about until you said something. And then is that why this kind of goes outwards, because it's coming from a different direction? And, oh, hold on, well, no, that's pretty fine. You know, I'm not complaining with that one. And usually they're like that in the back. If you look at the higher res references, I see, hold on. This guy here, they're underneath. And this guy these guys are on top. This guy here is underneath. This guy is on top. This guy here, well, that one doesn't really count. Let's see. You here, I also can't see you there. Anyone else got a bigger sprite? This one here, definitely super duper obvious. I see. Okay, I think I get what you're saying. This one here even. I got ya. So, that means if we wanted this guy to, well, no, this one here, I guess, it definitely looks a lot more, yeah, this one comes out more than this one does. Maybe that's why I like this one a lot more, because of the perspective. And this one's correct. Yeah, I see, yeah. That one, it definitely does make more sense, especially because of the, what is it called? The angle, I think. Yeah, 100%. I think I get it. I think I'm picking now what you're putting up. Let's see. For this guy here, we could definitely go for a little bit of a rounder bow. Maybe something about here and here. So possibly like that there. Maybe round it out about here and here, and then go about here and here and here. Something like that could definitely work. But then we have to add the line in here. Oh, hold on. We can add the line and then have it possibly go up like that there. But then the roundness kind of hurts a smidge. So maybe we can then add this guy here. Yeah, that's not too bad. And then maybe we can do, let's see. These guys are going upwards. There's also bows I saw before that were going downwards. Maybe if we kind of make this guy go down a smidge more like this here and then have you kind of go outwards. And I'm curious to see, what if we made you go outwards as well? And then maybe have it come inwards a little bit here and here like that there. That's not too bad. That's not too bad, not too bad. And then maybe now we can have that bit at the very top, kind of have that darker feel possibly, but I don't know how I feel about that. It's okay. It definitely feels like a bow. That was the whole point of this. So, you know what? I'll take it. I shall definitely take it. The only thing I would want to do would be to add another color, but we're following the rules here. I would want to add a color here at the very bottom. Just add it to like this area for the lower bits to show shadow, but fine. It's okay. What we'll do instead is we will add a color following this lady here. We'll add a shading color to the very top here instead. So we'll do you here as the very top. So you all get the top like that there. I think that's a compromise. So maybe the color looks a little off because of just the differences. And no, actually, there is a little bit of color down here as well. I can get away with it just a smidge. For example, maybe I can put you down here, possibly down here as well. Have that come out a little bit more. I do like that. I do like that. And then this guy comes downwards. And you here, good sir, I almost feel as though I want you to go downwards as well, like a bow like this instead, like that there. Hold on, like that. There we go. And maybe have you kind of go downwards a little bit, something here and then there, and then like that there. Hold on, and then have this guy be the pointy bit for the bow, something like that. I could also see working too. Maybe we could round it a little bit more, possibly make you go around a smidge, like maybe there and there. That's not too bad, truth be told. Definitely not the bow we started with, but I do quite like the bow. Today was really just a how many bows can we make? It turns out that the number seems to be on the small side, but it's all right. Oh boy, oh boy. The thing is, I see a darker color here, so I'm wondering, can we possibly get away with adding a darker color here and here, and maybe there as well, since the darker color does exist there? I think I would call that it's a suitable bow. It does work. It can definitely work. I'll copy you here, and who do we put the bow on? Who wants the bow? Do you want the bow? I think you like the bow. You there you go. There's your, you get like a hair bow. There you go. And now tell me about it. The better I'm getting, the slower I become with the process. It's more thinking that happens, it seems like. Let me go ahead and save this here. And now I want to take a look at Undertale Yellow, since I do think they would do things a little bit differently, but I don't think we have many Undertale Yellow references. I think it just might be Saroba, and then this little spider here. Yeah, this one here. If I copy you here, how many Undertale Yellow do we have if I do Control Y? Yeah, just these two, and yeehaw indeed. Oh boy, this town ain't big enough for the two of us. We'll go ahead and grab this guy here and do you here and then save. And maybe the robot you built for access? Oh, I didn't even think of that. That is a fair point. Yeah, I do think we had a bow, didn't we, for the robot? Let me slide you over here, and we'll slide you up here too. Now this guy as well doesn't have a lot of colors, but they do more of a design I do. The only difference really is that they're thinner, and that's because there's three of us. Draw some draw, and three of us draw some Pixelart. Oh boy, for a second I was worried that was a threat there. Oh my, let's see. If I click on you here and copy you over to here, and we slide you over, to modify this guy back to a little bit of what we had. Oh, you know what I do like as well on her hair is the fact that you can kind of see the bottom of the bow. No, it was fact. Oh boy, dum-dum. Or dum-dum-dum. Or was it supposed to be dum-dums? Oh boy, let's see. If I slide you over here, and then we slide you over to here, and then we copy you to here, I would like to make you wide. Just one more. I'm only asking for one. There you are. A little one. Just a little bit there. We can even extend you out a little bit more. You have room to grow now. Be free. Prosper, I say. Let's see. Add you there, add you there, add you there. And then do that there, and that there, and that there. Hold on. Now hers is like a, how big are you? You look like, yeah, 3 wide by 2 tall. Interesting. 3 wide. Oh, that's daring. That's daring. But it still shows the center, which we are not going to do this time around. So go ahead and go over here. Go over here. And then we'll go ahead and slide you on over to about here-ish. And then let's see if we can add that kind of dark bit at the very top back, as I did like it. I like that charm of it. So I'll slide you over to, hopefully, the center bit there. And then let's see. To begin, these guys are super duper thin. So let's make ours super duper thin. Possibly like, oh, we also have to keep in mind that the other guy had it a bit more like this here, and then we kind of dragged it down. So we'll just use this color since hers also seems to have one color. So we'll just use that one color here, something like that there, I think. If anything, possibly we could get away with using that there. And then again, we'll just try to make it as thin as possible while still allowing it to have feeling. That's the hope we're going for. We would appreciate the feelings here. Something like that I think can work out fine. And then I'm wondering if I accidentally grabbed the walking sprite or if this does all automatically go up on its own. I'm betting that this is a walking sprite and that's why it's going upwards, but you know what? Let's roll with it. I'm going to grab this guy here, have you go up a little bit more. fill this guy in by a smidge here, grab you here a little bit, and send the bows on discussion. Thank you, check. Hold on, let me grab it right here. And I see, how cute. These are bow ties. I see. Hold on. Let me copy you here, and I can also slide you over to our reference. And you get to go right up. Let's see, bow ties. Oh, well, you can go in the bow ties. Actually, you're with bow ties too. Bow ties, there you go. You'll fit right there, all nice and snug. Thank you for adding to the collection. With that said, I'll go ahead and close you here, and then let's zoom back in as I slide this guy back on over. So let's see. With that said, and I also wonder, okay, that guy there, yeah, that's more of a bow tie. Maybe we can draw a bow tie today. Do we have 20 minutes? In the 20 minutes, is a bow tie possible? Possibly, mayhaps. Let's see, drag you back to down here, I think, and then have you come up here. Oh, you know what I did notice is that this guy kind of goes above it seems, and I can't see stream discussion. Hold on, Pot. If I go ahead and do at Pot there, let's see. I should be able to at you in it. I can't indeed. Stream discussion's right here, unless that didn't work. Let's see. If I click on this guy here, what we can do and what I'd like to do is I'd like to have this guy kind of either go upwards or downwards. Either or, but I'm thinking we have it go downwards here like that. You definitely need Rousey Deltarune in a suit for a bow tie. Then we'll save bow ties for another day. If that's the case, then we're saving him for another day then. A rainy day perhaps. There we are. I do like that. That's not too bad. It's not what we're supposed to be doing, but I do like it. So I'm saving you. You can go over there. You're pretty. Let's see. Let's drag you over to there. I'm then going to drag you up to about here, I think. So let's round you out now, and then have you possibly go over a little bit here and here, and then have you come over like that there, I think would be our best bet. And then it seems to be the case that actually, let's go over a little bit more. I'm thinking maybe here, here, possibly have you come down a little bit more. And then I was hoping to get the idea of that line across, that it is. There's a little bit of action going on around about doing that. Ooh. Oh, I like it. Hold on now. And then it's a little bit thinner than mine, and hers is also rounder, but I do like this, especially since we only get to use 2 colors. This isn't too bad. It's not too bad. Maybe we can make the bow a little bit thinner in some areas, like here and here, but no, I like the way it was wide. His bow tie really is tiny, like 7x3. I know I do have some like super duper tiny bow ties on here. Hold on. I know there's one. I forget which one, but I saw we got this little one from Fez, super duper tiny. And then there was one more I remember grabbing, just the very tip of it. Let's see. I know you're here somewhere. You're so tiny that I might not be. Oh, here it is. Bow. I don't know what game are you from? Pokemon Black and White. It was such a teeny tiny bow. I just grabbed a small bit of it. It's especially tiny when you're zoomed back so far. Let me go ahead and close this guy as well. That way we don't have a lot of tabs open. And now, let's see. I do like the way this looks with the corners. So we'll keep the corners as they are. I'm just wondering for our edges here. Can we maybe lower you? Ooh, okay. I do like that. Okay, and then maybe we can make this guy go down a little bit more. Maybe we can add more space, if anything. And that way we can bring this guy in by like 1. Never mind, bring that guy in by like 1. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about that now. Maybe if we add like a line here and here, possibly. Or maybe if we make that guy bigger, that could work. And then we have that guy there. Ooh. Okay, I will take that. That's not too bad at all. Not too shabby. Okay. And then maybe we can do like what we saw before with the idea of the bow coming out on the front. This is starting to look more like a cowboy thingamajiggy you put on the front. I forget what they're called, bandana. We were just talking about bandanas, weren't we? You put that guy there, that guy down there instead, and then you'd say, you do cowboy things, something like that there. Oh boy, I'm gonna copy that and save that as well. Copy, slide you over there, and then we're gonna move you back to, oh, hold on, back to you here, you here, you here. There we go, lovely, lovely. And that said, I do like the way it looked without the bit there, so I'm gonna make this go back up again, as I did like this. This definitely did feel like a bow. So I'm wondering, can we at all possibly, we could, for example, here remove the pointy bit. But I do like the way, oh no, actually, yeah, remove the pointy bit. Remove that guy there, and then you here. Yeah, let's make you a little bit softer. I think that can work for softness. Maybe you can even say this guy here goes there, that goes there. Maybe, possibly, we could see about maybe lowering that guy down, but I do like, yeah, okay. either this, which I think can help just because of how small it is, or we would have to extend it out all the way. I think, especially because there's like a dot here, it might be best to go with the smaller version. So this will be our Delta Rune bow. Now go ahead and save you here. Now, who wants a bow? And I'm thinking we're going to give it to Timmy here. Timmy, you get like a, where can we put it at? There you go. Bow, you're welcome. And I think you should try to make it a 45 angle to the side view. I sent the rag reference and link. Hold your horses here. The thing is, we'd have to oh, I do have that reference. Yes, indeedy. I didn't know she was a monster though. This one right here. I don't have her specific 45-degree one, but I do have this one here. I do have the maid ladies. I did see them. Let me get a little bit of water here. Let's see. A little bit of too much water, but it's okay. Oh boy. The thing is, when would a 45-degree, especially if you're looking towards the camera, like something like that, where you're not looking exactly, or something where it's offset, a 45-degree would be handy. We have about 13 minutes left. So in that time, we could either try another style I think we could fit in. You know what? I did enjoy Henrietta's bow, though this is a huge bow. We definitely don't have time for a big bow. So what we'll do is we will try doing one of these, and the next time we'll see about doing different angles. This one here is a little tricky because, or not this one here, but just the bows in general of doing the different angles. But I do have, the good news is that I do have some 45-degree angles as well. So there's definitely room for that there. In the meantime, we'll go ahead and add one more bow here, and we'll add the bow style, I mean. We'll do this one here, I think, as this one, it looks like it has some character. So I'll go ahead and copy you here. This is from the game. Hold on. This is from Pokemon Black and White 2. That bow there. And it's okay to post the Aseprite life in Discord. Kind of lost control of my life. I know that never happened before. Could you elaborate what you mean, Ed? I don't quite understand what you're asking. Let's see. Select that there. Save that there. File? Yeah. Feel free to. 100%. I believe, well, who is it? It started with an A. The name started with an A. Someone, A. I don't remember the name, but I know it was an A, I think. Oh no, my memory just might not even be remembering things correctly. Ame, yes, Ame, I got pretty close. Ame usually sends their files in as Aseprite because they do gifts. Let's see, save that guy here, slide it over to here, and then slide it down to here. Here we are. Okay, so our last bow. This guy has a bow at the very bottom, so there are a few differences here. Let's go ahead and copy you here. And there's not a lot of colors going on, and there is actually some anti-aliasing happening as well, interestingly enough. So I'll go ahead and save you here. We'll grab our initial bow and then our other bow. And now let's go ahead and do our symmetry. I slide you on over to here and here. So it seems to be the case that this bow already does have a wide center. So you know what? Let's go ahead and also give our bow a wider center. So you can mosey on down. You can get a little bit wider, possibly, maybe. I don't know. I don't know you. Let's see. That there. And then the shading is interesting because the center is all shaded. Interesting. And hold on. Let me grab that. That, I'm guessing, is from YouTube. It is. Thank you to Mukurata, I'm guessing, Lab, for the subscription. Thank you, and welcome in. And please correct me if I'm wrong as well. Let me go back to here and here. There we are. Lovely. So let's see. With that said, it's the idea that the very center is highlighted, and then you'd have the dark spot. But for now, we'll keep it like this. And no, it's fine. We can do the darker color right about there. Okay, so from there, it also seems to be the case that this guy here has the darker bit for the shading, which is interesting. And the bit as well is entirely different. So we go and remove this guy here. Seems to be the case that this guy actually goes up and around. So you're pretty tall. Like, I have to guess, I'd say you're like that tall. Let's just do that tall for now. So you're kind of tall. You go up and over, but you're not a point. You don't come to a point. And you also kind of go around to the side. So I'd say you're probably like that. The thing is, this guy would have to be slid in more, or this would have to be moved down. So I'm gonna move you down a little bit because you're flat, but you're also tall. If I had to guess, I would put you about at that angle there. And then what I'm seeing is that this bit here doesn't have lines. And actually, all of you really don't have lines, truth be told. And we can maybe move that there. And which style was that again? This is Pokemon Black and White 2. This one right here is from that game. Let's see. This one I'm wondering, we'll probably have to extend the bottom a little bit more and probably also have to extend the bow a little bit more, give it a little bit more length here. And with that said, I'm thinking that because then we can add the dark bit at the bottom, then this bit here, and then that bit here to show underneath it. The issue is that it's wide, and I don't know if we can show wide. That would be showing wide, and then we'd have the darker bits here. So what I'm wondering is, maybe then we can have the idea of separating the two with that dark line, so doing something like this that we can see, and then we have a darker area and a lighter area. So I'm thinking we have this guy here. This is going to be our darker area, possibly about there. Hold on. That would possibly be about, I think about, I'd say that's pretty good for a darker area. Maybe even more like that there. We'll then add our outline, and it seems to be the case that it's also one dark outline. So we'll also grab our one dark outline here. And so let's see, you go there, you go there. If anything, it seems like you also go out a little bit more, possibly there. That's not too bad. What I would think it would be, or what I think it would look like, is kind of having it look as if it's going up and down. I could see it looking like that, where it's going up and down, in and out. And I see a crab. Hi, Fennec. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. I can definitely see crab. I could 100% see crab right there. Oh boy, and then you'd have, what is it called? Like this and then this there. Yep. I can hear it. I can hear it now, a little walking. We'll save this guy here, undo that guy there, and then, oh, hold on. You are all dark outline. And then, let's see. You're there. Or little shoes with a skirt, and hi, Cryban. Welcome in the stream as well. Welcome in. Oh yeah, I can see the little shoes and the perfected life form. Oh boy. Another thing that's going on here is it's going out and then it's going in, which is interesting. And the bow also doesn't start at the very tip. So if we do something more like that there, and then we have this guy come inward possibly a little bit, it's also on a point. So let's try to keep it on a point, but I'm thinking, let's see if we can have it come outwards like this guy here, and then kind of come back inwards. So let's see, you'd go here, you go here, hold on, erase you here. You'd come in there, so you'd have to go outwards a little bit, possibly about here and here. We could maybe see even doing something like that there. And then if we have it come inwards again, we could do something like that. So that feels weird, and that's definitely not what's going on. So let's try one more time at it. We'll have this guy go out here. Maybe it's because it's the diagonal, so it would more so be something like this here and that there. And then you'd have it kind of coming outwards. I could definitely see that. I can also see this guy's going outwards too. Hold on. Okay, I'm thinking we have this guy here, and then we do this guy here, that guy there, that guy there. Have you come inwards just a little bit here, and then you come inwards about there. There we go. There we are. Something like that there, though the bow is a little bit finicky. But I think it would look a little bit more something like that instead. And I kind of do like the way it looks sharp, but maybe that's just a preference. Let's see. Yeah, we'll do that there. I think that looks like closer to what it's trying to be. And from here, then, we'll grab this color here since it seems to be similar to that other color. And this will be the very top of the bow, it seems like. So we'll go ahead and add that as the top of the bow here. And then it seems to be the case that there's the bottom of the bow. So we'll just go ahead and to make this simple here. Well, there's two colors, it seems to be the case of. So we'll grab that color here, possibly. And yeah, that's the darker version. So maybe we could say, there you go. Hold on. There you go. There you go. Are you going to listen is the question. Yeah, something like that I think could possibly work here. And then we have that guy here. This guy then goes over. Maybe we can even have this guy kind of come inwards a little bit, maybe even over a little bit more. And that guy can go over a little bit more. Hold on. Yeah, something like that, I think. And the center kind of looks like a snout. Oh boy, what adorable dog then. Let's go ahead and do the ad break since they're about to start. And then I think we're close on this guy. We just need to round out the very top of it and then maybe add some highlights. The thing is they use anti-aliasing, but that's all right. I'm surprised. Truly, I am that I had way more. It really does feel like being a DM and prepping for a game, a session of 4 hours where you think you're gonna need all this information and all of this extra things because the players are going to go into a location you didn't plan for, so you plan for everything. Only I'm the player, so I'm playing myself. Oh boy. What as I said before, the goodness is that should we do this again, I will be more than prepared. And a jump scare! Huh? What jump scare happened? And let me get some water as well. That's one water bottle done, which means I am now to the second water bottle. Let's see. water bottle has also been consumed. Delicious. But that's sad, since we have about 2 minutes left, why don't we go ahead and do some stretches? So, we'll start off by going to the right here and bottle of water. Indeed, I got my bottle of water right here. We'll go to the right a little bit slowly but surely. Don't go too fast. If you do and you break something, call a doctor, call a lawyer, but don't call me. Should not be held liable. Yes, indeed. Right over here. And then let's go slowly to the left. Oh, slowly to the left over here. Oh boy. And then let's go back a little bit. Oh boy. Oh, Violet! It sounds like them's fighting words. Oh boy. But it's so fun to say. Oh boy. Let's go back a little. Oh, slowly back a little bit. Don't want to go too back that. Oh boy. Very slowly back a little bit. And you can also go front a little bit too, if you so please. It's recommended to stretch about, I'd say, every hour or so. If you can as well, do a bit of standing up and walking around. It can help in the long run, even if a random British person just spawns your house at night. A ritual has been completed. The summoning spell of words. And hi, oh, I already said hello to you, and it is done. I'm guessing you're about to make some horrifying creature. And she's not in danger, oh mate, she is in danger. Yeah, a guy. Hold on now, I don't know if I like being described as a danger. And the guy mocks other guys and gets stabbed. Do you think that's her? No. Hold on now. I'm the one who's. Oh boy, posture check sure can do. Thank you for that redeeming. Welcome back from the ad break. Shall we continue then? Oh boy. What I wanted to do was I wanted to make this guy feel rounder on the edges. So I'm gonna make him a little bit smaller, I think. I think making him smaller, it does more good. And I would also want to see about maybe even moving this guy upwards a little bit. And then maybe moving this guy over a little bit and over like there, possibly maybe. And yes! Oh, I am the one who posture checks. Oh boy. We can then also grab this darker color here and have it come downwards like that there. We can then also grab our lighter color here and have it come upwards here, like a little bit of a lightening. I do like the lightening tones here. And I do quite like this. I think my only issue is just some of it feels just a smidge off. But maybe that's just how it is. There's also a little bit of anti-aliasing going on about there, so we can add that guy to there. This line's also darker in some areas, so I don't know if we have a darker tone we can use quite. I mean, that could work, technically speaking, but we don't really have one, unfortunately. Oh, no. Also, it seems to be the case that there's a darker line here, so yeah, actually. Hold on. Is that a line? Is that a color we use already? I don't think so. I think that's a new color. No, we have used that color before. Never mind. It says to put a color here at the very bottom, like there, and then you put a dot there, but that doesn't feel quite right. What feels right to moi is doing something like this. There we go. I think this is the best of both worlds. That might just be the case. Yeah. I'm curious to see as well. If we move you into being just one line, how does that change it? Ooh. Oh, I think this is one that definitely feels as though it needs to be either wide or very, very narrow. That is interesting. Well then, that'll be our last bow, which means, who do we give the bow to? Do we give the bow to Timmy or do we give the bow to Tim? Timmy looks like he could use another bow. Tim though, you need a matching pair, don't you? There you go. Beautiful. And the progress is really when I look at my sketches. I'm really happy to hear that. And give Tim some fancy shoes. Well, you know what? Hold on. We'll put you there. There you go. And then there you go too. There you are. Yep. They're beautiful. I'm happy to hear it though, Edis. Yeah, it's that thing of the more you do it, not the easier, but the more it feels. And what about Tom? Nobody thinks about poor Tom. Tom will get his time to shine. You know, it's not like he's the neglected older brother. Or, truth be told, no, this doesn't make sense. Why does the middle child get all the bows? It really should be Tommy. Or Timmy. Oh no! What have I done? Oh boy. Let's go ahead and save this here. 10 out of 10. He's a tie person. Exactly. Tim. Oh, that said though, should you happen to have drawn some, good thing Bobby's your only child, and Tom. Tim. Bobby is an associate I speak to in my free time, but he's also a very close and dear friend. Let me go ahead and slide you over here. Save this guy onto here, and glasses toggle. Sure can do it.
Cat just redeemed glasses
welcome,
toggle.
welcome, ministry. Welcome in. I can certainly do. Let's see. Hold on. Let me get on that 10 minutes here, and now it's big brain time. And because the smallest child would collapse under the weight of life. You don't think he's strong enough, Nima? Oh boy. Let me go ahead and slide this up here to the welcome page. And what I can do then is if I bring you back into the planning screen right about here, and I go ahead and do exclamation DISCORD, there we go. If you happen to have drawn some bows or ribbons you'd like to share, feel free to join the Discord. You can see that Pawn is joined, as well as Carlos here. Welcome in the both of you. From there, what you'll do is you'll scroll all the way down to Pixelart Study with me. Hold on, I was about to question if I'm getting spoiled, but I wouldn't be able to see it because my eyes are closer. I wouldn't be able to get the answer. That makes clear. I've been saying the voices aloud so much, it feels like I'm hearing them as I'm saying them. I'm not crazy. I'm not. Oh boy. But that's in a nerd mode for nerd of you. What you'll see is that we have previous pixel art studies we've done. We do these pixel art studies once a week, every week. And they help us that you can put your art here. We'll take a look at it usually we take a look at it at the end of screen. And even if a study has not been done recently, you can post your work here still, as it's the idea of everyone will be able to see everyone's different styles and think, I really like how they did the golden lighting on here, and put it in their own art. So it's a mix and matching sort of styles, and it's like your other personality. That'll be the road, man. I have no other personality, I tell you. And that's so silly, I don't even understand. What? Oh boy, with that said, at the very top, you should see the bows pinned here. And I'm gonna close my eyes, scroll up. Are we good? Okay, we're good. I think it's going to make it bigger again when I click this, so I'm going to click it, open in full, and then scroll up. Are we good? Okay. Alrighty then, are you ready to see everyone's lovely, certainly not going to be cursed artwork. I'm sure of it, 100%. I think this is going to go as calm and as orderly as possible. Very peaceful. You're all very peaceful indeed, and I don't like that. You didn't even let the moment breathe. My entire study, or my entry/study, tried to keep all shading in 90 or 45. Ooh, interesting. And let's see here, but ooh, look at that. This is lovely. I like the green you used too. This is like a really cool green. And then you have the outline version as well as the non-outline version. Oh, that's a challenge. I like here as well how you did the very top of it like a different one. Is this what you meant by, and I don't know if it was you or if it was someone else who was talking about the line idea. This definitely feels like it's its own being. Like there's a line actually going on top of it. And fear the old blood, good hunter. What does that even mean? Oh boy. I really like how you did this. This very much feels accurate, most certainly. And I think, is this, no, I wouldn't call that anti-aliasing. This is a lot of colors that make a wonderful, beautiful gradient. I especially like this area right here. I think it's very pretty. With that said, well done, Pot. Well done, and thank you. And Bloodborne fans, now what that means. Or know what that means, I'm guessing. Let's see here. There's the tip there, and oh, hold on. The difference is also, I think, in thickness. This one seems a lot thicker. I'm guessing this is your first try, and then maybe this was your second try, if I had to guess, because this was a lot thicker, and this part is also brought out a little bit more. So, well done, Pot, and draws better than I can see. Oh my, we have here, attempts were made, and I can say most certainly that your attempts did pay off. Well, the thing is, the most important part is figuring out, I think, the two colors, and then from there, it's a matter of preference. I do like how, when you squint, it does feel like there's the lighting on the ribbon. I was about to say the ribbon. The ribbon there is evident, and hold on, I see a little bit darker. Ooh, you added the outline or the highlighted outline too there. I see it, I see it. If I scroll out here a little bit more, you added bits here for the top when it curves, this bit here when it curves, this bit here when it curves, and this bit here when it curves. I see the vision, and the fourth color is because of Bobby. Is this the Bobby ribbon, or this 1, 2, is it 1, 2, 3, 4? Or 1, 2, 3, 4? Hold on now. There's different implications if I knew it. Oh boy. And this one here as well, I like how you did the, funny enough, when I look at this, I think of the person who rated us earlier. Hold on, let me grab it again. It's the Cyan who rated us earlier. Take a look at this. This lovely art that was shared earlier. You see it? Right, the little arms, right? Okay, keep that in mind, and then take a look at this. Do you see it? Do you see it now? and you know, I love that part about it. It's lovely. I cannot see it. Good. Well done. Well done indeed. Next up we have Abe here. Oh boy. We have, this is an interesting one. Hold on, a noodle cat. The noodle cats are the best. They're adorable. Look at the bows here. I'm not even sure if I could be able to, what's the word I'm looking for? Like the gradients here, that's super duper interesting. It's subtle in some places and not in other places. And the bold line here's as well. The bold line here as well is such an interesting choice. You always have it's the thing of, I've never seen a style like this before. And it's so neat, especially here, the gradient work going on in this area as well. It's interesting. And here's the book. Who knows what's inside? Oh, it's a book cover. I see. I thought it was like it looks like a, what's the word I'm thinking of? It looks like I'm in space, that's for sure. But a book cover, I wouldn't have guessed that. I also like here the faded edges here too. And also the earthy bits underneath too. This is well done. And the rounder areas for underneath here. And then Eris with the little Bobby. Now, I know you all usually ask me this, but is Bobby in pain here? He looks a little bit in pain. I don't know about you, but he looks like he's being stretched to his limits. And you are in space. Dramatic sci-fi cover, I see. Ominous. And no, he's just a letter. Ah, yes. That solves everything. Oh boy, let me move chat down here a little bit to make it easier to see the, what is it called? The lighting on this area. Oh, hold on. There we go. The lighting here at the very bottom. I like how it feels reflective. And then this bit here curling outward, curling over, curling up. You can see the direction. And then this one here as well. This is lovely. Well done, Abe. Let me move you all back to the top of the screen. Let's see here. Header here, and then the, I see, hold on. This one here for the bow. Take a look at that bow. I do like how you used gradients to get the figure of the bow, especially for this part. This part has got to be my favorite. I like that part because it feels like it really does add that depth to it. Let's see, and that's Pixelart. Line tool go brrr. Oh boy, next up we have Chapel. Oh, what a surprise. Let's see here, Chapel. You know, of all colors you've used, I should have expected it. This is a lovely bow. I think, hold on, do I see possibly a aliasing? I think maybe for some areas here, the overall dimension of adding this as a darker one, and we don't get to see it often as well, no line art. I would categorize this too, and the way that the outline, it feels like it meshes so well. I think you did a lovely job here, Chapel. I can't recall if you left earlier or not, but even if not so, well done in spirit. This is lovely, especially the little lighting bits too, and hold on. There is the anti-aliasing. I repeat, I see it. Right along here, specifically. Yep, I see it, and well done. Let's see. We have pot. Oh, another contender. No ref with ref. I see. You challenged yourself. We have here the no ref and the, the darker bits inside, and then I'm guessing this is no ref and then with ref, and then no ref and with ref with all three of those. It's crazy how. Excuse me. It's crazy how the difference no ref makes, but with ref. But the thing is, the more you do no refs and then compare and contrast, the more you build your mind off of no refs. So it's always lovely to see the what feels like black and white. And yeah. Oh boy, yeah. These are lovely. And I was about to say like the red collars, but I assume we all use the same red. Regardless though, this is lovely. And I do like this one. I think out of all of them, the bit here and doing the lighting in this spot right there is lovely, lovely. And I like this one too for the no ref, specifically because it feels very painterly compared to the other two that have outlines. So I'd say that one and not biased at all. No, me. Well done, Pot. Next up we have here, oh, hold on, I'm getting spoiled. We have Amayad here, who has done, oh, now I wonder, is this what is it called? Like a ribbon, possibly on like a gun, maybe? And then we have clothing here, I'm guessing, like a, what is it called? I don't know if it's like a frill you would say for around the neck, like a collar. We can just call it a collar, and a Bobby arm. Is Bobby attacking them? Fancy, isn't it a fancy? It looks like something from the Victorian era. I hope that's not a Bobby arm attached and a Bobby, and ever fancier, isn't it? It's fancy. And then this too, this, what is it called? The shading underneath here. Nope, no more big brain. 10 minutes is up. No more big brain. Thank you for the redeem again. And no one made the bow with a bow joke. Hold on, I don't know if you were here, Pot, earlier for the Pixelart of the day, but what I can say is, if I go back into Pure super duper quickly here, the Pixelart of the day was a bow. It was here we are. This was the Pixelart of the day if you weren't here for it earlier. It has been done to a great degree, I'd say. Oh boy, let me go back into the planning screen here, and the story is up to the viewer to decide. Oh no, that's no good. I don't like sad endings, and I missed it. A bow indeed. A bow made out of bows. Let's see here. Oh, if I close on, if I click on you, nope, hold on. Subtract you. There we are. Lovely, lovely. This looks like a butterfly. I like it. I like how you have the little curls as well up here. And this looks like I almost like a, what is it called? Like a squid creature, possibly with the bow, if I had to guess. And I tried getting creative. I do appreciate it. I know. I believe that there is a creature out there that does look like a bow. I do think it's a species of butterfly or some sort of flying creature. And that was really bad. It was beautiful. Well done, Ame. And I do like the creativity as well. Next up, we have an adorable cleanse on the palette here, Bobby. I like the little eye sparkles, and then you gave him a little bow, and I think you had enough. Oh, lady! Let's put a bow to that junk. She's making that. No! Oh boy, I think this is adorable, especially the little blues here, and then the bow itself. I see the darker bits here, and then the shadows, and the highlights, and then is that anti-aliasing I spot? She even sounds like the no. That's not true. Oh boy. Oh my, I like this one. I think it's adorable. And the little heart here too. Well done, check. We have here Ed's art. Hold on, let me click on first not Aseprite here. And yeah, I got fancy pants with the colors. Look at you go. Hold on, the darkness here too. Hold on, planning screen right here. The darkness bit here too, right about here. I noticed that too. I think this part here helps a lot with the shading. Now, let's see. Let me click on this guy here, and then let me click on this guy here, and it should open up if I click on you here, and then I click on you here. We have this. Oh, wow. I was not expecting, oh, my throat. I was not expecting this in the slightest. Now, the question is, Ed, did you go bigger and then smaller into Pixelart, or what specifically? What was the technique here? I'm guessing you went bigger first and then shrunk it and then modified it like they would for, what was it, Street Fighters? And I think these, what's it called, the eyes. I find the eyes adorable. And the way this scarf eventually came out, I see. I pick it up what you're putting down. I like it. I do like the scarf too. We definitely are going to have to do a scarf study because that spot right there, I find I struggle with a lot. And for what this is, though, this is lovely. And that's what I mean by jump scare. Oh, I see. Doesn't that face bring you comfort? It's a lovely face. And what reference is this Bloodborne? If I had to guess, then from the what we were talking about, I'm guessing this is Bloodborne. Let me go ahead and close this guy here. Well done. Let me go ahead into planning here, and then let's see. Next up, we have Brunchless here, and he sent it later. I see. Anyway, click on you here, 32 by 32, try to make some things I learned so much, may need to work on ribbons more. 139x69, I drew the bow in your February draw together, but I was inspired to keep adding to it, but I'm obsessed with bows now. Yeah, our bow's pretty. And just scroll down, I see, lovely. I will keep that in mind then. And 32x32, trying to make something I learned, so that's always nice to hear. And the 32x32, so this is a 32x32 bow. I like how you did the highlights for this area here. It kind of makes, it reminds me of like a gem bow. If I had to describe it, I think this is lovely, Brunchless. And I also like here too how you got creative with the shadows here as well. Lovely. And then this one here is, oh, that right there. Indeedy, I agree. I concur. The background and the bits here coming across, the composition of this is lovely as well. And I like the highlighting. You took it here, the shadows. You added highlights here instead of, we'll just go, yeah, shadows were here to begin with. And then the highlights here. This is very well done indeed. I can certainly say, well done. This is very pretty. Let's see here. And the fact as well that you do it with such few colors is a job in itself too. Let's see, as we scroll down here, and I only finished the 32x32 and pure whimsy. Yeah, whimsy. It feels like a calming space area. And thank you, of course, thank you. A calming space area. And before you ask how I did it, I'd love to use the method for studying something to figure out the shapes and the references I used. Yeah, the Street Fighter reference, isn't it? Or not Street Fighter specifically, but I have seen that method before, especially in the pixel logic and the reference I used. Oh. Jump scare indeed! My eyes! She's so pretty, but it's the thing of the paleness. She reminds me of like a vampire doll. Yeah, a vampire doll, like a countess vampire doll. That's what she reminds me of. I like it. I like the reference too. Let's see here. I go down to Did you just add that check? Oh boy. Yes. Oh boy, this is lovely. Little angry eyes too. I mean, no. Or now, I mean, no. And are those biceps? Strong. Oh boy. Well done, everyone. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here. These studies, oh, hold on. I do have an announcement to make. Actually, speaking of, let me click back onto here and then the little twirl, hold on. Let me click on you here. Lovely. Take a look at this, or not this. Take a look at, if I go back here to the website, you can take a look to this. Here we are, community art. At the very bottom of the screen, what we do once a month at the start of every month is that since every week we do Pixelart studies, the hope is that we can loosen up a bit and have silly times and draw together on a big old canvas. Every 20 minutes the theme changes, but if you don't want to do the theme, you don't have to. If you just want to not follow along, if you just want to come along and draw beautiful art, you by all means can. Next month is going to be special as it is my birthday month, so all the themes will be based around birthday things, and my birthday will be on the 5th, so I won't be able to stream on my birthday, but we'll probably either do, we'll do the stream either on the 1st or the 2nd. I have not decided yet, but that'll be, I'm really looking forward to that as bows and everything. Oh boy. With that said though, with all of that said and done, let me go ahead and bring you back in the chatting screen right here. What we're going to do now is we are going to rate a pixel artist, see if we can find another pixel artist. There's not enough, and the hope is that the more we do pixel art, the more people do it, and then eventually the entire world will be ruled by pixel art. It'll be a lovely sight. If you're on YouTube, that'll be the end for me. I'm going to go to the end screen, and if you're on Twitch, I'll be on the back, and then we'll see if we can rate. So if you want to stick around for the raid, feel free to get all nice and cozy and stay here for the after show. Let me go ahead and slide you over to, let's see here. There we are. Ah, yes, truly lawful endeavor. I'm not forcing everyone. That's the thing. If everyone agrees to it, that's not evil at all. It would be evil if I was forcing it. And oh, hold on. Chapel streaming? What a surprise. Never mind. We do chat. Well, never mind. He's streaming a game. I take it back then. He says well, actually, hold on. I think Yeah, Slay the Spire, run them back to art. I see. At 5:12, he just started on the game. Okay, if we can't find a pixel artist then, since Chapel is already doing pixel art, we'll see. Let me click on art here and then go over to here. It's a redeem he has, and the little heart as well, and like, somebody clip it. The good news is I said nothing wrong in the slightest. But that said, I hope you all have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or good night if I don't see you next week for the draw together. Hopefully I see you the week after that as well. What about the blind archer? We usually rate him, that's the thing. We've rated him recently too, and I try my best to find new people. If not, we do people we've rated before, but usually Chapel streams like late, so I was super duper surprised. Well, all that said though, yes, indeed, have a good day, a lovely day. And right now, right here, whether it's a morning, afternoon, evening, or good night, it's gonna be good, all right? Have the bye-bye.